What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreamz, and I would like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. Y'all like my new drop? All right, my fault. I am your gaming and music news source, diving deep into both industries with data-driven analysis to give you a clearer understanding of both cultures. Now, that being said, before we get into the title of the episode, we will get into the number, as it is episode 155. Safe to say, when it comes to 155, this is going to be a doozy. And yes, I just said a doozy, because guess what? We're getting into not only the Grammys, but the Game Award nominations for the year of 2025. Now, that being said, the main thing I wanted to start off with, especially with shameless plugs, I mean, just the ultimate epitome of what shameless plugs are.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. So anyways, your boy may or may not have been invited to very popular fighting games that's coming out 2026. And you know, I'm not trying to brag,
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
but the main thing about it is it may be Invincible Versus, but then of course is also Marvel Token. As I was invited to play Invincible Versus early, so when it comes to that, I already have footage of that specifically, because that just passed as far as the closed alpha. Invincible Versus gameplay is already up. As you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because currently I am showcasing the title if you just wanted to look it up. So right here you can see the title, which is basically Enemy Plus presents Invincible Versus Closed Alpha. Now, of course, when it comes to the subscription tier of Notorious Mass Effect, not only do you get fitness, journey plus health tips, pause on the tips. Not only do you get music from the atrocious rapper, you know, we always be talking about.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
And then, of course, you know the name Notorious Mass Effect. As far as the podcast, we have to get into Mass Effect Legendary Edition. So that's what we also did on the subscription platform. And of course, we may or may not have just completed Mass Effect 1. So we're making pretty good progress as far as Mass Effect Legendary Edition. That is why overall, oh, also I forgot, we also have New York vlogs, DreamCon vlog, and then one of the best VR gaming establishments I've ever walked into, which is Sandbox VR vlog, that's only on the Notorious Mass Effect Plus edition of the podcast. And when it comes to that specifically, as far as me being invited to Invincible Versus and Marvel Token, since this is early access, I only thought it was fitting to put that on the subscription tier. So of course, if you just wanted to subscribe to that, then I would definitely appreciate it. Shout out to the people who's already, hold up now, salute to the people who's already subscribed to that platform, because I ain't gonna lie, I ain't know people would think I was trying to pull a Joe Budden, but at the end of the day, I thought to myself, I'm like, hold up now, I cover the entire music and gaming industry. You know, God forbid I do some extra work as far as showing off my whole fitness and health routine, vlogs, music, and exclusive gameplay, and don't create a tier for it. You know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
Now I gotta let them know, because you know, as far as the quality that I'm giving, I believe that the original amount of content I'm giving is enough to justify the higher subscription tier, because that all of what I just said is going on additional to the original content that I'm already giving as far as covering the entire music and gaming industry. So of course, another thing I was wanting to talk about is the Enemy store. So with this specifically, this is my merch store. So if you was wanting to purchase anything, whether it was a tank top, hoodie, long sleeve shirt, t-shirt, desktop mats, headbands, you know what I'm saying? We got everything, you know what I'm saying? And it's at a pretty affordable price, in my opinion, because of course, when it shows a little slider, safe to say I went all the way to the point where it was like the cheapest I could do for the consumer without losing me money. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I think these are priced pretty fairly. And of course, I've ordered all of these and checked the quality and things of that nature. So safe to say you wouldn't be, you would not be disappointed if you pick any of these, whether it's the headband, the desktop mat, the t-shirts, the hoodie, the tank tops, etc. But you know, with that shameless plug out of the way, just wanted to let y'all know that we always are working over here at Notorious Mass Effect, and I'm finding ways to notoriously affect the masses and uplift the quality of the content to y'all. And shout out to everybody who was commenting on my latest vlog, which was the New York vlog, which was the title, or it was the cover of the last episode. I do believe I have that somewhere. So as far as that specifically, I do believe when it comes to that, I was on the cover. Okay, so right here, I took a little snapshot of the New York cover, and essentially speaking, I took a snapshot of the New York vlog and I made it the cover for the last episode. So as you can see right here, your boy had yourself a time. Now, can I go into the details of the entire time?
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. Let's just say your boy had a time. You know what I'm saying? So this was fantastic. Got a little pic with Peter, Miles Morales, and not too crazy. So as far as the New York vlog, shout out to everybody who, one, is subscribed to Enemy Plus, but also enjoyed the entire New York vlog. Because that definitely, there was a lot of moving pieces, and I'm glad they aligned and came out the way it did. So that being said, the other thing as far as Enemy Plus is that Mass Effect 2 will be starting this week. And I've already said, Mass Effect 2 is my favorite game of all time. My favorite video game of all time. I mean, to the point where, hold up now. Oh, yeah, I never get to see my other screen. I have 3 screens, by the way. I ain't really,
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
I ain't really trying to brag. I was just letting y'all know. You know what I mean? I'm just giving factual tidbits to y'all right now. So when it comes to that, safe to say, when I talk about me being a huge Mass Effect fan, it's not a joke. This is my 3rd screen with my wallpapers up on, and it has my favorite games. So I have Mass Effect wallpaper. And look, it moves when I move my mouse. Isn't that kind of cool? I don't know if y'all can see my mouse. Y'all can, but it basically is moving to my mouse. So anyways, I have Mass Effect wallpaper, Cyberpunk 2077, Super Smash Bros. Those are my top 3 games of all time. My top 3 favorite games of all time. And then Spider-Man probably is in there, but currently, yeah, that's my top 3. So, the reason why I went down that memory lane is because, of course, Mass Effect 2 is why this trilogy is so high for me, and we're going to get into it this week. So look out for that on Enemy Plus. And you're probably wondering, why all the shameless promo for Enemy Plus? Well, I was thinking to myself, and my parents was talking to me, and they was wondering where they could see the New York vlog. So, of course, me as a son, you don't want to charge your parents. So I sent it to them. But they was wondering where they could find it, without the Dropbox, like on whatever platform. I was like, oh, and I had to bring it up. Well, it's for my subscribers. And it was like, why you don't promote your Enemy Plus? I'm like, that's a good idea. I feel like I do promote it a lot, but I guess it's not like in your face, because I never want to be like, oh, subscribe when you're not a real fan. It's really for people who are avid consumers of Notorious Mass Effect that want more. Pause.
You guys.
So that being said, yeah, those are all the shameless plugs for Enemy Plus. Now, without further ado, let's get into episode 155, which, as you can see, is titled 2025 Grammy and the Game Awards nominations revealed. So safe to say we're going to be getting into a lot of the nominees as far as Grammys and the Game Awards being considered. And of course, along with that, we are going to be getting into music, industry news, gaming, and of course, we have to end off with drama, because y'all shamelessly, y'all be supporting the drama content. So we got to end off the episode with that. So when it comes to music, we got to start off with Summer Walker, as in general. I was supposed to have this up as I talked about it. That's fantastic. Oh, here we go. So when it comes to Summer Walker, she just put out her album, Finally Over It. So we dive into that. And then, of course, we dived into Drake, Iceman, Complex interview, basically him giving us a hint on when Iceman may come out, basically letting us know that he's cooking up in the studio. And he basically explained why he's doing the live streaming route as far as the Iceman rollout. And then the one and only NF. Man, drop a bomb for NF. If y'all don't know, NF is one of the one of the rappers that I feel like I'm highly inspired off of, because of the way that he's able to give lyrical bars and verses without the provocative words, which you would think is impossible until you listen to NF. So one of the best rappers I've ever heard. And of course, when I put that clip out, shout out to everybody who supported that clip, because that clip went like semi-viral. A lot of people was agreeing with me and saying that NF doesn't get enough love. I was like, over here, we salute rappers like NF. So then we get into Uzi and Roc Nation. We're going to talk about Uzi and basically him now putting out music independently, quote unquote. And basically he's under Roc Nation Distribution now. So safe to say, you may not want to speak bad about Uzi, or you may get a lawsuit.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
You know, I just had to do it. The Roc Nation people over there, they suing left and right. So anyways, what Pusha T say? Bruised egos, you people might sue. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, Grammy 2026 nominations. So when it comes to that, we're going to start off with, we're going to start the industry news off with the Grammys. Then we got to get into the nominations, and then we're going back to back. So of course, they're the covers of this particular episode. So with the Game Awards, we're going right from the Grammy nominations to the Game Award nomination. We'll basically just showcases and highlights how over here in Notorious Mass Effect, we dive into the gaming and music industry. Because my insight on both of those respective nominee lists or nomination lists is very in-depth, if I do say so myself. I don't think there's a lot of content creators out here doing it full time that's diving deep into the gaming and music industry like I do. You know, I'm just patting myself on the back, but you know, at the end of the day, that's just, I think that's just a fact. So when you look at the continuation of the industry news after we get into the main topics of the episode, then we're going to get into Valve revealing the Steam machine, which shout out to them. They saw Xbox talking about they was making a console PC hybrid, and they said to themselves,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
and they basically boot ganged the marketing rollout. They was like, nah, we have a Steam machine that's already together. We can show y'all the highlights, which you're probably gonna get, but interestingly enough, they didn't show us the price.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And I have a eerie feeling on why they didn't showcase the price. But you know, I'm open to being wrong, but I think my initial prediction on how expensive the Steam machine was gonna be, I feel like that's gonna be on point. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. I said it was gonna be at least $700. A lot of people are saying that's blasphemy. Ain't no way they'll make a PC console hybrid and price it out to where it's like the most expensive console in the market. I'm like, hey, I don't think I understand what Valve is going for. Reminder, you don't have to pay for online. You get a lot of discounts for Steam, but I don't want to be a shield for the corporation. I'm just basically looking at the totality of it. The amount of money you could save after the fact, as far as like how Steam always puts their games, like highly popular games on sale all the time. I think it'll pay for itself as far as in the long run. But the future will hold. The future will basically showcase if that's the truth or not, as far as the price point and as far as how effective it is going against the Xbox and PlayStation. So diving into games specifically, you know, we had to start with Dispatch. As I'm not gonna lie to you, Dispatch was one of the most surprising games of the year, because of course, I'm not saying I didn't know it was coming out, but I didn't know it was coming out.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So when it did come out, and it was one of the greatest games I played this year, safe to say I was thoroughly impressed. Thoroughly impressed, which definitely added on to the 2025 quality of games. The high quality of games that came out in the year of 2025 alone really is going to be studied in the history books for quite some time, because you have Donkey Kong Bonanza. That was a standout, like one of the best games of the year. Expedition 33, that I don't think there was any game that came close as far as a total package of music, gameplay, and story. Split Fiction, my personal game of the year, but I'm a little biased because I played it with my cousin. Once again, shameless plug. You type in Split Fiction, Analytic Dreamz with a Z. Me and my cousin fully played Split Fiction, and I even watched it back. That's how much I enjoyed it. And let's just say, yeah, we was wilding. It was a fun time. So Split Fiction holds a special place in my heart, and that's why it's my favorite game of the year. Then you was I just giving my top favorite games? I guess so. That was a crazy sound tangent. Let's get back to the gaming list. So after Dispatch, we're gonna get into Arc Raiders. And you already know what Arc Raiders, how everybody was talking about how it's going to be around to stay and things of that nature. I think it was a lot of hype, and people was having a lot of recency bias, as a lot of people have stopped playing it since it came out, which I'm not going to say it fell off. I'm just saying it's not as high as it used to be. So then we're going to go from that, and I am going to put the shortened version of Invincible Versus. You know how I said I played Invincible Versus early, just like I'm playing Marvel Token early for the Enemy Plus platform. I basically put the shortened version out, and then of course I'm gonna play my little tag at the end, letting you know where you can find the full version show. So if you just wanted to see Invincible versus closed alpha gameplay, you will be seeing that in this episode. Hopefully y'all enjoy it, because your boy was going kind of crazy. I did get whooped, but for the most part, I think we was breaking even. I think you will come to realize why I say I'm a huge connoisseur of fighting games. I just love the mental gymnastics you could play in fighting games. So anyways, we're going to continue from Invincible versus closed alpha gameplay and get into Where Wins Meet, which the amount of content that's in Where Wins Meet is insane because of the fact that it's free to play. As far as a game being free to play and having the amount of content that Where Wins Meet has, I mean, somebody just has to look into the pockets of the development studio, because ain't no way that you put this much content into a game and made it free to play. Like, they must be rolling in dough. Like, the amount of dough they have, this is an insurmountable loss that they're going to be taking for this free to play game. And I don't know how they're going to make it up, because they give you the entire game. There's no gotcha elements. It's actually kind of wild as far as Where Wins Meet and everything you could do in it. So with that being said, then we get into putting respect on the mobile fans out there. I told y'all I got you.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So we get into the state of mobile gaming as I give my review and sales roundup of Monopoly Go, and of course, Hyrule Warriors, The Age of Imprisonment. You know, we had to talk about that and get into the latest Zelda game. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's literally a Zelda game. Like, you're playing as Zelda, which you usually don't do throughout the franchise. You're usually playing as Link. So Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, which is like one of the top games on Nintendo, which we'll be able to see where it currently is once we get into the games and music notoriously affecting the masses. But Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, I got into that specific game. And then of course, Black Ops 7 is what we're going to end off the gaming sector with. As you already know, that game came out, which if you didn't know, I don't blame you, because the marketing strategy for this particular game, I think it's been abysmal. It's been abysmal. Complete trash. Not quality. The marketing campaign. Because from what I've heard, the multiplayer maps was improved. But do people care? Of course not.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
It seems like everybody's just talking about how Battlefield 6 is way more popular than it, which it is, objectively speaking. And people only focus on the horrendous campaign that's in Call of Duty, which I thought people didn't even play the campaign. But I guess if it's as horrendous as people say it is, that's when people talk about it. So we transition from gaming into drama, ending with the one and only, the greatest hip-hop battle of all time. No, I'm just joking. So we're going to get into NLE Chopper, unfortunately, versus NBA Youngboy. And let's just say the totality of that beef, I don't think anybody won.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But before we continue with the episode 155, you know we have to start with the music and gaming creations that's notoriously affecting the masses. As you know, we have to start with the actual albums that's currently affecting the masses. As I wanted to do the top 10. Let's see if that's too big. I don't think it is, but I wanted to get the market share, and then yeah, here we go. All right, here we go. So when it comes to that, safe to say, getting into the top albums affecting the masses is going to be a little shaken up as far as this particular year, because you have to keep in mind, Christmas season has started. I know what you're saying. Why are you not wearing your Christmas decoration as far as the headband? Are you not into the Christmas spirit? And I have to tell y'all, I forgot.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Literally, it's over there in my living room. Like, I could get it right now if I want to. But when you sit in this chair and get to rolling as far as covering content, I just didn't feel like it. So I'm gonna get back to that in a second. Definitely next time. But looking at the top 10 as far as top albums that came out, or the top 10 albums being listened to currently, you start off with Summer Walker, Finally Over. And I'm not gonna lie to you, as far as the first week sales for Summer Walker, I was insanely wrong. I was thinking she was gonna do Cardi B like numbers. Safe to say, if I was to find it specifically, she didn't do that well as far as on the charts. Let me see, Summer Walker first week sales. So in general, Summer Walker debuted number 2 on Billboard 200. And when it comes to first week, I think she did 77,000. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. So let's see if I can go to chart data. They should have it. Okay, so finally Over It did, oh goodness, 77,000 first week.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Now, technically, that's not the worst, right? That's not the worst as far as a particular R&B artist coming out. But I was giving huge kudos to the R&B game, just uplifting the quality for 2025 as far as an objective and a quality metric. Because when you look at hip hop, you already know what I covered as far as no rap songs being in the top 30 for the first time since like the 60s or the 80s. I forget. It's been a while, like 35 years, whatever that is. So when it comes to that, R&B's been going crazy. Shout out to Chris Brown. Shout out to Leon Thomas. Shout out to Kalani. Who else? Mariah the Scientist. There's somebody I'm forgetting. I think there's somebody I'm forgetting. But anyways, as far as R&B impacted and captivating the audience and impacting the masses or affecting the masses, safe to say R&B's been doing that way better than hip hop. So when Superstar, I think Summer Walker's a superstar, and looking at her total career first week sales, this is a huge downgrade from the last one. Let me see. First week sales. And the only reason I'm talking about this is because I was wrong with my first week prediction. So it seemingly how, like, you know, when I was talking about Cardi B's first week sales for her album, what was the album called? Why did I just blank on her album? When it comes to Cardi B's album, Am I the Drama? I was like on the nose with that first week sales. So I was thinking I was on the roll, right? So I'm like, oh yeah, so Summer Walker, she's a superstar. Her last album, which was Still Over It, did 166,000. Think about that. Still Over It did 166,000 first week, went number 1. Over It in 2019 did 134,000, went number 2. Finally Over It, which is the ending of the trilogy in 2025, did 77,000. So from 2019 you had 134,000, 2021 you had 166,000, and then 2025 you have 77,000. I mean, the drop off is obvious. So it's like I was completely wrong with that one. I thought Summer Walker, especially with all the features in the world, I mean, she had the Avengers on this finale to the trilogy, and she only did 77,000 first week. So that's why I'm saying only for Summer Walker, because I held her to a higher stature as far as engagement, and she's under LVRN/Interscope Records. So let's just say somebody's getting an earful over there, because I think the marketing strategy was phenomenal. They had the video game. They had some type of it was like some construction type vehicle, and they had like the album on it, and they had all type of other marketing things they was trying to do for Summer Walker. I think, and this is just me, I'm not trying to get in my red pill community, because I'm never never associated to that ever. But when it comes to Summer Walker and my like depiction or my perception of her, seems like she's very hard to work with from a marketing standpoint. I feel like they had a phenomenal rollout, but if Summer Walker would have sat with more people to talk about her album, I think her album would have did better than just 77,000. So that's why I say just, because she did crazy numbers with her past 2 albums, and this is the finale of the trilogy, all the artists in the world, and it basically did not live up to the expectations, objectively or objectively or subjectively to some of her fans. They say the quality is not even as good as the first 2 albums. So anyways, just had to get in that deep dive because she's an R&B artist. For the 9th most played album, we have Aerosmith and Youngblood, One More Time. So shout out to them. If you see this as far as being darker than white, so basically it's like a cream color, basically it means they debuted. So with Aerosmith and Youngblood, I was moving it over a little bit. Basically, they're the 9th most played album in the world. And when it comes to Iceman Hotel Season 2, the soundtrack is the 8th most played project in the world, which is crazy because now that I think about it, I have another idea. But I can't tell y'all, but let's just say the support for Iceman Hotel has been through the roof, to the point where Let me see. Has Been Hotel season 2 soundtrack. Okay, yeah, let me do this. You know what's funny? As far as doing Mickey research in the middle of a breakdown, that is the type of support I receive from the Has Been Hotel fans. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna thoroughly enjoy my coverage of this. Basically, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, no, they definitely deserve this. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, they've been putting up numbers. Like, it's been the K-pop community on a plethora of coverages. Lady Gaga, of course. I'm trying to think of what else. The Ready or Not fans is very supportive. It Has Been Hotels up there, especially the last month. You know, I'm definitely gonna let's just say I'm a deep dive into this. Let's just put it like that. So shout out to them for having the 8th most popular soundtrack in the world. Their fan base was going crazy on my coverage. So when the official soundtrack actually comes out and you see it in the top 10, and this is not debut, this must be the second or third week because it's not a cream color. So actually, let me see, when did this come out? Because Has Been Hotel I guess they're known, and that's crazy. I'll pop up. That's wild. Has Been Hotel. Let me see, soundtrack. There we go. It came out November 19th. Okay, so it came out not too long ago. Like, what was that, a week or two ago? So for them to still be on the top 10, more specifically number 8, is phenomenal. And it seems like the last week was 40. As you can see right here, this is last week. As I scroll up, is LW, which is last week. And it went from 40 to 8. So interesting how people are becoming more acclimated with the soundtrack. So that being said, moving on to Olivia Dean. Shout out to her. She has the 7th most played album in the world with The Art of Loving. Shout out to Tate McRae. Her album, So Close to What, being the number 6 most played album in the world. And then you have the K-pop Demon Hunters once again. Not gonna lie, I know it's at number 5, but this entire year staying in the top 5 as far as when they initially released, because K-pop Demon Hunters, right? K-pop Demon Hunters, their soundtrack came out June 20th of this year. It is December 2nd, 2025, and it's still in the top 5, doing crazy numbers. So shout out to the team that not only made K-pop Demon Hunters, not only made Spider-Man Into the and Across and Beyond the Spider-Verse, but also they are currently working on the GOAT movie, as I think they're on a crazy run. And if they can really hit a trifecta with the soundtrack to GOAT, I think that may actually put them in. I mean, I feel like K-pop Demon Hunters and Spider-Man already puts them in that GOAT producer category as far as animation. But if they do it again with GOAT as far as success, because K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack, most successful soundtrack of all time. So you can't even replicate that. It's just lightning in a bottle. Hopefully y'all understand how rare it is to have the most successful soundtrack of all time. So K-pop Demon Hunters, if that team could do it again with GOAT, even 10% of the success of this, I think we may have to call them one of the greatest studios as far as in animation currently. So anyways, shout out to K-pop Demon Hunters coming in at number 5 as far as the most played project in the world. And then we have Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem. Now, he did say the hard ER, but that did not stop people from listening to his project, as he still has the 4th most played album in the world. And his album came out like at the beginning of this year. So he's just been consistently topping the charts. But will he get recognition from the Grammys?
You guys.
Of course not. You can't say the hard ER as a white person. Think you're not going to get blackballed from the Grammys. It wasn't even like hard ER. It was like visual 4K footage. I was like, hold up, now is that RDC? It was in 4K. Anyways, Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl, comes in number 3 as far as the 3rd most played project in the world. Shout out to Taylor Swift, the biggest gangster in the music industry, and it's not even close. And seeing her come in at number 3 makes you probably wonder to yourself, hold up now, so who's the top 2 as far as projects in the world? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you right now, Stray Kids come in at number 1 as far as their album Do It, and then Wicked for Good comes in at number 2 as far as their soundtrack. And shout out to Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo, definitely having a very interesting dynamic throughout the entire marketing promotion. Obviously a work, as Wicked for Good, the soundtrack, is the 2nd most played project in the world. and it sold 121,000 out the gate. Shout out to them. Now, as far as Stray Kids, we have covered Stray Kids before, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, we covered Stray Kids with Karma and with Chick Chick Boom. I believe with this album, and well, obviously it just came out because it's a cream color. But Stray Kids, their album, I was trying to see their last album because they did put out another album before this, I believe. Karma. Why does it say Do It? I don't see an album that says Do It. I see Karma. Karma came out August 22nd. Let me just type it in. Stray Kids Do It. Because this is definitely albums. It says it's a song. Oh, it's an EP. Oh, okay, I found it. Okay, it's an EP. That's why it didn't pop up on albums. Wow, 5 songs and you debut at number 1 with 296,000 first week. That's actually insane. I don't think y'all realize as far as like how they count it. Usually on DSPs, to count for 1 unit is like 1,400 plays or something like that. That's why sometimes artists put a huge amount of songs on the album because it helps out with the first week numbers. So to have only 5 tracks, that's like the opposite. And you still sold almost 300,000 first week, man. Shout out to Stray Kids. Another supporting base that also thoroughly enjoys the covers that I give and the respect that I put on Stray Kids' name. Because I think when covering the entire music industry, you start to realize that we're more alike than you figure. And in the continuation of my coverage, it just ultimately cements that point. So shout out to Stray Kids. That's a phenomenal accomplishment. Doing 300,000 first week with 5 tracks is insane. Huge accomplishment. I think that's probably the most impressive accomplishment I've seen this year. Because you got to think about it. If you're talking about top debuts, all of those projects that you're going to name has at least like 10 tracks, at least 12 tracks on there. What Stray Kids just did with 5 tracks, insane accomplishment. That's actually wild. So shout out to them. But going back over the list of albums that notoriously affecting the masses, we have Summer Walker Finally Over at number 10, Aerosmith and Youngblood One More Time at number 9, Has Been Hotel Season 2 soundtrack at number 8, Olivia Dean The Art of Loving at number 7, Tate McRae So Close to What at number 6, K-Pop Demon Hunter's soundtrack at number 5, Morgan Wallen I'm the Problem. He definitely is. At number 4, Taylor Swift The Life of a Showgirl at number 3, and then the top 2 is Wicked for Good soundtrack coming in at number 2, and Stray Kids Do It at number 1 with just 5 tracks. Now that being said, transitioning into the top 10 tracks that's notoriously affecting the masses once hold up. Why is this little okay, I'm about to say, why didn't I go away? They were trying to show me like an ad in the middle. Well, not even an ad, it was like a billboard thing that popped up. Anyways, I'm 25 going on 80. Y'all gotta bear with me. So anyways, transitioning from albums to singles, we have the one and only Taylor Swift percolating from the 10 to number 1. So you already know Taylor Swift is putting BT on the whole music industry. So going in order, well, not going in order, but building up anticipation to number 1. Number 10, we have Open Light by Taylor Swift. Once again, Taylor Swift has been running rampant ever since she put out The Life of a Showgirl, so this is no surprise. Number 9, Mutt by Leon Thomas. Another outing that just lets you know that R&B has definitely been doing this part as far as keeping the engagement high in the year of 2025. Hip-hop could take a couple notes from R&B in the way they perform, because usually it would be vice versa. Hip-hop would be towards the top in the top 10 throughout the year, and R&B would not be selling as much. It seems like it's a complete flip. So do with the information what you will. And then, of course, we get into the acknowledgement of the Christmas season.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
As you look at this and you be like, wow, all these Christmas tracks. And yes, it's because it's December and it's Christmas season. So that being said, Jingle Bell Rock by Bobby Helms is the number 8th most played track in the world. Rocking Around the Christmas Tree by Brenda Lee is the 7th most played track in the world. Last Christmas by Little Baby. No, I'm just playing. But it is by Wham. So Last Christmas by Wham is the 6th most played track in the world currently. And then the one and only Mariah Carey, And her track, All I Want for Christmas Is You, is the 5th most played track in the world. And you look at this and you just say to yourself, Mariah Carey has to be eating at an insurmountable level whenever December comes around. Because I'll be thinking about it, like, to have the top Christmas track, not one, not two, not three, four, five, but to have the most successful Christmas anthem topping the charts December after December after December. I mean, at some point you come to realize Mariah Carey is bringing in an egregious, a disgusting amount of revenue from this one track. This one track feeds families, generations. So shout out to Mariah Carey. I'm pretty sure you already know how rich she is. I just had to put it in perspective that this track consistently tops the charts as the most popular Christmas anthem. So that being said, shout out to the actual artists that dropped in this year that's still on the top 10. I'm not gonna lie, when I was looking at future chart predictions, I saw Christmas tracks all throughout the top 50. So a lot of tracks that you love is going to be pushed out of the charts, right? So the tracks that you do see in the top 50, just know that they're holding on for dear life. But these particular tracks in the top 4 is interesting, as Man I Need is the 4th most played track in the world. Ordinary by Alex Warren is the 3rd most played track in the world. Golden by K-Pop Demon Hunters is the 2nd most played track in the world. And then the one and only Taylor Swift tops the chart once again with The Fate of Ophelia. So going back over the top 10 list, we have Taylor Swift Opalite, we have Leon Thomas Mutt, Bobby Helms Jingle Bell Rock. Well, let me say the numbers, my fault. At number 10, we have Taylor Swift Opalite. At number 9, we have Leon Thomas Mutt. At number 8, we have Bobby Helms Jingle Bell Rock. At number 7, we have Brenda Lee Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. At number 6, we have Wham! Last Christmas. Number 5, we have Mariah Carey All I Want for Christmas Is You. At number 4, we have Olivia Dean Man I Need. I ain't gonna lie, that kind of rhyme a little bit. So and then we have number 3, Ordinary by Alex Warren. And then the top 2, number 2 goes to Golden by K-Pop Demon Hunters. And of course, the most successful, the most engaged with track currently in the world is Taylor Swift, The Fate of Ophelia. Shout out to Taylor Swift for completely putting BT on the music industry. Now, of course, those were the musical singles and the musical albums that's out here notoriously affecting the masses. So now when we're transitioning from music to gaming, safe to say we have a plethora of platforms to get into. And the first one I was wanting to start off with was, of course, Steam. So as you can see right here, we have the top 15 on Steam. We're not gonna count Wallpaper Engine, which is funny because it's at number 15, so it's easy to not count it. So I'll put up the whole list. My fault. Y'all not trying to see all that. Let me see. So we have. Let me just screenshot that. Y'all about to see trending games, popular releases, everything. I'm pretty sure y'all just want to focus on top 10 currently. So there we go. So as far as the top 10, as you can see, Wallpaper Engine is interestingly enough at number 15, which is interesting because usually is in like the top 10 at least. So it's not really casting aspersions on Wallpaper Engine because it's always going to be around. But we're gonna cross this out, so we're not gonna count this one. So it's not really a game. We're not gonna talk about it. One of the interesting things starting off this list is Crosshair X. And as I make these numbers, do not laugh at my numbers. Just know I try my best, right? I need like a pen. That's what I need to do. I need to get a pen so I could just write this down. I don't even think it'd be better than this. I ain't gonna lie. So anyways, Crosshair X comes in number 14 with 48,000 people currently playing the game with a 24-hour peak of 53,000. Now, I don't want to be a hater, but it does seem like this is going to fall off pretty quickly, as I would assume this just came out. Now, if it didn't come out, I'll stand corrected. Let me see. Crosshair X release date. So it came out August 17th, 2020. Oh, I don't know. What in the world? Okay, I stand corrected then. I don't know why it's popular in the year of 2025. Actually, let's do some Mickey research. All right, after doing some Mickey research, safe to say Crosshair X percolating in the charts in 2025, even though it was released in 2020, is basically, I should let the Mickey music play for a little longer. I literally have it typed in, so we just gotta wait for that. At number 13, we're gonna circle back to that. Helldivers 2 comes in number 13 as far as the most popular games on Steam. And then we have the one and only reason we're not getting GTA 6 no time soon, Grand Theft Auto 5. As you look at it and you say to yourself, how in the world is it still one of the top most played games on Steam? And ladies and gentlemen, that's why they're not rushing out GTA 6.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So that being said, let's double back to Crosshair X. So when it comes to Crosshair X, initially, when it comes to Arc Raiders, boosting sales, not boosting sales. When it comes to Arc Raiders being immensely popular, as you can see there, we're just gonna skip to right here, number 3, right? Being the third most popular game on Steam, right? When it comes to that, Arc Raiders was so popular that it actually boosted Crosshair X, from what I'm reading. So it boosted the demand of Crosshair X, and basically a lot of people went to that specific game because I guess it plays like Arc Raiders. That's literally what I could give you. Like when you look at it, it's low price. I think it's $5. Recently 50% off, so it's like $2.49. So the main thing is that a lot of people are playing this because of Arc Raiders, and it's also fueled by the daily deals as far as 50% off. So people must have enjoyed the game, but not enough to pay $5.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. But goodness gracious, like, I mean, $5. All right, my fault. Yeah, so people didn't want to pay $5, but you know, they came back around and spent that $2.49. You know what I mean? At $2.49. They were like, you know what? I'm thinking about this product, and I don't think this is a $5 product. You know what I think this is? I think this is a $2.49 product. And basically that's what happened. So when it went 50% off at $2.49, it surged in popularity. So as you can see right here, that's where all the players came from. It's because of the 50% off deal. And additionally, with Arc Raiders, it also boosted the demand. So the combination of that is why this 2020 game, Crosshair X, is now the 14th most played game on Steam. So that being said, let's get into Rust. So Rust is the 11th most played game in the world. I don't really have too much to say about Rust, so shout out to that. But I do have a lot to say about the artist Rust, as he does have my favorite hip-hop album of the year with Wild. Y'all should definitely listen to it. As a hip-hop fan, I'm not gonna lie, I was thoroughly pleased with Rust's album Wild. But anyways, this is a different type of Rust. So shout out to Rust being the 11th most played game in the world. And then you have Bongo Cat, which, you know, as far as my coverage of the gaming and music industry, safe to say I take my job pretty seriously, as I covered Bongo Cat in the sales and review roundup May 26th of this year. So safe to say, your boy be out here working.
Shepard.
Yeah.
Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself, man, how much do you have to love your job to go out your way to review a game like Bongo Cat? And it's over here in Notorious Mass Effect. So anyways, with that being said, Destiny is still popular to this day, as it's the 9th most played game on Steam. Shout out to them. This game doesn't seem like it's dying anytime soon, which, you know, I respect it, as I believe Destiny 2 is, I'm not gonna say it was ahead of its time, but it definitely had a lot of great experiences for people who dove deep into the lore of the game with their friends and built that camaraderie over time. Because I think a lot of people who play Destiny 2 have been playing Destiny for quite some time, and they just, it's like pick up and play. Like, you know, they're so immersed into the world, they can't wait to dive into the game again with their friends. So then we have PUBG Battlegrounds, and the reason why I'm not like saying the concurrent count and stuff like that, because it's really not that different. I mean, obviously you can see it. So when we get to the top 5, I'll probably start talking about it. All of these are around like 60,000. Yeah. So anyways, PUBG Battlegrounds is the first one that I wanted to talk about when it comes to numbers, because goodness gracious, that's a terrible 8. All right, hold up. Here we go. Nope. That's an 8, right? We just gonna let that rock. All right, so PUBG Battlegrounds is the 8th most played game on Steam. 74,000 people currently playing the game. A concurrent count of 603,000. That's the first game I wanted to point out the 24-hour peak. Because what in the world made people go to this game that blew up the concurrent that blew up the 24-hour peak, but not the concurrent player count. Like, it's very interesting how this is playing out. But obviously, some type of event must have happened for PUBG, because they probably saw Fortnite with their Avengers in-game type of event and said to themselves,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
and somehow, just somehow, they boosted the sales to be around 600,000. As I look at Fortnite and what they did with the Kill Bill unreleased footage. I look at what they did with the Avengers in-game type of scene that they have for Fortnite, and Fortnite doing some of the most creative things I've seen in a video game ever. It reminds me of Roblox, just on a higher quality level as far as from a graphics perspective. Because, you know, at the end of the day, Roblox is specifically supposed to be that way graphically. But it doesn't stop me from saying that Fortnite looks better than Roblox, in my opinion. And what they're doing is Roblox-esque, but in much better graphics, much better designs, everything. Like, if they do a crossover, it's going to be that exact design, not a block version, right? No disrespect to Roblox players. I'm just comparing the two. So for PUBG Battlegrounds to still have this crazy 24-hour peak of 600,000, I don't know where it came from. I would just assume that people just respecting the OG. Well, really, the OG is H1Z1. If you know, you know. But PUBG Battlegrounds is still one of the OGs. And really the reason why we got Fortnite. PUBG was the epitome of competition for Fortnite until they just blew up. So, anyways, we're not going to count Source SDK base 2007 because I don't even know what that is. I think I looked it up one time. It was some type of software you use. So I don't think that's the actual game. Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals comes in number 7. Let me see. Does this work out? That don't work out. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this would be 6, right? Actually, let's take that 3 away. Do I have an eraser? I don't think I've ever erased anything. Ah, there we go. Never mind. No, that wasn't that hard. All right, here we go. You know what I'm saying? 25 going on 80. That's what's up. So yeah, we're gonna skip this, and we're gonna go to number 7. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So now that has to be 13. Goodness gracious. All right, whatever. We gotta count that because I don't feel like rewriting that all over again. We're just gonna put that at 7, but it don't count. All right, it don't count. All right, so number 6. Goodness gracious. Cross that out. So number 6 is Marvel Rivals. Concurrent player count of 83,000. A 24-hour peak of 107,000. So shout out to Marvel Rivals, consistently proving the haters wrong, that even though they may have the most toxic fan base that's ever been created since Modern Warfare 2, people still play the game. So Spider-Man, Captain America, Iron Man, they're not going anywhere. Marvel Rivals is still to this day putting up crazy numbers. And then, of course, we have Where Wins Meet. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. As far as the Game Awards announcements being had, Where Wins Meet better get all type of nominations in the next year Game Awards. Because if they're going to just completely ignore this game, because it fell in an interesting window as far as too soon to be nominated for Game of the Year award, then it better be in the next one. Because what they did as far as content offering for a free-to-play format is insane. We're not talking about only one mode that you get for free-to-play. The entire game also has a battle royale mode, which is insane. So now you look at it in general as far as the open world aspect, the RPG elements, the multiplayer elements, and you come to realize, hold up now, this is a free-to-play game.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
It'll have you thinking to yourself, could development studios, could they have did this the whole time and made it free-to-play?
You guys, see, that's the problem.
I think Where Wins Meet, what they did is definitely shaking up the gaming industry and showcasing, along with what Fortnite did. I'm putting it in the same boat like Fortnite as far as influence. If they do what I think they're about to do with this free-to-play format, safe to say that a lot of these games may have to follow suit, because there's not too many games out here trying to give you this much content for a free-to-play price tag. Like, if I tell you, oh, you can get 100+ hours out of a specific game, you can play Battle Royale, you can play with your friends, and it's also an RPG, you'll probably think to yourself, well, how much does it cost? And then when they say free, you look at the whole gaming industry like, hold up now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Is this the same gaming industry that don't even give you half of the offering and charge a $70 price tag? And you come to realize it is.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So that being said, another thing that I was want to get into, along with another thing I was want to get into is Battlefield 6, of course, being the 4th most played game in the world. I talk about where the wins meet as far as concurrent. So they have a concurrent player count as far as where wins meet of 104,000 and a 24-hour peak of 175,000. Now, as far as Battlefield 6 being the 4th most played game in the world, well, no, on Steam, it has a concurrent player count of 113,000 and a 24-hour peak of 166,000. Now, when you look at this in the grand scheme of things, I think the numbers that Battlefield 6 put up was one of the main reasons why Call of Duty Black Ops 6 caught so much flack, because for the first time in a while, you look at Call of Duty and they're not the FPS powerhouse that they used to be, right? Battlefield 6 is doing better than it. As far as Ready or Not, that game was doing well. It's not doing as good as Black Ops, but there's just a lot more FPS competition. And for Battlefield 6 to actually overtake Call of Duty in popularity and objective metrics, because usually Call of Duty sells the best. It's the best selling game year after year, except for 2023 when Hogwarts Legacy came out. Every single year, Call of Duty is the best selling game. For Battlefield 6 to outperform Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is a huge, monumental accomplishment that I don't think we're done seeing the ramifications of. So shout out to Black Ops 6 being the 4th most played game on Steam, 113,000 concurrently playing the game, and a 24-hour peak of 166,000. So now, that's the craziest 3 I've seen. That's crazy. Let me see. There we go. Yeah, take your time with it. Y'all just got to deal with that 3. So Arc Raiders comes in at number 3 with a whopping concurrent player count of 256,000. Goodness gracious. And a 24-hour peak of 306,000. That is insane. So when it comes to Arc Raiders, Arc Raiders also is another game that could have been free to play if they went to where wins meet in the Fortnite route. But you do have to pay a little bit for Arc Raiders. I don't think it's a lot. It's definitely not the $70 price tag. Let me see. Arc Raiders. Let's see. So as far as Arc Raiders specifically, it is currently $40 on all platforms. Now, if you find a discount, that's beyond me. But for the most, I guess on some third, I'm not gonna promote that. That seems like a black, like a what they call it, the dark web, like one of those type of websites. But yeah, it's $40. So it's not your typical $70, right? But in general, Arc Raiders is being seen as one of the most influential games in the year of 2025, which I'm not mad at, because Arc Raiders did something that I think was needed as far as evolving the battle royale format to more of a looter shooter. Well, it's technically just an extraction shooter. That's all it is. I mean, Division did it, but I guess when it comes to Arc Raiders seemingly reinvented what Division was trying to do and made it enjoyable for the masses. So that's why I believe Arc Raiders is the 3rd most played game in the on Steam. So now when you look at Dota 2, it's no surprise that it came in number 2. And of course, it's no surprise that Counter-Strike 2 is at number 1. So Dota 2 currently has 319,000 in concurrent player count. 24-hour peak of 813,000, which is leaps and bounds above the competition, even Arc Raiders. And then of course, Counter-Strike 2 has 491,000 people concurrently playing the game, and a 24-hour peak of 1.2 million. Goodness gracious. Every time I look at Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2, I just think to myself, goodness gracious, if that's not the most notorious effect on the masses to have the top 2 games no matter what month it is. I mean, if I ever see a game top Dota 2 or Counter-Strike 2, I think it may be the end of the world, because it has to be. I would assume it's like an esports league where people, I'm not gonna say they have to play the game, because if that was the case, every esports game would be on this list. I think Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2's esports league is probably why it's so popular, because I just, for the life of me, cannot understand how they always have the top 2 most played games in the world. So maybe somebody who's more in tune with Counter-Strike 2 or Dota 2 could let me know, because I believe I've covered them before, but you know, that's from a review and sales roundup type of perspective. I don't think I've ever dove into it as far as playing it myself. And actually, I've never covered a Dota 2. I need to do that at some point. And let's see, Counter-Strike. I've never covered Counter-Strike 2. So safe to say, both of these games just completely I haven't even touched on these, and these are consistently notoriously affecting the masses, which is yeah, at some point I gotta get to these games as far as talking about them. But with that being said, so this is a top 14 on Steam. You have Crosshair X at number 14, Helldivers 2 at 13, Grand Theft Auto 5 Legacy at number 12, Rust at number 11, Bongo Cat at number 10, Destiny 2 at number 9, PUBG Battlegrounds at number 8, Marvel Rivals at number 6, Where Winds Meet at number 5, Battlefield 6 at number 4, Arc Raiders at number 3, and of course the top 2 that seemingly never changes, Dota 2 at number 2, and Counter-Strike 2 at number 1. Oh, hold on now. You know I gotta play my drop for Counter-Strike 2. If you didn't know, that drop is literally from Counter-Strike 2. Got the bomb effect from that, you know, just being a little on the nose. So anyways, with that being said, switching from Steam to Xbox, I don't know why, but I just want to go to Xbox after this. So as far as the top paid games, safe to say is more of the same, but Minecraft is seemingly always going to hold that number 1 spot in Xbox players' eyes. As you look at it, Steve could just not be outperformed by anybody on Xbox. Shout out to Ready or Not for being up here, like I was saying earlier, as far as Ready or Not outperforming Call of Duty on certain platforms. Xbox is definitely one of them. Which, I don't know, I guess we have to look at Game Pass, but like I said, you know, Game Pass is really losing Microsoft money, which is why they raised the prices. But I don't agree with that. I'm still team consumer. So even though it made logical sense, I don't agree with it.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I don't. So anyways, Minecraft, Java, and Bedrock Edition for PC comes in number 1. Arc Raiders on Xbox comes in number 2. That's the craziest 2 I've ever seen. So let's do that over. There we go. Ready or Not comes in number 3. They're definitely making a resurgence as far as the Xbox platform. Silent Hill 2 is definitely making a resurgence, coming in number 4 on the Xbox platform. And then you have Fallout 76 coming in number 5. I think the reason why you see PC in parentheses is just because Xbox and Steam are so like in cahoots nowadays. I'm pretty sure if you play the Xbox, you could pull up Steam and vice versa. Like, they're making it really easy to get Steam games on Xbox. And you know why? Which is why PlayStation is going to start boot ganging its exclusives from PlayStation. It's going to go from, oh, we're going to wait to put it on PC to we're never going to put it on PC because we don't want Xbox to have nothing. And that's not me talking. That's PlayStation. You know, they're a little petty. They're a little petty. And then as you can see right here at number 6, we have the one and only Call of Duty Black Ops 7. So when it comes to Call of Duty Black Ops 7, them being at number 6 while Arc Raiders and Ready or Not is at 2 and 3, it basically cements my point as far as certain games just being more popular than Call of Duty, when that's just never the case. Every single year, Call of Duty is the most profitable game of the year. Only time it wasn't was like in 2023 when Hogwarts Legacy outperformed it. But now you look at it in the grand scheme of 2025, and Black Ops 7 is not going to be anywhere near the top seller list. I would assume, actually I have to look at it, but I would assume that it's not even going to be anywhere near. I would maybe top 15, honestly, because Call of Duty still sells. But compared to the top of the top like they usually are in the previous years, they're not topping any type of FPS charts, and that's because of Arc Raiders and Ready or Not. So shout out to them. Going through 7 through 10. Let me see. So going through 7 through 10, I totally lost it. Here we go. Minecraft decided to take out more spots, right? They said we're eating everybody's food, right? As Arc Raiders took up another slot and Minecraft took up another slot. As Hogwarts Legacy, shout out to them, coming in number 7, the most played game on Xbox. Mortal Kombat 11, my fault. I accidentally said my favorite Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat 11 comes in at number 8. Arc Raiders Deluxe comes in number 9. And then, of course, Minecraft once again comes in number 10. So when you look at the whole totality of Xbox, you have Minecraft at number 10, Arc Raiders at number 9, Mortal Kombat 11 at number 8, Hogwarts Legacy at number 7, and then you look at 6 through 1, and then you have Call of Duty Black Ops 7 and coming in number 7. I can't count. Coming in number 6, and then you have Fallout 76 coming in number 5. You have Silent Hill 2 coming in number 4. You have Ready or Not coming in number 3. You have Arc Raiders coming in number 2. And then, of course, you have Minecraft coming in number 1. So these are the top games currently affecting the Xbox platform. And when it comes to affecting the masses, it's safe to say, it's interesting how Minecraft consistently is in either number 1 or the top 5 easily. So Minecraft definitely has a hold on the Xbox consumers. So shout out to people who only have Xboxes out there who play these specific games. Safe to say, the only thing surprising off of this list is Silent Hill 2. As I believe Silent Hill F is still, I believe it's on PlayStation. Let me see. Let's see. Silent Hill F, all platforms. Let me see. Because for Silent Hill 2 to be selling more, the Silent Hill F is interesting. So Silent Hill F is let's see. Okay, it's on PS5, Xbox Series X, and PC. Yeah, so yeah, I guess people just prefer Silent Hill 2 over Silent Hill F, which, you know, that's something. That's why we cover all the platforms, because that's crazy. I heard Silent Hill F is also a pretty good game. Also, I was trying to think, did it really get any nominations at the Game Awards? I guess it got a couple as far as sound design, but not really a lot. Yeah, that's tough. So anyways, top 10 for PlayStation. Safe to say, Call of Duty is actually the top FPS for this specific list, which is why I like going through each and every console, as Xbox consumer base is not the same as PlayStation, and vice versa. So when you look at this specifically, of course, you have the one and only NBA 2K26 coming in as the most played game on PlayStation platform. It's been like this for a minute. I wouldn't be surprised if NBA 2K26 is one of the most profitable games of the year. I don't know why that one was so hard. And then we have Fortnite. Fortnite's number 2 on PlayStation. EA Sports FC 26 comes in number 3. Call of Duty, which is interesting because, you know, they put it all under one name. So all the previous Call of Duties, but that's whatever, I guess. They just don't even put titles no more. Like Black Ops 7, no, they just Call of Duty. All right, I mean, I guess. Call of Duty comes in as the 4th most played game on PlayStation. And then we have EA Sports Madden comes in number 5. We have Arc Raiders comes in at number 6. And then, of course, none of those are surprises. Like, only thing, there's really no surprise. Like, I think PlayStation actually showcases what the gamers are really getting into. And no disrespect to Xbox, it's just like, you know, gotta keep it 8 more than 92. You know what I'm saying? So again, going through 5 through 10. Let's see. So going through 5 through 10, obviously, Madden 26 was 5. See if I can find this. Here we go. I need to give me a pen. That's what I need to do. I need to find a pen. This is ridiculous. I think it's because my mouse is so sensitive, honestly. All right. EA Sports Madden NFL 26. It comes in number 5. We already talked about that. Arc Raiders comes in number 4. Battlefield 6 comes in number what in the world? I'm tripping. It comes in number 6. Battlefield 6 comes in at 7, which is interesting because, of course, the same way I said that Arc Raiders was more popular than Call of Duty on Steam and Xbox is why I like going over every console, because, of course, on PlayStation, console is still reigning supreme as far as the FPS player base, as it's, objectively speaking, is the 4th most played game on PlayStation. As you can see right here, Battlefield 6 is the 7th most played game on PlayStation. So it just shows you that different platforms definitely matters. As you know, Minecraft's not even on PlayStation as far as the top 10, which I believe. Let me see. I don't think Minecraft is exclusive to Xbox. Minecraft platforms. because when it comes to Minecraft, I'm pretty sure it's on everything. So Minecraft is currently on PC, of course. It's on Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. Yeah, it's on everything. iOS, Android, yeah. Switch. Yeah, people just don't play it on PlayStation, so it's not in the top 10, but it's consistently in the top 5 on Xbox. So anyways, the one and only GTA 5, of course, this is on here, as it's the 8th most played game on PlayStation. Marvel Rivals is the 9th most played game on PlayStation, and the one and only Roblox is the 10th most played game, which, you know, as far as my coverage of Roblox, you know, I think I definitely helped out the community, definitely putting in perspective how Roblox has a $2.8 billion empire, right? And the things that they seemingly can't find a solution for is very interesting.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Just know, I would keep a close eye on any young little Timmys playing Roblox. I'm just gonna leave it like that. But yeah, it's the 10th most played game on PlayStation. So going back over the list of games that's notoriously affecting the PlayStation platform, we have Roblox at number 10, Marvel Rivals at number 9, Grand Theft Auto 5 at number 8, Battlefield 6 at number 7, Arc Raiders at number 6, EA Sports Madden NFL 26 at number 5, and then of course 1 through 5 on PlayStation. We have, let's see, I think I made that too big. All right, there we go. 1 through 5, we already talked about Madden NFL 26 coming in number 5, Call of Duty coming in number 4, EA Sports FC 26 coming in number 3, Fortnite coming in number 2, and then of course the one and only NBA 2K26 finally topping the list and is over at PlayStation as the most popular game that's currently being played on PlayStation. So those are the top 10 games currently affecting the masses on PlayStation. But now we're going to switch gears and get into a little Nintendo Switch. You know, just like RDC said, when you got to switch them down. You know what I'm saying? When they was looking at the sales, it was like, boy, we switching them Xbox and PlayStation people down.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. I didn't mean to talk so violent. That's my fault. Yeah, getting into Nintendo games. Top 3 games on Nintendo, as you can see right here. Safe to say, when it comes to Super Smash Bros. Being one of my favorite games of all time, this is why. Because when you split up the IPs, they still sell tremendously. As Kirby Air Riders comes in number 1, just came out not too long ago, and as you can see, it's doing fantastic on the market. Mario Kart World is interestingly number 2, which, you know, 2.2 million copies, and it's still going strong on the Nintendo charts. That's why I say interesting. Pokemon Legends ZA, or Z-A, however you want to pronounce it, has a total of 1.2 million copies and currently is selling, well, for this week, sold around 28,000. Now, when you look at the rest of the list, this is very interesting because in general, right, when you look at Sonic, where in the world is Sonic? Where is Sonic? I think people was fibbing on how much they was enjoying Sonic. Because I was thinking to myself, like, hold on now. All this praise for Sonic, and now seemingly nobody can be found. Literally nobody can be found. I'm like, hold on now. Somebody must have been lying because y'all was telling me that Sonic was next up and was higher quality than Mario Kart World. Like literally, if I type it in, let me see, Sonic. Where's Sonic at? Okay, that says Sonic powered. I don't even know what that means. What in the world? Is that like it seemed like it's a development studio. A development studio popped up. Sonic didn't even pop up. Goodness gracious. Isn't Sonic Races only on, let me see. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Like people really blew up that game way higher than they needed to, because when they talked about the quality, which is why I go back to, if you don't sell a lot, does not mean you're making trash, but if you do sell a lot, does not mean you're making the best product. I think Sonic Racing Cross Worlds is the best example of that, because it's, you know, from a consensus standpoint, a higher quality game than Mario Kart World. But statistically speaking, y'all are not supporting Sonic Racing Cross Worlds like you are Mario Kart World. And maybe it's because it's on multiple platforms. Okay, so Mario Kart World is technically only, or not technically, objectively speaking, it is only on Switch, which, you know, I kind of learned, you know, I ain't gonna snitch them, you know, I'm just saying, you know, Nintendo, if they send the lawyers, just know, allegedly, emulation is a very interesting art form for gamers. Let me just put it like that. Shout out to my OLED Steam Deck. Anyways, when it comes to Mario Kart World, technically it's only on the Switch. When you look at Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, it's on Nintendo Switch, it's on PlayStation 4, it's on PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S. We just went over all those charts. It was not in the top 15, which it does not mean it's not being consumed. But if you look at Nintendo, you would think at least it would be in the top 20 as far as it being seemingly is a Nintendo-like game, right? I feel like ever since Sega went down, Sonic became more of a Nintendo character, but that's just me. Not went down as a company because it's still going, but when Sega stopped putting out their hardware consoles, I think Sonic became more of a Nintendo character, but obviously not, as he's still on multiple platforms. But man, I say all that to say, why y'all switch up on Sonic? That's basically what I'm saying. Y'all switched up on Sonic. It's nowhere on this top 10 list. So let's get to the rest of the games that is on this top 10 list for the Switch. Momotaro Electric Railway 2 comes at number 4 as far as the most played game on the Switch. Pokemon Legends Z-A, the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, comes in at number 5. Momotaro Electric Railway 2, the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, comes in at number 6. Zelda Warriors, which is Hyrule. I don't know why this chart gets. I think it's because of the translation. Whenever I pull this website up, it's Famitsu, so it's like all in Chinese. So when I translate it to English, sometimes it gets the titles wrong. But I remember looking this up. In English specifically, it's titled Hyrule Age of Imprisonment. That's technically the 7th most played game on the Switch platform right now. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 is the 8th most played game on the Switch platform. Minecraft is the 9th most played game on the Switch platform. And then, of course, you have Animal Crossing, which rounds off the top 10 as far as the 10th most played game on the Switch platform. So getting back into the top 10 games that's notoriously affecting the Nintendo platform, we have Animal Crossing at number 10, Minecraft at number 9, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 at number 8, Zelda, which is really Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, coming in number 7, Momotaro Electric Railway 2 at number 6, Pokemon Legends Z-A at number 5, Momotaro Electric Railway 2, the original Switch version, at number 4. And then, of course, getting into the top 3, you know, we have to put immense respect on some of the mascots for Super Smash Bros. As you look at it, and of course, you see Mario up there, you see Kirby up there, and then, of course, you see Pokemon up there as well. So that's the top 3. Pokemon Legends Z-A comes in number 3, 1.2 total copies sold. Mario Kart World at number 2 with 2.2 million total copies sold. And then, of course, at number 1, we have Kirby's Air Rider coming in number 1 as far as the most played game on the Switch platform. So shout out to those games notoriously affecting the masses. And then last but definitely not least, we have to transition from Nintendo platform to mobile games. And then hold up now. Y'all probably wondering, what in the world is this? Well, let me tell you.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
As far as the state of gaming, safe to say there's no comprehensive list of the top mobile games. So your boy did his due diligence as far as journalistic integrity. You know what I mean? The mitigated goal of people.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. But basically, you know, people showing you all type of different lists as far as the top mobile games. This is a comprehensive list as far as the top mobile games overall, as far as all statistics, all mobile platforms being considered. So at number 1, of course, we have, well, you know, let's build up suspense. At number 10, we have Solitaire Association's Journey, with them bringing in around 1.5 million in revenue, 10.5 million in downloads. And of course, at number 9, we have Jig Solitaire. So safe to say, when it comes to the mobile gaming format, a lot of people enjoy Solitaire, which I can't blame them. A classic game. If you don't need me to tell you, Solitaire is one of the greatest gaming inventions of all time. At number 8, we have X Clash, At number 7, we have the one and only Delta Force. At number 6, we have Green Free Fire Max / Free Fire. So when it comes to, I didn't even talk about the sales. So for Jig Solitaire, the biggest thing about that is the downloads, 12.8 million downloads. X Clash that came in at number 8 has 3.6 million in revenue, 3.6 million in revenue, 11.9 million, almost 12 million, in downloads. At number 7, we have Delta Force with 53.8 million in revenue. Goodness gracious, which is China-driven revenue. Number 6, we have Green Free Fire Max / Free Fire, which comes in number 3 as far as downloads specifically, but it's 19.5 million in downloads. Then we have Honor of Kings that comes in number 5 with a whopping revenue of 79.6 million. And of course, that's why I put immense respect on the mobile gaming community, because if you don't know, the mobile gamers really be, even for a free game, I think it's okay for them to spend revenue or their own hard-earned money on microtransactions, because at the end of the day, it is a free-to-play game. So I'm not mad at these free-to-play games bringing in this amount of revenue if it's giving a great offering as far as quality, which obviously Honor Kings is, which is why we covered it back on September 3rd of this year, talking about how it's the top grossing mobile game in that specific month. And I went over the, specific details, which you could just type in Honor of Kings, Analytic Dreamz with the Z, and it should pop up. And then number 4, we have Block Blast with 27.9 million downloads, which comes in at number 1 as far as downloads specifically. And then we have number 3, Monopoly Go, with 105.3 million as far as revenue, which is top 3. And you have Roblox at number 2 with 108.1 million, and it comes at number 2 of revenue, but it comes in the top 3 as far as downloads, as far as 20.5 million. And of course, the undisputed number 1 mobile game in the world, to the point where it had Anthony Starr, Homelander himself, hopping out to promote this game because of the egregious bag that he was given, I assume, from Last War Survival, as the revenue for this particular game is the most revenue for a mobile game in the past month, as far as 110.4 million. And when it comes to the overall rankings of the top 10 in the mobile gaming community, safe to say we have Solitaire Association's Journey at number 10, Jig Solitaire at number 9, X Clash at number 8, Delta Force at number 7, Green Free Fire Max / Free Fire at number 6, Honor of Kings at number 5, Block Blast at number 4, Monopoly Go at number 3, Roblox at number 2, Last War Survival as the epitome of what success looks like in the mobile landscape. With that being said, those are the top 10 games notoriously affecting the mobile platform. And with that being said, that is both gaming and music IPs out here notoriously affecting the masses in the month of November. So as far as getting into the overall coverage of episode 155, which of course, once again, is titled 2025 Grammy and the Game Award nominations revealed. So safe to say, this is an interesting time of the month because a lot of creations on the musical and the gaming side of things are going to start getting recognition from one of the most esteemed award shows to date. So before we get into episode 155, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards I missed it, my fault. Click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating this show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And with that being said, let's get into episode 155, starting off with the one and only Summer Walker. Now, maybe I'm out of the loop, but as far as an acceptance speech, I don't think Summer Walker would need to prepare one. And I'm sorry, I just got to say it.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And the reason why I say that is because if you don't know, Summer Walker, she was nominated for Best R&B Song. She was nominated for Best R&B Performance. I believe that was it. Okay, so when it comes to the R&B side of things, Leon Thomas and or SZA should win every single category they're in, except I think there should be a little caveat if they want to give it to Giveon as far as the specific Best R&B Album. Now that's it. I do believe Leon Thomas, SZA, and Giveon, they should be winning throughout the categories as far as the R&B side of things. Now, next up, I had Chris Brown and Kalani, right, with their respective tracks, Folded and then It Depends. The reason why I say, well, one of the reasons I say that Summer Walker doesn't need to prepare any type of acceptance speech is because, you know, as far as being nominated, I don't know if this is her first time. I believe it is. Looking at it, it seems like Kalani and Summer Walker had the first ever, well, no, I think they're first time nominees or something like that. I don't know, maybe they're returning. But basically, I want to show y'all this. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Because you're probably wondering, you usually don't go this hard. And I usually don't. But as far as this video, I can't believe the amount of cringe that was coming through the screen. But I'm just going to let y'all watch it for yourself.
What nominations? You got R&B song and R&B performance. Performance for what?
Heart of a Woman.
For what? Am I tripping? Am I the only one? You know, because at first I was like, oh, okay, maybe she, you know, she's just a little oblivious to the whole selection process. That's probably what it is, right? I mean, you know, she is under Interscope. It's not like it's a big time label or anything, right? She's under LVRN/Interscope Records. That's not a big time label, right? So she wouldn't have known this was coming down the pipeline. So I'm like, maybe she's just oblivious, right? She don't know exactly what she just got nominated for. And then they continued.
Woman.
Wow.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I'm gonna let the video play out.
You did
How does
it.
that work? Performed it where?
You perform your vocals.
Your vocals, vocal performance.
Oh, me.
Nah, bro. That almost made me want to cut the video off. Like, I've never seen such a tone deaf acceptance, such a tone deaf reaction to being nominated for a Grammy. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I need to look up some other genres and how they respond to being nominated. But, you know, do they respond like this? Maybe I'm just out of the loop.
Yeah. I'm so happy for you.
Thanks. Oh, I need to go have a drink every day. I say I'm gonna stop. Wow, that's really cool.
That is really cool.
Period. Well, thanks, y'all.
Well, we're going to the Grammys, so your ass got to work in January. Sorry.
About
To what?
Not gonna lie to you, bro. They look like they are completely fed up with Summer Walker.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
It's not even hip hop, but I had to play that drop because that's insane. That's insane right there. I ain't gonna cap to you. But one of the videos I did find very humorous is this specific video right here.
Welcome to my finally over dump truck service. We'll be riding all around Atlanta, coming to pick up.
Now, I know what y'all saying. Wow, that is a very nice and big dump truck. Like, as far as the dump truck, I feel like it'd be very efficient as far as the route that she's about to go on. So safe to say that's so fitting for her marketing strategy because guess what? Such a huge dump truck. I know that's what y'all saying, right? Like, come on now.
You guys.
I know that's what you're saying. Let's continue.
Your ex's stuff. Come on with me. We're going to start at Morehouse, and we're going to keep it going.
Now, honestly, the reason why I paused it right there, because I wanted y'all to see how the truck bed is extensively longer than normal, right? So now, when you look at the route, or when you just perceive, hold on, let me go full screen for this one. When you perceive the route that she's about to go on, it's almost as if she's going to have more space, because of course, the bed is longer than usual. You know, it's really a lot of dump in the truck. You know what I'm saying? As far as the connection to the actual front of the vehicle. So I believe what she has on the end is very fitting for what we're about to experience. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, let's get back into it.
Make sure you have it ready. You don't have to hold on to anything any longer because we are.
And then, of course, honestly, as far as the hat, you have to have the protection because look, she almost hit her head on the ceiling of her truck. I actually think she does hit her head on the ceiling. I'm not saying I watched this like 50 million times. I'm just saying like it's, as far as the, as far as the perspective, you know what I'm saying? You got to really look at it and understand that she's wearing that hard hat for a reason. Anyways, let's finish the video.
Coming to pick that shit up. Welcome.
All right, so all jokes aside, I could care less. I could really care less. The reason why I'm even covering this, and I went way longer than I thought it was, but the reason why I'm covering this is because Summer Walker, she has an album titled Finally Over It that's coming out in 3 days, November 14th of this specific year. And when I dove into like her marketing rollout and like strategy and stuff, I just wasn't impressed at all. That I was impressed by, I ain't gonna cap. Because they did put, the Finally Over It over the like truck and stuff like that and put the number on the back. So I think that was pretty creative, whoever put that together. But as far as the album, Finally Over It by Summer Walker, it is coming out November 14th of this year. At the end of the day, as far as the Grammys, I don't think it's a hot take. She's probably not even going to show up because she's not going to win. So don't expect Summer Walker at the Grammys, but if she is there, I'll stand corrected. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Summer Walker putting out her album, Finally Over It, November 14th of this year? And will you be giving it a listen? Now, of course, when it comes to the one and only Summer Walker, the support for the Summer Walker covers from yours truly was tremendous.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
But then I thought to myself, as far as my demographics and, as far as having more women listening to the podcast, I thought I'd do a deep dive of Summer Walker because, of course, I think even though y'all supported the coverage, I don't know if y'all thought, I don't know if y'all was thinking, Dreamz, you went a little too hard.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So to make up for it, basically, I'm just going to talk about Summer Walker's album. And of course, for the people who didn't even know that Summer Walker was putting out an album, safe to say a lot of people say the term is you were under a rock. So safe to say, when it comes to the marketing strategy, it's beyond phenomenal. As ladies and gentlemen, hold up now. What in the actual is this right here? Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Don't you love when music and gaming collide in such a beautiful way? The artistry is on full display. As what I'm talking about for the audio only listeners is that there's a game titled No Whack Man. I'm being completely serious.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And this is for the Summer Walker marketing rollout for her album, Finally Over It. And don't believe me? Here's a little gameplay right here. And I'm not going to lie to you. This may be the second coming to Pac-Man. Yes, sir. Drop a bomb for that one. All right. Now, all jokes aside, this game's not that great, but it is copying Pac-Man. And the premise of it is pretty solid. I'm not going to lie to you. As far as instead of, Pac-Man chasing dots and avoiding ghosts, you have Summer Walker in a wedding dress. And instead of dodging ghosts, let's just say you're dodging a lot of unfortunate gentlemen that's trying to get Summer Walker's attention, right? So I think that this concept is phenomenal. I wonder if you can actually play it because I didn't go to the actual app store or whatever, but apparently it's a free web-based game. So if I type it in, I should be able to pull this up. Let me see. No Whack Man. Hold up. Now I may have to find something I may have just found a game for the stream. I play a lot of, variety of games. So shout out to everybody who supports every platform. But, live streaming, I play a lot of different games. And safe to say, Whack Man was not on my radar. So safe when it comes to Whack Man, is this Whack Man? Hold up now. We may have found Whack Man. It's loading. It's loading right now. I don't know if it's on Yambi. I don't know if I'm downloading the virus. I don't know what's happening. It seems like it's not a graphically intensive game. So, no, that's a totally different game. Okay, anyways. So I try to pull it up. It's not as easy as you think. It is a free web-based game, I believe. Oh, never mind. Ladies and gentlemen, we done found it. And if it wasn't for the audio only listeners, I would play it right now. But of course, I may have to save that for a little. I'll probably save that for my live stream as far as a joke. So, anyways, the main reason we're talking about this is because the album's coming out. I thought the game attached to it was phenomenal. I'm like, this is a A1 marketing strategy because, of course, you already know because of my women audience, they were saying I went a little hard on Summer Walker as far as calling her ungrateful because of her response to having a Grammy nomination, which I still hold those sentiments, and I feel like those sentiments hold a little credence. But at the end of the day, Summer Walker is one of our greats as far as currently in the R&B lane, right? R&B is scattered, well, not scattered. The R&B is layered with highly talented individuals, and Summer Walker is one of those. We have Leon Thomas, Chris Brown, SZA, Kalani. Mariah the Scientist had a breakout year with her track Burning Blue, and then now we have Summer Walker with her album coming out, which should be out by now. But anyways, when it comes to that, safe to say she has everybody and her mama on the album. So for the next segment, we're gonna get specifically into the feature list of Summer Walker's album that should be out now, titled Finally Over It. Now, continuing part 2 of our Summer Walker coverage, safe to say her album Finally Over It is finally here. As this is Summer Walker's 3rd studio album released under LVRN/Interscope, and safe to say, for my people over at Analytic Dreamz video, you see none other than one of the greatest marketing strategies I've seen put together in quite some time. And I say that with all seriousness. I'm not joking at all. As you can see right here, Finally Over It, one of the promotional strategies is table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, and table 5. And you're probably wondering to yourself, what does this have to do with the album? And then you realize the names under each table is the names on her album.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Because as you can see right here, table 1 has Jeremiah, Lil Yachty, 1985, Jean Baptiste, Terrence Martin. Table 2 has Troy Taylor, Brian Michael Cox, The Dream, Cuck Harrell. I don't know why I said Harrell. I can't read. Harrell, Ant Clemens. And then table 3 has Montel Fish, Anderson Paak, Sailor, Glorilla, Big Glow. All right, my fault. Sexy Red. And that's table 3. Table 4 has Lotto, Bryson Tiller, Teddy Swims, Chris Brown, Lotto, 21 Savage, Lotto, and then Dos Diaz. Now, if I said Lotto more than one time, excuse me. I don't know what I don't know what came over me. Table 5 has Mariah the Scientist, Brent Faiyaz, Nene Leakes. Is that the girl from Love and Hip Hop? I don't know why I know that. That is crazy. See, that's my mom watching all those Love and Hip Hop shows. I kid you not. Let me see. Love and Hip Hop. I think that's her, right? Nene Leakes? Nah, I don't think that's her. That's somebody else. Oh, I'm tripping. I just knew that was... Oh, that is her. Oh, drop a bomb for me. Am I cultured or what? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my mom for putting me on the most ignorant shows of all time. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the only way I know that name. From face value, too. I haven't seen that show in so long. But anyways, Nene Leakes, Nyjah, Slim Wave, and Manalio. I think I covered him before. Is that a Latin artist? Let me see. I covered him before October. Well, the last time I covered him was the last and only time I covered him was October 31st, 2025, with his track Putting Ya Dine what in the world remix with NBA Youngboy. Is that the girl that was that Kodak was talking about? Let me see. I don't know if that's a different one. That may be a different one. Anyways, Kodak was head over here for some girl, but I don't know if that was her. Let me see. Kodak Black. That may not be her. Nah, I don't think that's her. That may have been another artist. But anyways, so that's the full feature list for the whole album. And of course, you're probably thinking to yourself, those are a lot of features. Well, yes, it is. But if you look at the album, a lot of people have been anticipating it. Safe to say she's going to do phenomenal numbers. I would have to look at it deeper to give an actual first week estimate, but usually I'm pretty on the nose. But let me see, 18 tracks, 55 minutes. It's out now, by the way. Just released, like literally, it's 7 minutes after it released. That's crazy. So 18 tracks, 55 minutes. These are all the features, and safe to say, I think this is going to have a phenomenal debut. And as far as sales projections, we'll probably do that in the next segment because, you know, there's a 3-part, you know, we're trying to put more respect on Summer Walker's name because, of course, as far as my women audience, you know, they were saying that, you know, I went a little hard on Summer Walker. So, you know, let me give her just due because a lot of people was waiting for this. So this is not just some random album we're covering. This is a big superstar release. And the promotional strategies, as you can see by her IG, the video game, the feature list looking like a dinner type of reservation. Like this is fantastic all across the board. Like her team is a one of one. So anyways, with that being said, I'm gonna do a little research and then we're gonna get into part 3, which will be first week sales predictions. Getting into the final part of my respectful Summer Walker coverage.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
We have to get my first week sales projections because, of course, if you follow me on TikTok, safe to say, your boy went viral just a little bit as far as correctly predicting Cardi B's first week sales because, of course, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we definitely cover all the artists that notoriously affect the masses. And safe to say Summer Walker is definitely in that category as back in 2021, when she put out Still Over It, it debuted at #1 on Billboard 200 with 166,000 first week. So with that being said, the main thing I want to say about her marketing strategy is it's very immaculate. It's to the point where I believe she could crack 200,000. Now, I'm not saying she's on the level of Cardi B because you already know how chart data came out and was like, oh no, Cardi B sold 199.5 thousand. Like, you know, just to not give her that 200,000 metric. In the current landscape of music, R&B is booming. It used to be the flip side. Hip hop was booming. R&B wasn't selling as much as far as the charts being considered. But of course, because I cover the charts, I always have to reiterate that just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the highest quality. And just because you don't sell does not mean you're making the straight up atrocious garbage that some people may think it is. So anyways, as far as Summer Walker, it seems like her objective and engagement is on the same level as people are over the roof when it comes over to, well, they're basically, the expectations are through the roof. I say over the roof when it comes to Summer Walker's album. But when it comes to the actual objective engagement, a lot of people say that Summer Walker puts out some of the greatest R&B music, and it may just be because of her personal life. Now, I'm not going to get too deep into it because I said this is respectful Summer Walker coverage. But what I will say is sometimes as a musician, you have to struggle to put out great music. And by struggle, I mean in your personal life, I mean horrendously. Sometimes you got to be down bad to the point where you make a game titled Whack Man and title it after Pac-Man, basically dodging the guys that broke your heart.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And for my people over at Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, safe to say I'm playing the actual footage from the video game. This is a real thing, ladies and gentlemen. The reason why I keep saying her marketing team is doing a phenomenal job. So anyways, I do believe she's going to sell more than Still Over It as far as when she debuted with 166,000 first week. I think she's going to do more than that. How much more? I believe her marketing strategy is so potent right now that I wouldn't be surprised if she does between 190 and 210. Now, I know that's even in the range of Cardi B. You got to look at the landscape back what I was saying. As far as R&B booming, hip hop not so much. And I do believe Cardi B had one of the greater outings as far as hip hop being considered. Because even to this day, you know, to sound like Deontay Wilder, even to this day, when you look at the charts, Cardi B is still hanging on. I'm not going to say by a thread because, of course, you know, that'll be disrespectful. As you look at her album, and I believe Cardi B currently has the 10th most played, the 8th most played album in the world. Last week, she was 10. This week, she's 8. So when you look at her singles are still holding on, I believe. Yeah, her most popular track is Safe. And then guess who is featuring? An R&B artist that's up for a Grammy named Kalani. It's the 59th most played track in the world. So R&B is on the rise. I believe R&B is in a boom right now. Maybe we're getting into the land of R&B being more engaged with, and hip hop faltering because, of course, no rap songs was in the top 40 on Billboard for the first time since like 1993. So when it comes to, and I covered that back on October 31st of this year, it was no rap songs in the Billboard top 40 for first time in 35 years. So safe to say that R&B is not having that problem at all, as Leon Thomas is putting up numbers with the best of them, as his track Mutt is still to this day the 8th most played track in the world. And then guess who's right above him? Kalani with Folded, which is the 7th most played track in the world. I'm going to go out on a limb that Summer Walker, with her 18 tracks and 55 minutes in length as far as her album that's out now on DSPs titled Finally Over It, will have at least one of those 18 tracks will be in the top 10. I know that's a hot take. Well, not really, but because after I explain everything, I don't think it's as much of a hot take, but I do believe she's going to do around 190 to 210 as far as 1,000 in her debut as far as Finally Over It. But what do y'all have to say about her sales? Do you think she's going to sell a lot, or do you think she's going to flop horrendously, which is definitely not going to happen? So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Summer Walker and her album Finally Over It, out now on all DSPs? And do you believe that Summer Walker could debut higher than Cardi did with her album selling over 200,000 first week? You know what? Good for him. Good for Playboy Cardi that he left off one of Drake's monumental features. It ended up going triple styrofoam at the Grammys.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I know what you're saying. Well, Drake doesn't have that many nominations either. And while you're definitely correct, he only has one, to be exact, as far as Somebody Loves Me with Party Next Door for Best Melodic Rap Performance. Safe to say, that's more than zero.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, all pettiness to the side. The reason why I wanted to cover this as far as Playboy Cardi is because, one, he did leave off a monumental verse off of his album, I Am Music, that definitely did not hurt the sales, because I Am Music, I think, had the best rap debut as far as in his first week with 298,000 units sold. So as far as having the biggest first week sales, Playboy Cardi definitely holds that title. When it comes to Drake, I think he followed up with Some Sexy Songs For You with Party Next Door, and that debuted. Actually, I don't know if I Am Music came out before or after Some Sexy Songs For You, because I think when it comes to I Am Music, it was delayed so much that everybody forgot when it was supposed to come out. But let me see. I Am Music. So that came out 14th of March, January, February. So no, Some Sexy Songs For You that came out February came out before I Am Music. So Drake did 290,000 out the gate with Party Next Door. And then I Am Music, interestingly enough, did 8,000 units more. I'm not going to pull a Aubrey Graham.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Because I don't want to turn it to Aubrey Karen. You know what I'm saying? But hey, 8,000 more. That's interesting. It's a small number. You know what I mean? It's almost like something like bots. Anyways, when it comes to Playboy Cardi, specifically, the slide-in track, that's what I'm talking about. So the leaked track that I've been beating around the bush, there's this leaked track titled Slide In with Drake and Playboy Cardi that's straight up phenomenal. It has the sample that you hear on Kanye's track, but more specifically, Kanye West and Jamie Foxx's track Slow Jams, right? So it's really from Luther Vandross, A House Is Not a Home, but of course it's famously used in Kanye West and Jamie Foxx track Slow Jams. So when you look at that, well, I guess it is Twista's track, but I don't think anybody remembers it as Twista's track. No disrespect to Twista, but anyways, the sample is phenomenal. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Us not hearing that sample on Cardi's album, I would say is a Drake play. I think Drake can get certain samples cleared that he's on, but if he's off of it, they're not going to clear it, right? And similar thing happened when Drake and Future collaborated on Wait For You featuring Tim's, because it was using Tim's track Higher. Well, at first Future wanted to use Tim's track Higher. Tim's was like, you're not using my already popular song. Mind you, that track Higher was popular in the year that they sampled it. So it's already a monumental track for my Afrobeats type of artist. And you already know the last time Afrobeats and Drake collab, you ended up getting One Dance, right? And because I believe One Dance had WizKid. So anyways, when Afrobeats and Drake collide, it's just like magic in the room, right? So Future got Drake, and Drake got the sample cleared. And Tim's ended up being on the track, but that wouldn't have happened without Drake. Essentially what I'm saying, I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing is happening here. You hear that famous sample, there's no way Playboi Carti heard that sample and was like, I didn't want to use it for my album. But you come to realize, Drake probably said, hold up now.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
If you're going to take me off the track, you can't use the sample.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, of course, this is me just speculating. You know, my sources are I made it up. So at the end of the day, when it comes to Aiden Ross previewing this track, sounded phenomenal. Drake is reportedly working on, not reportedly, he's working on Iceman. I thought the album was coming soon. I guess not. I guess when it comes to Iceman, Kai Cenat ran that man out of 2025 because, you know, there's nowhere to be found. Iceman, Bobby Drake, Drake Graham, nowhere to be found. We looking around like, hold on now.
Whoop de doo.
We may have to get to snitching. Who in the world has heard new Aubrey music?
Whoop de doo.
Not time to get to snitching. I ain't gonna lie to you. So when it comes to Drake's Iceman, safe to say, it's probably gonna be pushed into 2026. I mean, I'm looking at it. It's like I don't know where else he will drop the album. No way he drops it in the Christmas month. No way he drops it in the Christmas month. Anyways, so that being said, that's basically all I wanted. All I wanted to talk about is to basically give the mascot, the GOAT, the epitome of greatness, which is Drake, his flowers, but also condemn Playboi Carti for taking away one of the greatest, or could have been one of the greatest verses of hip hop in 2025 if he would have just left that boy Aubrey Graham on his album.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Now, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake and Playboi Carti's leaked track, Slide In? And what do you think about the verse? You think I'm overhyping it, or do you believe that's one of the better verses of the year? I have been dying for a challenge.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And when it comes to dying for a challenge, safe to say, Aubrey Graham.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Also went on to say, quote, the game is extremely calm seas right now. Nobody is rocking any boat on the water. And so once we discussed the live stream rollout, it just sounded like the perfect mix of risk and reward for me.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was the one and only mascot, the GOAT of hip hop. As you already know, this man out of the blue did a whole interview with Complex. But no, ladies and gentlemen, it was not in person. It was actually over email. And as far as that particular fact, I want y'all to keep that in mind in case you want to go look up the Drake and Complex interview. This is totally over text. They just sent questions and then Drake sent his responses back. So as far as that, a lot of the things that came out, none of them topped the headlines, like him calling the hip hop game non-challenging and saying, quote, is extremely calm seas, which is basically the epitome of what hip hop has been going through. Because of course, when it comes to analytics over here, you know, we deep dive into the entire gaming and music industry. So looking at the industry specifically for hip hop, safe to say, when it comes to 2024 compared to 2025, it's very interesting metrics as far as the dominance not being there for Billboard. In 2024, as far as the Hot 100 top 10, we had 38% as far as hip hop in the entirety of 2024. In 2025, it's basically around 20 to 25% as of right now, because of course we still have December to go. So the change of that is significant, right? And a lot of people look at the overall market share. Safe to say it's pretty consistent for 2024, because you have to keep in mind, size 7, Kendrick, he also had a lot of tracks from GNX on the charts before it just fell off out for the face of the earth. Nobody knows why, right? You know, everybody keep talking about Recurrent. Like, yes, we could talk about that as far as the Not Like Us track, because if you don't know, after a certain amount of time, if you're not in the top 25, then you have to drop completely off of the charts because, of course, they want to let newer tracks come in. So as far as recurrent tracks, that makes sense. But as far as GNX, it really doesn't make too much sense why those tracks specifically fell all the way off of the face of the earth as far as the top 50 on the charts. So specifically when talking about Drake, safe to say he's also not on the charts. If you go to Drake, he's not on the charts. If you go to Kendrick, he's not on the charts. You know who is on the charts? The one and only, the one and only NBA Youngboy, as his track Shot Callin'. It's the 61st most played track in the world. And if we go up that list, safe to say, because we don't count Big X Plug because he sold out to make a country album. We don't count him. NF, shout out to NF. And as far as NF, a little side tangent. Shout out to everybody who supported my NF coverage, because at the end of the day, I think I found a whole camaraderie of people who like NF just like I do. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But NF currently has the 35th most played track in the world because his album, his EP, Fear, just came out on all DSPs. For NF fans out there, you're welcome. It's a pretty solid EP. I'm not going to say it's his best work, but it's pretty solid. So Fear is the 35th most played track in the world from NF. So currently NF has the most popular hip hop track, and he's white. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of people are going to think to themselves, well, he's not a part of the culture. And not gonna lie, as far as NF, there's a lot of steps that white rappers do have to do that black rappers don't when it comes to being accepting in the space of hip hop because of how cultural hip hop is as far as your background. So with NF being in the position of having the most popular hip hop track currently, because he just debuted as far as his EP, so it could go down, it could stay there, we don't know. But as of right now, objectively speaking, he has the top hip hop track with Fear. So safe to say, when Drake comes out and says the game is extremely calm seas, he's also talking about himself.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So this is not just going to be a glaze-a-thon for Drake like y'all may have thought it was going to be. Because, of course, you know, at the end of the day, I say something nice about Drake, and I'm an OV, you know the rest. And if I say something nice about Kendrick, y'all think I'm a K-bot, or I'm going to start speaking and you know what I'm saying? Like him start speaking a whole different language, like the most popular fan accounts from Kendrick. But anyways, it's that's a whole nother discussion. So when it comes back to Drake, this interview was a standout only for him laying out what he wanted to do for Iceman. He said he wanted to go for high production cinematic live stream episodes as a rollout for the upcoming album Iceman. I've said time and time again that the one and only Kai Cenat is the main reason Drake went with this live stream approach as far as affecting the masses for his next album. And the reason why I say that is because I don't think Drake would have even thought of a live stream if it wasn't for Kai Cenat's massive influence on live, right? So Drake probably saw that, wanted and captivated for himself. And of course, him and Kai Cenat have already had the back and forth as far as Kai Cenat calling the Nokia video trash. And then also, when Drake put out the Iceman stream, safe to say, Kai Cenat wasn't too fond of the particular episode. As Kai Cenat, the one and only Kai Cenat, had this to say, ladies and gentlemen. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But this is what Kai Cenat had to say.
Biggest waste of my fucking time of all time.
Oh, hold on now. What'd you say?
The biggest waste of my god!
Oh. I think he's letting us know how you feel.
RP to Armani. RP to Armani.
Okay.
RP to Armani.
Yeah, sound it out. You got it. So, it doesn't seem like he took too kind to the last Iceman live stream.
Yo, I can't fake it.
He said he can't fake it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just translating.
I can't fake it. That was ass. I can't fake it.
Meanwhile, Kai Cenat and Drake was definitely in collaborative efforts as far as one of the music videos for some sexy songs for you. Like there was a whole thing where Kai Cenat and Drake were picking fan-made videos for a specific track. I forget what it was called. Let me see if I can find it. So for some sexy songs for you, Kai Cenat and Drake were putting together a video. Not a video. They was helping other people. I forget what it was called. But Drake was supposed to be on the live stream for Kai Cenat, but I think he ditched it. He basically, he ditched it. He didn't show up on Kai Cenat's live stream. But they did end up picking certain fan-made videos for a particular track off of some sexy songs for you. Now, what is that specific? Oh, here we go. Yeah, shout out to this account right here, because I think they have all of them. So These are all the fan-made videos from people who won a contest who won a contest Drake and Cassinet managed and paid for. It was to give young or new artists exposure. So when you think, oh, Cassinet's just some random that said Drake's video was trash and he was just hating, really, Drake and Cassinet have an interesting relationship over the past as far as some sexy songs for you. So for him to call Iceman episode 3 live stream trash, it was pretty significant in my opinion. So getting back into the Drake and Complex interview, the reason why I say that is because now him doing all of this for the live streams for Iceman, it's safe to say, after Cassinet came out and said it was trash, have we heard any type of rollout for Iceman since?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, I'm not saying that Cassinet ended the rollout. I'm just saying Drake probably 100% contacted Cassinet, whether it had to be behind the scenes because we didn't hear anything of it, and probably wanted to pick his brain more about what he disliked, because just saying something is trash is not real critical critique. He probably wanted to see if Cassinet really felt the way he felt, or if he was just saying that for the stream, which I actually think he felt like that. I just wish he would have went into more detail on why he thought it was trash. Just saying something is trash is a huge cop-out as far as being a critique in the game. So anyways, with that being said, now we get into the rest of the content, right? We talk about Drake driving the rear ice truck through Toronto, playing multiple unreleased tracks that may or may not make the album. He definitely hinted towards these specific tracks just being loosies and not actually making the album, but we'll see when Iceman comes out. I'm pretty sure a good amount will make the album. But when it comes to the future for Iceman, we don't know exactly when the album's coming out. I thought it was gonna come out soon. I don't know if Taylor Swift scared this man from dropping the album, because, you know, he did call Taylor Swift the biggest gangster in the industry. Currently, Taylor Swift has the most popular most popular track in the world, with The Fate of Ophelia being on the tracks for 7 weeks, most popular track in the world. And then guess who has the most popular album in the world? It's Taylor Swift with The Life of a Showgirl, which, looking at the sales, is 94,000. That's what she just sold this past week. And it's been out for like, 7 to 8 weeks. So now, when you look at Drake, he may be thinking about Taylor Swift coming out with a FU album, a FU vinyl, as far as when Drake drops. Drake could drop, Taylor Swift puts out a F Drake album or vinyl, or I Hate Boys vinyl, or The Color Pink vinyl, or Just Because I Feel Like It vinyl, and her fans would buy it expeditiously, right? And her sales could go back through the roof. If Taylor Swift beats out Drake in her 20th week, as far as compared to Drake's first week, it wouldn't look the greatest. And there's another thing as far as Drake not releasing Iceman in this year, as far as him, I'm not gonna say not being scared of competition, but Future Hendrix is set to drop this Thursday. And the reason why I say that is because Future put out Thursday with an X and basically teased the new project. It's safe to say he only has one Thursday left in the month of November. So I'm assuming that he's going to drop this Thursday. Shout out to Abe Hunting for following on Twitch. If you don't know, I'm doing this live. But when it comes to that, I think Drake may push Iceman back to 2026. Ultimately, that's what I'm getting from this interview as far as the Calm Seas comment, because he can't be talking about the entire rap game, because a lot of artists are doing better than him currently, as far as Young Boy, as far as NF. I'm talking about currently. Now, longevity is a totally different question. Drake has like 57 million monthly listeners, and that's like on one platform. And the second up is like 27 million, I think. Like, Drake's really lapping the competition when it comes to entire discography. But when it comes to who's the hottest on the charts currently, I mean, NF has the NF currently with his EP debut has the 3rd most played project. Summer Walker has the 5th most played project. She's an R&B artist, so nobody really counts that. Cardi B has the 10th most played project in the world. So now you're looking at 2 artists in the top 10 that's not Drake. It's Cardi B and it's NF. So when you say the game is extremely calm seas, I would assume that he's also talking about himself, because he did have Nokia, but currently Nokia is nowhere on the charts. Like, Drake, for the first time in a while, doesn't have any tracks in the top 100. But of course, when it comes to albums, like I said with discography, right? When it comes to albums, Take Care has been in the top 30 for a minute, but currently it's the 21st most played album in the world. And then Party Next Door and Drake Some Sexy Songs For You is the 34th most played album in the world. So basically, all of this is to say that the interview with Complex, even though it was out of the blue, even though it gave us the notorious comment of the game being extremely calm seas is basically a nothing burger. It's nice on the surface, but when you deep dive into the actual interview, there's nothing you get out of it. There's no Iceman release date. There's no follow-ups. Like, what is he gonna do? Is there more videos coming from some sexy songs for you? Are you gonna even give any hint to what Iceman is gonna come out? Like, there's nothing that happens in that. So this whole entire interview is basically Drake just talking down on the rap game, essentially, and him playing out why he went the way he did as far as the live stream. I mean, he even broke it down from a technical aspect. He was talking about 100 plus workers, 20 live cameras, 10 different locations, which I commented on in episode 3, which is why I didn't agree with Kai Cenat calling his live stream trash. Trash doesn't look like Iceman episode 3. Trash in the live streaming aspect looks like some of the content that gets promoted the most as far as the IRL negativity or the red pillish type of imagery when it comes to people being engaged. And that's how I'm gonna leave it. I ain't trying to beef with nobody, but I'm just gonna say it's very ironic for some people to call it trash when you look at the flip side, and some could call what they do very trash as far as it being substance in what they're watching. You know, sometimes there's one set, and then there's certain people who are engaging in a dating or a Zeus type of live stream, and people think that's quality. So I think quality is subjective. I just think from an objective metric, Drake did a lot of things that really stood out amongst the rest as far as live streaming goes. So that being said, ultimately, me as a Drake stan, you know, a lot of people probably won't think that I'm giving it 8 more than 92, but obviously I'm laying it out. I think Drake does need to put out, I think Drake, when it comes to Iceman, he does need to talk about the case and how he messed up. Is he going to do that? I doubt it. I really doubt it. But I think that would uplift the quality of Iceman if he just really dove deep until how he messed up by suing Size 7. Because ultimately, you can't lose a rap battle and then sue somebody. We all have the jokes about K-Bot, which even the most popular K-Bot Twitter accounts came out to be from India, I don't know, Pakistan, Guatemala, I don't know. They wasn't from the United States, right? And there's nothing wrong with being out of the States and covering hip hop. It's just when you start to portray yourself as a black man and your account is from India, you could be a black man from India, but now you're talking about, now you're giving whole apologies because you was portraying like you was living in the place that you never been. So that's a huge problem. So that's the main reason why a lot of people are talking about K-Bots in India, right? Because some people are cosplaying and putting on digital blackface, and that's why people are upset. So anyways, as far as Drake, as far as his rollout for Iceman, I think it's been solid. I think it's been actually phenomenal at times. I really like the way that the live streams is adding to the overall release of Iceman. People get mad at Drake for putting out one post with pregnant women and then putting out the album, but then he does a whole production with live streaming, and then his next album I think is going to be one of his best, and people call it like trash. So with the interview with Complex, like I said, it's a nothing burger, but I also wanted to cover it for the Drake fans out there to know what I felt about it. And let's just say, I don't know if Iceman's coming anytime soon. It went from, I thought it was going to drop weeks ago, to now I don't know when it's going to come out. So with that being said, click my link stream. Y'all like this picture I had up the whole time because talking about Drake, I thought this was fitting for me getting to his comments about hip hop. But anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake saying that the game is extremely calm seas? And do you believe that hip hop could bounce back in 2026? The Pusha T and Drake beef will be forever fueled by stans. Sad day in history.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
As you're probably thinking to yourself, but Drake's your favorite rapper. Exactly. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let me turn your attention to this post right here. Shout out to Kirko, and shout out to Keep Six Solid, as this news would not be newsworthy if a certain somebody didn't like it. So without further ado, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because of course it's just a post that's talking about Pusha T and his wife Virginia expecting their second son due spring of 2026. Shout out to them. Love wins once again.
You guys.
But of course, somebody had to enter the fray, and this somebody, call me a conspiracy theorist, but I believe is a Drake stan.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So when it comes to this particular account, not even going to say the name, but this account says, I'm sorry, this man was 29 when she was 18? Hold up now. When they got together? Question mark. I won't even address that BS he posted, but ... that age difference is ... yikes.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And before you say, why are you just bringing up random accounts talking about Pusha T and his wife's relationship? Well, guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, let me direct your attention to another post where it showcases, who is that?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Let me zoom in. Can y'all see this? I can't zoom in, but hold up. Can I get this? Yeah, here we go. Who is that at the bottom?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
This man just does not beat the allegations of fueling his stance to go on the most egregious tangents known to man for no reason.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So anyways, if you're not watching the video version, just know that Drake, as you can see, Champagne Poppy is his IG account. He basically liked to post from this random account on the Keep Six Solid IG, because Keep Six Solid IG posted the screenshot of the random account saying this above Kirko's account, and Drake liked it. It's insinuating that he was also disgusted by the age gap. So of course, your boy Analytic Dreamz over here does not do fake news. So safe to say, we have to clear some things up. As Drake is my favorite artist, but we have to put to the side that Pusha T was messing with his wife when she was 18. As far as 2010, Pusha T was 33, Virginia was 21, not 18. In 2013, their engagement year, Pusha T was 36, Virginia was 24. And July 21st, 2018, Pusha T was 41, Virginia was 29. Safe to say, that's a pretty normal type of age gap in today's society, right? So when people do the impossible the mathematically impossible connection of Pusha T being 29 and his wife being 18, it's just disgusting to see the lengths and the depths of hell that stans will go to.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So even though Drake's my favorite artist, safe to say that this had to be covered, as if you ever wanted to know why in the world these artists are so popular, it's because of things like this sporadically throughout the year that keeps their name in circulation as far as the news. This is a non-story that ended up being a story because Drake liked the IG account or the IG post from Keep Six Solid. So let me put it back up there so y'all can see. Yeah, there we go. So as far as him liking it, that's the only reason this is a real story. It would have just flew. It would have went in one ear and out the other, or basically somebody would have seen it today, forgot it tomorrow, if Drake didn't actually like the screenshot from Keep Six Solid's IG account, basically mathematically getting it wrong as far as Pusha T and his wife's relationship. So anyways, that's the main thing I was wanting to get at. Really nothing big. The main thing I was just want to let y'all know is it's okay to enjoy an artist's music and follow the everyday activities through the social medias because they're probably marketing to you for other things. But as far as the disgusting nature of going out your way to say incorrect things about other people, it'd be one thing if it was correct, right? But the incorrect statements about Pusha T and his wife, the misinformation getting exponentially bigger because of Drake liking the IG post. I also put it on Drake as far as uplifting this type of non-factual content that makes all the critiques towards him valid, as far as him being salty, as far as him not taking accountability, things of that nature. So that's why I wanted to cover it, because somebody needs to hear this. Was a stand out there just throwing out the most egregious false news and fake news in the world just to showcase their stand-up for another artist. So just another example of how not to act as a fan of an artist. That's the main thing I was wanting to get across. And shout out to Pusha T once again and his wife, expecting a baby, second son due spring 2026. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake stands acting out once again? And also, how much of the blame do you put on Drake for liking the IG post directed to this fake news? Interestingly enough, NF is one of my favorite rappers of all time.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, when it comes to the Red Circle listeners, you're probably like, hold up now. I thought you said Drake, Big Sean, and Russ is some of your favorite artists of all time. And you would be exact. I mean, you would be correct. Because, of course, when looking at NF, he does exactly what I prefer as far as the lyrical execution, excluding the profanities. Because that's really what NF does best as far as rap history. I think NF is the best lyricist ever to not use profanity. And I know what y'all saying. Y'all probably saying Will Smith. Y'all probably saying some other rappers. But I believe NF is one of the greatest rappers I've ever heard in life. So anyways, with all that glazed out of the way,
You guys.
safe to say NF may be coming back once more. Because if you don't know, this man does pull a couple Kendrick-esque type of tactics as far as going ghost after dropping an album, but I wouldn't care as much. Well, I really don't care, because guess what? All the albums are high quality, so he takes his little hiatus whenever he needs it, because they're definitely little. I mean, he dropped Mansion in 2015, Therapy Session in 2016, Perception in 2017, so back to back to back, he gave us 3 albums, right? Then he took a little 2-year break, gave us The Search in 2019, Clouds, the mixtape, in 2021, and then of course his latest album, April 7th, 2023, he put out Hope. Now, as far as me covering NF again, it's because he has new music to come that's coming sooner than you would expect. And if you're watching in the future, safe to say it's already on DSPs, as it's set to come out November 14th, 2025. So when you look at NF and his overall lyricism and the way that he's able to be deep and layered, and his complexity is through the roof. I love the way that he talks about life and brings it back into working on yourself instead of blaming others. I love his overall message time and time again, as far as in his albums of dealing with whether it's depression, whether it's life struggles, whether it's happiness. Like, the way that he deals with different subject matters is top tier. It's almost movie-esque. And the trailers, as you can see, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. The trailers that you see on IG just adds to the overall movie aesthetic as far as NF. But one thing, I know you're going to say I'm glazing, but one thing I always wonder, how come this man's never showed his face? No, I'm joking. Technically, he has showed his face on an interview, I believe, before. But he is one of those Weekend, Playboi Carti-esque type of artists where the mystery seems to add on to the overall quality of his marketing rollout. So the reason why I say that is because technically he kept a low profile as far as 2024, early 2025. But of course, when he announced the Fear EP, along with a plethora of different trailers on his IG, safe to say the only really popular appearance that he had since then was walking out a UFC fighter. So that happened. I actually don't know when that happened. Oh, okay. So that happened. Did I lose it? What in the world? I think November. No, that's not it. I totally lost it. I ain't gonna lie to you. But anyways, as far as a UFC fighter, it's safe to say that having NF walk you out. Oh, here we go. I don't know why I couldn't see that. You know, I'm 25 going on 80. I kid you not. I mean, that's a problem right there.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Anyways, November 2024, the UFC fighter Michael Chandler had NF as his walkout song, and it was unreleased. So that was pretty cool. But anyways, the reason why I say that is because NF really doesn't make any public appearances like that. And he doesn't do any clout antics as far as getting in front of the masses. He just puts out phenomenal music, and that's an understatement. So, another thing I was want to talk about was the track list. So apparently the track list has MGK, and James Arthur on it. So there's Fear, there's Home, Who I Was featuring MGK, Give Me a Reason, Sorry featuring James Arthur, and Washed Up. And then apparently there are physical EPs, CD/vinyl, 5 tracks only. Now I don't know how you would get these vinyls. Let me look at his I would assume that it's on his profile, but I'm actually not 100% certain. So if we go to his link, does he have actual, oh, he has an NF store. Oh, hold up now. So you click on the store, there's a burning building. That's what's up. Oh, okay, here it is, right here. Let's talk about journalism, right? So anyways, as you can see right here, he has a CD, vinyl, and multiple vinyls, multiple CDs, and then a digital album which you can just download. I think he probably prefers this method of payment because one thing I realized, especially starting my NME Plus, as far as, shameless plug, my subscription tier, is that you find, I'm not going to say you're true supporters, because maybe some people are true supporters that don't really have the exposable income. But 9 times out of 10, the people who subscribe to you really want to see you succeed. So I do believe, as far as my subscription tier, as far as his actual NF personal link, he would prefer people to buy music through that. So I'm glad I showed y'all as far as how to get to it. Because this is one of my favorite rappers of all time. Like, I listen to NF all the time. Like, literally, I want to see, because 2023, so I have to go to my 2023 playlist. I don't think I keep playlists that long. Because top 10, Fresh Fire. Oh, I do have Fresh Fire 2023. Okay, let me type in NF. So 2023, I have his whole album. I was going to shout out certain songs, but I don't know if I have his whole album. Anyways, the track with Corday, one of the better tracks I've ever heard. Motto is top 3 tracks I've heard in the past 3 years as far as from a lyrical aspect. Bullet, fun fact, y'all not ready for that, but Bullet is also one of my favorite tracks as far as the overall message, as far as taking a bullet for somebody you love. Very deep. NF's one of the best rappers I've ever heard in life. I know that's a hot take. And being a black man champion a white rapper as one of the best rappers ever, you already know what people are going to say. They're going to be like,
You guys.
I mean, first Drake, then Russ, now NF. What you really trying to say, brother? But, of course, I say all the time that I think Jay-Z's the greatest rapper of all time. Except when it comes to my personal favorite, Big Sean was up there. Then he stopped dropping music in my high school years. Then Drake went up there. And then NF started dropping. I was like, hold up now. This man's phenomenal. And he doesn't curse, which I personally, if you know the underground trash rapper, personally, he's one of my main influences on why I rap, or why the underground rapper raps like that. So when it comes to Drake and F, it's specifically a fusion as far as my favorite type of delivery of rap lyrics. So there you go. You probably didn't know you're going to get that much of a deep dive into NF, but I'm a huge fan, a humongous fan of NF. I can't wait. I'm going to stream this EP as soon as it comes out. And everybody's going to be listening to Summer Walker, which we will get to in a second. I'm going to be listening to NF's Fear EP, which is a 6-track conceptual continuation of the story he began a decade ago, leaning into his cinematic universe. And of course, the EP symbolizes the destruction of fear as the last emotional barrier he has yet to overcome. It's not only his first major project since Hope, but of course, the type of numbers that NF does, 62 total RIAA certifications, 28 platinum, 34 gold. This is not no random artist we're getting into, ladies and gentlemen. Pause. The main thing you need to know is that he also had a humongous tour as far as what he was doing on his own time, selling over 1 million tickets total across North America, Europe, and Australia. And of course, when it comes to NF, he's just an overall great, phenomenal, and iconic rapper. So anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Are you going to listen to the NF Fear album when it comes out? Well, if you're watching this in the future, when it comes out November 14th, 2025. And I just thought of something. Y'all tell me, comment down below, who's your favorite rapper or top 3 favorite rappers of all time. I really love y'all.
Shepherd.
Nah, I'm talking from Lil Uzi's perspective. But anyways, ... Don't ever think I don't. What in the world? Bro, Is this the English language? Come on, man.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I'm trying to read off this man quote, and he not using correct sentences. Like, the punctuation is horrendous.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
There should be some type of comma, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna get past it. I really love y'all. ... Don't ever think I don't. The close ones leave, but the fans don't. That's what's up right there.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying the whole time.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Cause my brother, I know in the year of 2025, you did not just put out your first single that technically came out yesterday, which is November, for the people watching in the future, was technically November 24th, 2025. And that's the first time Lil Uzi put out an offering in the year of 2025, ladies and gentlemen. No, not a first album, not just first feature, not a single. It's first just musical offering in the year of 2025.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But the Uzi fans care? Of course not, because they're just going to leak his music anyway. You know what I'm saying? So no need for Lil Uzi to put out music when all the hackers could do it themselves. Now, I don't advocate for hacking, but it seems like in the Lil Uzi fandom, that's just actively okay to hack your favorite artist and put their music out for free. So with that being said, Lil Uzi Vert, ladies and gentlemen, has made news once again because, of course, I believe he's an immensely talented artist. And, of course, he just put out his specific track, Chanel Boy, and he put out another particular track, if I could find the actual track. It's called Relevant. And the main thing about this, you may just think, oh, I mean, Lil Uzi put out music for the first time in 2025. That's also a big deal. But the main thing I was wanting to point out is that it now says Core/Roc Nation Distribution.
You guys.
Now, you already know what that means. When Roc Nation is the backer of something as big as Lil Uzi, pause, you already know there's a huge marketing rollout to come out for the album. Because if you look at the last album, Generation Now/Atlantic Records was the credits as far as a subsidiary and a major label. And now you look at the single, and now that it says Core/Roc Nation Distribution, I would assume that Lil Uzi may have one of the biggest years that he's ever had in his career. And I know, hold up now, I know that may be a hot take, but when I talk about Jay-Z being the most influential person ever in hip hop, Roc Nation is a branch of that specific tree. And the reason why I say that is because now let's take to another branch as far as Rihanna. What do those two names have in common with Lil Uzi Vert? They're all signed to Roc Nation Distribution.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now you may be thinking, I thought Lil Uzi was independent. Well, technically, you're correct. But after being independent, as far as leaving or quote unquote completing his deal with Atlantic Records, with his delivery of Eternal Take 2, which happened November 2024. So it's been a full year since then, technically. So when everybody say, oh, quality music just take time, that's why these artists be taking 5 to 6 years to release music. No, my brother, if they're under a major label and they're not putting out music, they're most likely 95% likely to be beefing with the label. So with that being said, Lil Uzi Vert, as soon as he was released from his deal, as far as from Atlantic Records, he released music. Now, distributing through Roc Nation Distribution, which of course is managed by Roc Nation, which of course is published by Roc Nation. Okay, y'all get the point, right? So now, when you look at Lil Uzi Vert being the one of only 3 artists to be signed to this distribution, and the other 2 artists are Jay-Z and Rihanna, you come to realize why my hot take is Lil Uzi Vert may be on the road to having his best year ever in music. So that being said, the Roc Nation president came out and called Lil Uzi a, quote, global icon and a dynamic force. Until you realize, hold up now, y'all just got Lil Uzi. Safe to say, you already know what he's going to do for you in the future. But that's just me putting on my conspiracy hat. You know, nothing too crazy. It's not like artists from Roc Nation have had unfair treatment as far as being pushed in front of the masses, right? To the point where certain people who are handled by Roc Nation would have theories thrown out there like, hey, what if so-and-so performed at the Super Bowl? And safe to say, a lot of people was thinking to yourself, I think nobody on planet Earth ever thought that. Now, there's a specific artist I'm talking about, but of course, I'm not trying to get sued. So that being said, as far as the independent quote-unquote releases from Lil Uzi Vert, Chanel Boy and Relevant is now out. Well, no. Chanel Boy is out on DSP. Shout out to Moon Samurai for following on Twitch. If you're listening to this on my podcast platforms, just know I'm live currently. With that being said, Chanel Boy is out. That's produced by Z Going Crazy. And of course, you have Relevant, which of course is produced by Trillion and Rima. So with that specific fact out of the way, the main thing I just want to let y'all know is that deep diving into the Roc Nation Distribution. I'm not trying to get on my Russ tip, pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But there's a reason why Russ may be one of the most hated artists in the industry. I think when you're actually immensely successful and you're technically independent as far as putting out music through TuneCore, and then you come out and say things like an 85 to 15 split to press upload is madness, which is what Roc Nation Distribution is. And then people call you crazy because guess what? Now you're fighting against the machine as a majorly successful independent artist. I don't think y'all understand. Russ may be one of the most successful independent artists we have in the game that's truly independent. No Roc Nation management, no Sony management, no distribution deals, just straight Russ Demon putting out music on DSPs and affecting the masses. So now when you look at him talking about why Roc Nation is such a bad distribution deal, let me say specifically what he says as far as going back and forth with a lot of people who he really shouldn't have been going back and forth with, because we just figured out most of the influencers on the internet is just straight bots. I mean, the most influential artist that was cosplaying as a black man, mind you, as far as, you know, being the head of the K-bots, they just got exposed from being from India. So anyways, despite that, Russ basically came out and talked about how the 85%, the 85/15% split is madness, right? I was wanting to deep dive more into that. So when you look at the deal, he said something specifically, because he said a lot of things, but I wanted to pull this up specifically as far as him talking about the payment and how, I think I found it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I'm showing it right now. So the one and only Russ Demon, this man coming out giving free game because, of course, I don't know why, but he's just one of the more disrespected artists, so he has to prove that he's really talking that real talk. So Russ said a $50 annual fee versus 15% of your entire catalog's revenue, which is what Roc Nation is, are not remotely comparable. One is a fixed cost, the other is a tax on your entire career.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Free, quote, free to upload is okie dokie. Well, is the okie dokie. Fixed fees protects artists. Percentages drain artists. And he made it even simpler, even more simple for people who didn't understand. He said, if you make even $1,000 a year, 15% is $150.
You guys.
And he ended off by saying you've already paid near 3 times the amount of any flat fee distributor.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Shout out to Russ for being one of the sound minds in the hip hop game. Because as a Russ fan, as I've already said, he had my favorite album of 2025. Well, not favorite, my fault. My favorite hip hop album of 2025 with his album Wild. As far as my favorite album, you know, I'm glad you asked. The Weeknd, Hurry Up Tomorrow is my favorite album of the year. But anyways, Russ, interestingly enough, gets disrespected so much that nobody will even bring up his name in discussion. Wild is like a phenomenal album, like really, really top tier rapping. With that being said, the reason why I even bring up Russ when talking about Roc Nation is because of Lil Uzi being part of Jay-Z and Rihanna as far as spearheading the signee artist, the mascot type artist for this label to make other artists look at this and say, I wonder if I should sign the Roc Nation Distribution. So Russ is basically just laying it out. That's not the greatest deal. You can go to DistroKid, you can go to TuneCore and get way more benefits out of a flat fee than somebody taking 15% that's not even going to do anything for the except for pressing upload, which you can still do on DistroKid and TuneCore, and you play a flat rate, which is way cheaper. So anyways, And if you hear anybody talk about this Roc Nation Distribution deal that says it's a great deal, you already know what's going on.
You guys. See, that's
all I'm gonna say. I'm not even gonna say any names. You already know what's going on. If they come out and be like, "Yeah, Roc Nation Distribution, that's the best deal I've ever seen, man. People should really support that because support black business." Like when you look at the actual details of 15% of your entire catalog versus a flat fee versus the flat fees from DistroKid and TuneCore, you just come to realize it's just not a good deal at all. Getting back to Lil Uzi. I don't care too much for Lil Uzi being on Roc Nation. I do believe when it comes to him being on Roc Nation, he will have personal benefits. Now, when it comes to the landscape of rappers, them signing to Roc Nation Distribution is not going to be the same as Lil Uzi being on there because he's already solidified. He has a lot of industry ties that you do not. And of course, once again, the Roc Nation Distribution is a bad deal for the plethora of things I just laid out. So Lil Uzi Vert being under Roc Nation, I think is going to work for him specifically, but not for other up-and-coming rappers that's trying to get that Roc Nation cosign so they think they're going to blow up. It's not going to work like that. So when it comes to 2025, if you was wondering where your favorite artist was, guess what? That man was hibernating and basically in the Dragon Ball Z type of I forget what they call it. Is it hibernate? Basically the chamber. It's some chamber, right? The time chamber, whatever that Dragon Ball stuff is. I don't watch anime, but basically it was hibernating, and Uzi was hibernating and waiting to come out to basically put out this new music under Roc Nation Distribution. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Lil Uzi Vert now going quote unquote independent, but really under Roc Nation Distribution, and one of the only 3 artists being signed, which is once again, it's Lil Uzi Vert, Jay-Z, and Rihanna.
You guys.
So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Lil Uzi Vert's career trajectory now that he's under Roc Nation? Do you believe his career success will skyrocket, or do you think it will plummet? The time is finally here to get into the 68th Grammy Awards. And now, of course, when it comes to that, safe to say, when I cover size 7, I mean Kendrick Duckworth Lamar, as far as him winning 5 Grammys. And of course, it was in preparation for his Super Bowl LIX performance. And I covered that back on February 3rd, 2025. So I think history is repeating itself, if I do say so myself.
But then, I was like, damn, look.
Because, not to skip around, but of course, Bad Bunny is up for a plethora awards as far as the Grammy nominations. To be exact, Bad Bunny currently has 6 nominations and, of course, made history as the first Spanish language artist ever nominated for Song, Record, and Album of the Year in the same year. I know what y'all probably saying, well, Aubrey Graham and Abel Tesfaye told us not to trust the Grammys.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And of course, technically they are correct. But when it comes to the Grammys in general, this is the ultimate peer validation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the Recording Academy members, it is constructed of artists, producers, and engineers. And of course, with a win comes a lot of industry respect, for one, because now even if you're nominated, now you're more respected in the music industry. And then, of course, you have boost of streams, sales, and usually, as far as estimates go, because, we do cover analytics over here, 200 to 500% as far as streams/sales to your catalog. So it's a pretty big deal as far as getting acknowledged on the greatest stage for music recognition. And people call it the Oscars of music because of the high stature and the acclaim you get from your peers from even being nominated. Now, that being said, all the dramatics out of the way, let's get into the actual details of the Grammys. Because when it comes to the ceremony, safe to say it's happening February. Hold up now. I did not know this was happening February 1st. If y'all didn't know, for people who are long-time listeners of the podcast, you may already know this. But for new people, That's my birthday. What in the world?
Shepard, just look at the
state of Grammys, having it exactly on my birthday, because I believe Grammys 2025 did not happen on February 1st. Actually, I got to fact check that. Let me see. So Grammys 2025 actually happened February 2nd. And then let's see, 2024, we got to fact check, because I've never really seen it on my birthday. That's crazy. I'm about to say technically it's around my birthday. Yeah, because even 2024, that was February 4th. So anyways, just a little bit off. But when it comes to specifically my birthday, 2026, I guess is where it's at. So February 1st, 2026, I will be turning 26, just in case y'all was wanting to age shame me. I say all the time, I'm 26 going on 80. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I was just trying to keep it 8 more than 92. So when it comes to the date, it's February 1st, 2026. The location is at Crypto.com Arena, Los Angeles. And when we get into the extensive list, get your popcorn, get whatever you like to indulge as far as a long form content, whether it's a meal, whether it's a drink. And if the little Timmys are listening, that drink I'm referring to is obviously Kool-Aid, right? So anyways, get you something that you would be enjoying while watching long form content, because we're about to break this down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus.
But then, I was like, damn.
So anyways, with that being said, the eligibility window is one of the things I want to bring up time and time again, because when I get into my breakdown of this entire list, because me covering the entire music industry, I have certain people I wanted to be nominated and things of that nature. And of course, when it comes to my overall coverage of the music industry, safe to say that I do not believe there's a lot of people like me who cover every single genre as far as the music landscape. I do believe when it comes to the Notorious Mass Effect, we're one of the few platforms that covers every single genre. So when I go through this list, this won't just be me talking. This will be me reflecting on my entire coverage of 2025 musical landscape. So anyways, and I'm going to refer back to my coverage if you want to hear me dive deep into some of these artists. So that being said, the eligibility window is from August 31st to August 30th of respective years, right? They say anything after August 30th is not eligible. So keep that in mind. From August to August, anything before that or after that, as far as the particular eligibility year window for the Grammys, anything outside of that or before it cannot be nominated. So now, that may be confusing for some once we get into this list, because of course there's certain exclusions from the 2026 Grammys that I just have to say off the bat, because of course Abel Tesfaye McConan is just completely disrespected by the Grammys time and time again. But guess what? It's technically because when The Weeknd was given an ultimatum as far as either performing his Super Bowl performance or performing at the Grammy stage, The Weeknd chose the Super Bowl performance. I think The Weeknd ended up losing some type of major award, and then he's been beefing with the Grammys ever since. So he has no nominations for the year of 2026 Grammys. And he put out Hurry Up Tomorrow, which as of 2025, that is still my favorite album of the year. So I just had to get that out on Front Street, because of course people are going to be wondering, where's The Weeknd? Well, guess what? They're beefing. So anyways, anything released after August is not eligible. So as far as for 2026, it was 2024 August, 2025 August. Anything released before or after that cannot be on this list. So keep that in mind. If you see it on this list, just know the Grammys lied to us, and we may have to snitch on somebody. Anyways,
we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
So that being said, Kendrick Lamar is leading the nominees as far as G and X, because of course, having 9 nominations is the most from any recording artist as far as the Grammy 2026. So if you look at it, it came out November 22nd, 2024, which falls within the eligibility window, right? So Kendrick Lamar is leading the pack. He's received nominations for Record, Song, and Album of the Year. GNX marks Kendrick's 5th consecutive studio album nominated for Album of the Year, and the first artist in history to achieve this. So when it comes to that, then we have Lady Gaga following up Slot 7 with her 7 nominations. Shout out to her as one of the gems of me covering a plethora of genres has been covering the one and only Lady Gaga. I'm not going to lie to you. I did not know her fan base was so supportive to the point where, I'm not going to lie to you, my coverage of Lady Gaga, and I'm just going to leave it there because, of course, I don't want the IRS listening to me, but let's just say there's a reason why I cover every single genre as far as the Notorious Mass Effect. So Lady Gaga has definitely been notoriously affecting the masses, so safe to say her 7 nominations is well justified. And of course, for the most part, it's off of her album Mayhem, and the historic milestone comes from this being the first time Lady Gaga is nominated for Song, Record, and Album of the Year simultaneously. So safe to say it's shaping up to be a pretty big outing for Lady Gaga. And then the one and only Jack Antonoff, which I believe has written for Sabrina Carpenter, Taylor Swift, I forget who else, but a bunch of other people, right? Basically, he has 7 nominations. He's a producer / songwriter, if you didn't already know, and he's very dominant as far as in this space. If you see Jack Antonoff, just know you have to have industry ties to even have him produce on your album or single. So usually he's not just producing for anybody, and he's one of the top tier people in the music industry, kind of like a Mike Dean, as far as how when you see his name, you already know the production's going to be A1. So anyways, then we have Cirkut with 7 nominations, who is a Canadian producer / songwriter. And then, of course, we have the one and only Bad Bunny, who basically showcased that he's the baddest bunny the Super Bowl could get. Because, of course, Taylor Swift and Adele turned it down.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So anyways, as far as Bad Bunny, he has 6 nominations. And like I already said, the first Spanish language artist ever, nominated for Song, Record, and Album of the Year in the same year. Drop a bomb for that one. Really putting on for the Spanish speaking artists out there and showcasing that anything is possible no matter what language you sing or rap or do your music in. So anyways, continuing, we have the one and only Sabrina Carpenter, who's looking like the protege to Taylor Swift every second that passes. Because of course, when it comes to Robin and Batman, safe to say Sabrina Carpenter being on the last track of Taylor Swift's album, Life of a Showgirl, and then of course Sabrina Carpenter walking away with 6 nominations. Safe to say that she is definitely following up Taylor Swift in a very phenomenal way. And I'm not going to say is the red carpet is just rolled out, but the numbers that Sabrina Carpenter is putting up is seeming like she is the official protege for Taylor Swift to take over. I'm not going to say once Taylor Swift retires, because I do believe Taylor Swift is in her prime. We've never seen 4.3 million to be exact, out the gate for first week, which is what Taylor Swift did with Life of a Showgirl. So when it comes to Sabrina Carpenter, following her up, she still has some ways to go because Taylor Swift is the biggest artist by far. And the reason why she's not in the 2026 Grammys is, once again, the eligibility window was from August 2024 to August 2025. So anyways, with that being said, now we look at, because somebody's going to be a stickler. Technically, it's August 30th of 2025. So anything after that is not eligible, because I don't think there's any August 31st and because it shows August 31st on 2024, but I don't know if there's one for 2025. It'll be changing leap years and stuff. So there is one. Okay, so if an album came out August 31st, 2025, it's still not eligible. Anything after August 30th of 2025 is not eligible. So anyways, cause I knew it was 31, because I was like, hold on now. All right, so with that being said, the one and only Leon Thomas, who I've covered extensively on this podcast, because of course, I really enjoyed his role in Victorious, but of course we got to get serious, as when it comes to the musical offering from this man, he's had a top 10 track for 39 weeks. My coverage of Leon Thomas has been to the point where I believe not only should he win a lot of the R&B awards, but dare I say it, he may have to sweep the awards as far as the R&B category.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know y'all may be mad at me for saying that because of Kalani and because of Chris Brown, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Mutt has been running the charts since it came out, and it's still in the top 10. It's been 39 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. You want to know the other track that's been on the charts longer, as far as in the top 10? It's Ordinary by Alex Warren. That's the 3rd most played track in the world. And of course, this is not an analytical type of award show, because that's for the billboards, which I prefer. I prefer the objective analytic award show, because of course, when it comes to the Grammys, you have the artists, producers, engineers coming in to vote, but it's still so many politics that's why I prefer the billboards. So when you look at, oh, something sold a lot, so it doesn't mean it's automatically the best, you are correct. That's why I say all the time, just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the best product, and just because you don't sell a lot does not mean you're making the most horrendous, atrocious thing possible. It just, the two don't correlate. Sometimes you can make phenomenal art and nobody witnesses it, right? Random side tangent. When Invincible was made as a comic book, was it low quality? Of course not. When Amazon picked up Invincible, did people start comparing it to Marvel and DC? So you get my point. It's really just a matter of time. Just always just try to focus on the high quality of your art. So anyways, the reason why I say that is because Leon Thomas is also high quality, which is why I do believe Mutt should run the charts, should run the R&B nominations, because he is included for best R&B performance with Mutt. So I'm not gonna lie to you, Leon Thomas should win, and it's not even close. Not to disrespect Chris Brown, not to disrespect Kalani, Leon Thomas deserves that award. Then we have Serban Janea, I think that's how you say it. Janea. I don't know if I'm saying the name right. Anyways, is a Canadian audio engineering legend, and that person has 6 nominations. So of course, once again, Taylor Swift was not eligible. Came out October 3rd, outside of the eligibility window. When it comes to The Weeknd, let me get a specific statement from The Weeknd's team, because I do believe he gave one. The Weeknd, let me see. So when it comes to The Weeknd and the Grammys, they're beefing. I already said that, right? And I've already covered that back on my my Grammy 2025 coverage, because I remember November 12th, 2024, which is crazy because it's November 9th. Shout out to me, always being consistent. But anyways, I remember talking about how Drake and the Grammys were beefing. So fast forward, and the Canadians are still beefing with the Grammys. Now it's just, well, it's been The Weeknd. Like the Weeknd been beefing with the Grammys. I forget specifically what happened, but basically one of his albums I do believe was already snubbed. And then of course he started the boycott, because I think what happened was he's supposed to perform. That's what they're saying right now. But his album Hurry Up Tomorrow earned 0 nominations. Ladies and gentlemen, it came out January 31st, 2025. So it was definitely eligible. And since After Hours in 2020, they had the hit Blinding Lights. That was definitely one of the biggest tracks in that year. And then of course the Grammys just acted like Blinding Lights didn't exist. Literally, they was trying to be very on the nose, because they was very blind to the type of show The Weeknd was putting on with his track Blinding Lights and the overall album After Hours. So anyways, when it came to them beefing, The Weeknd basically went on his corrupt rant as far as the Grammys being corrupt. And then of course, after that, I do believe that he's still beefing with them, but it is saying that he's set to perform at the Grammys. Is that sure? Is that true? Let me see. The Weeknd Grammys performance. I think that as far as the so it's saying The Weeknd, it is okay, 2025. So it was 2025. Weeknd shut out Grammy nomination. I'm trying to see if he's gonna perform. They're saying he made up with the Grammys, but I don't know what that means. Like, did he actually make up with the Grammys, or are they just faking because next year they want to try to give him some awards? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, Hurry Up Tomorrow is literally my favorite album of the year. So the reason why I'm sticking on this, and I'm staying on Abel, pause, goodness.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
It's literally because I know they're beefing, so I know a lot of The Weeknd fans, similar to myself, are gonna want a real explanation on why he got just completely shut out once again. So basically, The Weeknd slipped into the 2025 Grammy Awards without anyone noticing, and he's been working alongside the Recording Academy for 4 months to plan his grand return to the ceremony. And it had to be kept a secret for dramatic effect and theatric nature. Singer had fallen out with the award show in 2020 after his album After Hours and his monumentally colossal single Blinding Lights received 0 nomination. Okay, same thing I'm saying. And then he vowed to boycott. Okay. So I guess he returned in 2025, but I don't remember that at all. So anyways, they're still beefing basically. That's all you need to know. He has no nominations in 2026. Apparently he showed up in 2025, but did they do anything? Of course not. The Grammy saw that performance and they said to himself, "Whoop-de-doo." The Weeknd asked, "Hey, so since I performed at your award show, what about the Grammys for 2026? And they said, "Whoop-de-doo." They could care less. So anyways, let's get into the categories. That was basically the overall coverage of the Grammys. Now we're just going to break down category by category. Obviously, for the ones that I'm not as familiar with, I'm just going to transition. But, you know, as far as the Notorious Mass Effect going on 5 years, you know, drop a bomb for that one. This has probably been the best year as far as me covering a lot of different genres effectively. So I probably would have a lot to say about a lot of these categories. So hopefully I can keep it concise because I probably will have a lot to say. If I don't, then I'm just going to say, like, I don't know too much about this category and we're going to move on. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to switch into the overall list of the 2026 Grammy nominees. So when it comes to that, definitely comment down below if you're on my Analytic Dreamz video. Oh, well, yeah, let me say that first. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio because we're about to get into the whole list as of right now. You got to see me scrolling through it. And then, of course, comment down below who you think will win certain categories or who you think or who you thought was snubbed throughout this list. Because for me, I mean, I keep saying it, the Weeknd snub. But for y'all might say like Morgan Wallen or something. Not know he said not not knowing that man said the harder you are.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
That's an ironic drop, ain't it? For those who know. For those who know. Anyways, so let's get into the 2026 Grammys full nominee list. And we're just going to start off with a bang. You know what I'm saying? Just going to start off with Record of the Year. Got to. As we have DTMF, Bad Bunny, Man Child with Sabrina Carpenter, and there go that name again. I bet you if I type in Jack Antonoff, his name probably appears way more than any of these other producers. Let me see, Jack Antonoff. So his name appears 22 times on this nominee list, right? Let's type in, I don't want to disrespect anybody. I'm just going to let y'all know that Jack Antonoff is really like that. Like as far as the landscape of music, he has his hands similar to Mike Dean on some of the high quality music in the ecosystem right now. So anyways, let me get back to the list. DTMF, Bad Bunny, Man Child, Sabrina Carpenter, Anxiety, Doechii, Flower, Billie Eilish, Abracadabra by Lady Gaga, Luther by, what's I say? Kendrick Lamar. Oh, my fault. With SZA, and The Subway with Chappelle Rowan, and APT Dot by Rosie and Bruno Mars. Not gonna lie, this is a very packed list. As far as Record of the Year, I will have to say, it may be too on the nose to give it to the Super Bowl performer 2 years in a row, but man, Bad Bunny had a phenomenal year. And of course, because of, it's not a political podcast, but of course with his stance on why he wasn't performing in the U.S. because of the ICE raids, and just to still get the Super Bowl performance. I know a lot of this is probably like, what does that have to do with it? Like you got to think about it from a politics standpoint, because of course, the people behind the scenes, as far as the artists, the producers, the engineers, everything I'm talking about is stuff that they originally are thinking and then they give out to the masses. So whenever I receive certain like inside information, it's not like coming from I just made this up. A lot of people have highly, highly positive things to say about Bad Bunny. Nobody would be mad if he wins Record of the Year. He's literally headlining the Super Bowl. You already know the last Super Bowl performer, Kendrick Lamar, won Record of the Year for the pedophile anthem. And so, of course, if I was to pick, I would say Bad Bunny is probably going to win this Record of the Year. Now, my personal favorite, like just putting the business hat to the side, my personal favorite would probably be Luther. I really like how Kendrick and SZA combines as far as their artistry. I think SZA brings a lot of the heat to where Kendrick can't as far as singing, and then vice versa with SZA when it comes to rapping. They're just a great duo. It reminds me of Drake and Rihanna as far as their type of dynamic. Because don't forget, All the Stars from the Black Panther soundtrack to this day is one of the greatest songs I've ever heard, like in life. one of the greatest songs I've ever heard. Kendrick and SZA's dynamic is top tier in the music field. So I would choose them. So anyways, album of the year. So of course, I'm not going to read off the definitions for the big categories because you already know what this means. Album of the year, if it gets to something where I'm like, okay, maybe they won't know what that means, then I'll read off the definition. But album of the year, you already know what that means. So we have Bad Bunny once again with Debut Terroir Mas Photos. We have Swag by Justin Bieber. How in the world? How in the actual? Now, Bieber Valley, don't kill me. But I listened to the album. I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying it wasn't for me. I listened to it, and I was thinking to myself the whole time. I was like, did this man switch to a whole nother genre without me noticing? Like, I think with Justin Bieber, his fans are really enjoying the album. Like, I'm definitely not oblivious to the Bieber Valley hive. They're definitely enjoying the album. Just for me personally, I just don't understand. And I know that Daisies is the sixth, not, I believe it is. Daisies by Justin Bieber is the sixth most played sixth most played song in the world. And he has 2 tracks from his album. Daisies is the most successful track from his album. That's the 6th most played track in the world. Then we have Yukon is the second, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but Yukon is the 2nd most popular album from Swag and is the 43rd most played album in the world. 43rd most played track in the world. The reason why I'm saying this is because I do not believe when it comes to Justin Bieber, it was an album that I could vibe to. I don't know why. It just wasn't for me. So anyways, let's keep going. I don't want the Bieber Valley fans to get even madder at me. So, Man's Best Friend, Sabrina Carpenter, Let God Sort Them Out. Now, this is a big one because this is like all genres as far as album of the year. Let God Sort Them Out, Clips, Pusha T and Malice, Mayhem, Lady Gaga, GNX, Kendrick Lamar. Ooh. Did come out November 22nd. See those, because for me, I listen to a lot of relevant music. So whenever a year switches, I start my playlist over to put only that specific year's music on it. So GNX only lived on my playlist for like 2 months. Forgot about that. Okay, then we have Mutt, Leon Thomas, Chromacopia, Tyler the Creator. Not gonna lie to you. As far as my coverage of, I'm trying to see what it had. Where was it at? Oh, here we go. As far as my coverage of no rap songs in the Billboard Top 40 for the first time in 35 years, that happened October 31st of 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, I forget when this came out, but basically probably like 2 or 3 days ago. And if you're in the future, just know I'm recording this November 9th. So not too long after that, we have not 1, not 2, but 3 hip hop albums in album of the year.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I look at the state of hip hop, and I think quality cannot be questioned currently. But of course, from an analytical perspective, I still do keep the stance that we had one of our worst performing years, analytically speaking. But quality wise, I mean, just this is a tough one for me. If I was going pop, I don't know which album I would pick out of the pop. I think this is so hip hop heavy that it's either gonna go to Kendrick or it's gonna go to the Clips. Nah, there's no way they'll give album of the year to the Clips. And I'm not saying that in like a bad way. I'm just saying like what do they even care about topical? Because Kendrick won record of the year for the whole pedophile anthem. I really like GNX. I think GNX is a great album. Bad Bunny, not gonna cap to you, he may take this award as well. From a business side, I would say Bad Bunny again. I do believe Bad Bunny's gonna clean up some of these awards. And definitely 2 of the top categories. So I would say song, record of the year and album of the year would probably go to Bad Bunny. But personally, I wouldn't mind Kendrick getting album of the year. I feel like GNX is definitely a solid album. I mean, he was putting all his homies from LA on the album. Well, I don't know if they're homies or not, but he was putting a lot of the up and coming LA artists on his album, which, you know, a lot of people accuse him of keeping it all to himself. So, and it still sound phenomenal sonically. And then the rapping is just on a whole nother level. Like going back to GNX, looking at TV Off on this album, looking at Luther on this album, it's only, well, I say only 44 minutes. That's really a good size pause. Goodness gracious.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
It's really a solid offering. See, even that. But as far as an album. So I will say, see Peekaboo's on here, Dodger Blue. It's a lot of just crazy tracks on here. This whole album is just like top tier. Gloria, ending it off with Gloria, like just him getting in his bag, literally, as far as the pen. That was something else. And then of course Kendrick with Reincarnated. Oh no, yeah. Kendrick probably should win this award. I'm not gonna lie to you. Personally, I don't want Kendrick to win it. Business wise, I'll probably say Bad Bunny, David Terrell, Mas Photos will win. So I'm giving my business and personal picks, if you couldn't tell. So anyways, song of the year. We have Abracadabra, Lady Gaga. We have Anxiety by Doji. We have why is this not Bolden? Am I tripping? APT by, isn't it Bruno Mars? Yeah, Bruno Mars and Rosie. DTMF by Bad Bunny. Golden by K-Pop Demon Hunters. Luther by Kendrick Lamar with SZA. Man-Child with Sabrina Carpenter. Wildflower with Billie Eilish. I do not believe Billie Eilish is going to receive any awards. Now, that may be a hot take, but throughout the year of 2025, I do believe her fan base wasn't really messing with Wildflower like that. I mean, it's not a bad album by any stretch of the imagination, but I do believe they're not like going out of the way to say like this is a phenomenal album, because I do cover a lot of different genres. I'll probably see if Wildflower kept popping up, but I haven't covered Billie Eilish in a minute. And Billie Eilish's most popular track, which once again, because new people may not know who listen to me, just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the highest quality. But as far as the most popular track off of Billie Eilish Wildflower album, it's Wildflower that comes in number 51st as far as the 51st most played album in the world. I don't know. Is it album? Let me see. Billie Eilish. Okay, so Hit Me Hard and Soft is the only track Billie Eilish has on the charts. But to be fair, it's the 20th most played. Okay, I am tripping. This is the album. The album Hit Me Hard and Soft. Yeah, I'm tripping. My fault. Hit Me Hard and Soft, as far as an album, is the 20th most played album in the world. But when it comes to the song Wildflower, it's the 51st most played track in the world. But to be fair, it's been on the charts for about 72 weeks. So anyways, let me go back to my original statement. So looking at Billie Eilish, she hasn't made enough noise from a quality perspective, in my opinion. And then when you look at the sales, it also doesn't say, oh, you have to give this the W, right? You look at Billie Eilish in the year of 2025, and obviously we got to do August to August. So March, April, May, June, July, August. Yeah, okay. So Hit Me Hard and Soft came out after the deadline. No, before the deadline, right? No, it came out after. I'm tripping. So, Hit Me Hard and Soft, 10 songs, 43 minutes, released under Interscope Records. Yeah, I do not believe Billie Eilish, and this may be a hot take, I don't think she's going to walk away with anything. In the year of your Sabrina Carpenters, your Taylor Swifts, your K-Pop Demon Hunters, your Pusha T, Kendricks, Bad Bunnies, I'm thinking of people who really took over 2025. I don't believe Billie Eilish deserves any of the wins in these top tier categories. Yeah. So song of the year, I think from a business perspective, I think we should give Bad Bunny 2 of the 3 out of the big out of these categories. So I'm just gonna assume that he's probably gonna win the top 2 categories that we already went over as far as record of the year, as far as album of the year. Now, as far as song of the year, this is where I believe they may switch it up. I would say Jack Antonoff will have to get some type of W because of how he's just handcrafting a lot of these super commercial sounds. Like Jack Antonoff is used so often that they have to give him some type of win. I think the producers, the engineers, the artists know how effective and how much of high acclaim he has. I think they'll give it to him no matter what. So how many times is he listed on here? Let me see. Jack. Okay, so Jack made Luther. Jack made Man-Child. So I would say song of the year from a business perspective would probably go to Sabrina Carpenter's Man-Child. From a personal perspective, once again, I have to go with Luther. Like I keep saying, Kendrick Lamar with SZA rivals Drake with Rihanna to me. I do believe all the stars off of the Black Panther album, even the 30 for 30 track, it was really slept on, but I think it was high quality off of SZA's Deluxe for SOS. And then you have Luther. Anyways, it's just a fantastic duo. But then, hold on now. So, all of my coverage of K-pop, not gonna cap to you. Yeah, from a business perspective, I don't think anybody is ever trying to give kudos to K-pop musicians in America. So, putting my business hat on, which, you know, it may be counterintuitive, but putting my business hat on, I do not see them giving any of the big categories to K-pop Demon Hunters. Now, when it comes to the Emmys, not the Emmys, the Oscars, one of them. When it comes to that music for the specific TV show, they should sweep. Like, it shouldn't even, literally, it should not even be a question. It should be best soundtrack goes to K-pop Demon Hunters. We're not having a nominee list. Literally, that's how big of a year K-pop Demon Hunters has had from a soundtrack perspective, which I'm going to highlight it because they don't have it bolded right here. So I'm going to highlight it. So this is what I'm talking about, this right here. So anyways, K-pop Demon Hunters is literally the most successful soundtrack of all time. Not like hyperbole, I'm not exaggerating. K-pop Demon Hunters is the most successful soundtrack of all time, like ever. Like, a bunch of soundtracks been put out since before we was born, and it'll be put out after. Currently, K-pop Demon Hunters has the most successful soundtrack we've ever seen in life. Putting my business hat on, though, people at the Grammys do not know, and they don't know what in the world they're looking at when they see EGA. They don't even know this is K-pop Demon Hunters. They don't even list them as K-pop. Oh, no, they put it right here. All right, I'm tripping. So that's the show. But anyways, as far as EJ, Mark, Sonderblick, they don't know any of these people. Hunter/X, they just know this right here. They're going to think this is a TV show. We're not voting for it. Ignorantly, but also that's attached with business. You know, a lot of CEOs are just completely oblivious and out of touch. So put my business cap on. I think it's going to go to Man-Child because of Jack Antonoff and Sabrina Carpenter. I do believe it should go to Golden. But anyways, yeah, my personal pick will still be Luther. Because even though I do like K-pop Demon Hunters, like the Your Idol track from the Soulja Boys, which if you didn't even know, they have two groups in the K-pop Demon Hunters. There's oh my goodness, why I keep highlighting everything? My fault. You have the K-pop Demon Hunters, and then you have the Soulja Boys, right? The Soulja Boys have this track called Your Idol, and also they have another track that's going crazy on the charts. It's called Soda Pop. I think Your Idol is fantastic. One of the better songs of the year, in my opinion. Like, I just like the overall vibe of it, and I catch myself singing the chorus all the time. I've said it multiple times on my coverage of K-pop Demon Hunters. Your Idol is a top 10 track as far as this specific year. Now, I've never made a top 10 track keeping all the other overseas tracks in mind. That's why I do it here, just so we can have it all in one place. But Your Idol from Soulja Boys is my favorite track off of the K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack. So I listen to this. It's on my playlist. And I'm still choosing Luther. So anyways, best new artist. With that being said, we have Olivia Dean, Cat's Eye, The Marias, Addison Rae, Somber, Leon Thomas. Is it Somber or Somber? I don't know. Whatever. Alex Warren. Alex Warren? Hold up now. That man's a new artist? What in the world? The reason why I say that because, yo, this man, nah, bro. This man came out the gate with a top 3 track in the world? Ain't no way. All right, now I gotta go to his discography. You know, these best new artists for the Grammys, they be like 5 years in deep. They're just a new artist to the Grammys. Let me see. And I'm not mad at it. I'm just, got fact check. His first album on DSP is September 26, 2024. Hey, this is the epitome of a new artist. What in the actual? All right, when he put out his first single though. So his first single came out June 11th, 2021 on DSP. It's titled One More I Love You. Dang, he's always been putting out them sad anthems. Him and Ron Wave, boy, they could have a sad off. I ain't gonna lie to you, boy, a depressed off. They could have a jump off of, you know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. I ain't gonna say that part. But anyways, as far as Lola Young, I do believe, not Lola Young. As far as the full list, so we have Olivia Dean, Cat's Eye, The Marias, Addison Rae, Somber, Leon Thomas, Alex Warren, Lola Young. Personally, you already know I'm going with Leon. Come on now, stop playing me. You know what I mean? Hey, even though I did watch you in Victorious, I may be supremely biased. From a musical perspective, I'm not going to lie to you, you still been working. Not only does he have Mutt just going crazy on the charts, but this man still put together a whole project that had a whole different sound, and it still sounds phenomenal. If I play music on my platform, this would be one of the projects I play, because Folks, that just came out October 24th, which is PHOLKX, is fantastic. So when it comes to Leon Thomas, personally, I would want him to win this award. Business-wise, Olivia Dean has been like an industry darling. Like, I always try to think of that when I put on my business hat. Like, who in the world is an industry darling? Who in the world is probably going to go perform? Let me see. And who also is probably not going to show up because they know they're not going to win. So Olivia Dean, and numbers aren't everything because it's not the Billboard Awards, but I try to look at the different status between these artists. Olivia Dean does have the 7th most played album in the world, which is the most popular out of this group, I believe. Yeah. And then we have Alex Warren with the most popular track out of this group with Ordinary, but it's still close with Olivia Dean as far as Man I Need. But Ordinary, like I said earlier, rivals Leon Thomas's Mutt because of how long it's been on the charts. Ordinary is definitely one of the most popular tracks of the year. That's not even close. So Olivia Dean, it's not the Billboard Awards, but people did still speak very highly of Olivia Dean's quality, comparing her to Snow Allegra and saying she has more of a soulful vibe. I wouldn't be mad. Well, it's the business side. So I'm going to say Olivia Dean should get Best New Artist. Personally, I'm going with Leon Thomas. Like, come on now. So, anyways. But shout out to Alex Warren. He still had a phenomenal year. But that's my pick. Producer of the Year, non-classical. So a Producer's Award, artist names appear in parentheses. All right, that's what's up. So we have Dan, what in the world? We have Cirkut, Dijon. I don't know why I said it like that. Blake Mills, and Soundwave for GNX. I guess I should have talked about the stuff they worked on, huh? Dan Arbach, I think that's how you say it. He made, I don't recognize any of these. Cirkut made Abracadabra by Lady Gaga, AEOMG by Coco Jones, APT by Rose and Bruno Mars. He made Big Sleep by The Weeknd featuring Giorgio Moroder. I don't even, hold up, what is that? What's that track? I'm a huge Weeknd fan. I don't even know what that track looked like. What? Big Sleep. Oh, it's off of Hurry Up Tomorrow. Dang, I want to hear what this song sounds like. Because I'm like, I do not remember this. Is this even like, this has never came up in rotation. I kid you not. I have this whole album on my playlist. Yo, Spotify be tripping. Anyways. So yeah, this man has a crazy list right now. Disease, Lady Gaga, It Girl, Jade, a little more Ed Sheeran, Mayhem, Lady Gaga, Red Terror, The Weeknd. Bro, why is the list so long? And some of these other people like Soundwave just has GNX. Like, it's cool to get a nominee. That's I bet you he's ecstatic, right? But they should get like 3 each, like even if it's not that big. Like, goodness gracious, bro, you make it look like Dan Arbach and Cirkut is just like leaps and bounds ahead of Soundwave, just having GNX. So anyways, Dijon, Baby Dijon, Daisies by Justin Bieber, Devotion by Justin Bieber, Things You Do by Justin Bieber, and Yukon. So you just, a lot of Justin Bieber. Blake Mills did I don't recognize any of these. And then Soundwave did GNX. Not gonna cap to you, bro. It has to go to Cirkut. This list is ridiculous right here. That's ridiculous. Lady Gaga, Abracadabra, APT, Rose, Disease, Lady Gaga again, Mayhem, Lady Gaga, and Making the Red Terror. Oh my! Anybody who produced, who had a hand on that Weeknd album, Hurry Up Tomorrow, needs to have some type of win at the Grammys. I'm not gonna cap to you. Technically, the Weeknd's. Let me chill. Technically, the Weeknd is nominated, right? Nah, they still hate that man. Yeah, the Weeknd's album Hurry Up Tomorrow is my favorite for a plethora of reasons. The Weeknd is one of the greatest singers I've heard ever. The production is some of the greatest sounds I've heard ever. And the combination of the sequencing, I mean, it has to go to Cirkut. So, shout out to him. Songwriter of the Year, non-classical. Songwriters Award, artist names appear in parentheses. Amy Allen. As far as APT, Rosie and Bruno Mars. Bad as the Rest, Jesse Murph. Hail Mary, Shabuzi. Sierra Farrell. Handlebars by Jenny featuring Dua Lipa. Just Keep Watching, Tate McRae. Lost in Translation. What type of, what in the actual?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Type of lisp is that? I said translation. No, that's something new. That's something new. Anyways, Lost in Translation, Karen Leone and Casey Musgraves. Man Child by Sabrina Carpenter. Tears by Sabrina Carpenter. And Why by John Bellion, featuring Luke Combs. Pretty solid list. Edgar Barrera. The reason why I'm reading this out, because I actually care about this category. If I don't care about it, I'm just going to say the actual names. Edgar Barrera. Birthday Behavior by Bia and Young Michael. Oh, I bet that track is fire. How come I didn't even know they had a track together? Young Michael is literally on my playlist. It's a specific track that uses the Lollipop anthem, and I think it is straight heat. I forget exactly where it is at. Oh, here it is. Okay, I was actually putting it on my playlist. I should just pulled up her profile. Young Michael. Which track is that? Young Michael. Yeah, the track's title, What's Up? When did this come out? What's Up came out April 25th of this year. So that track, to me, is a phenomenal execution of just using a hip-hop sample in the best way possible. Young Michael went crazy. Young Michael. So, anyways, Cole Sionando. What? Cole Sionando. I think that's how you say it. Heridas by Karol G, Marco Antonio, and Solis. All right, shout out to them. Esse Veto no Te Quita by Karen Leone and Gabito Ballesteros. Mi Halo, Fereza Regida, Grupo Frontera. Mi Retiro, I think that's how you say it. Santana, Grupo Frontera. Milagros by Karol G, the one and only. C. Guime, Basando Asi, Manuel Turizo, Sol Terra by Shakira, and Una Noche Contigo by Juanes. I think that's how you say it. I don't know. Then we have Jesse Joe Dillon. We have Bless Your Heart by Megan Moroney, Bottomland Hardy, Dreams Don't Die, Jelly Roll, First Rodeo, Kelsia Ballerini, Happened to Me, Russell Dickerson, Hello Something, what in the world? Jake Worthington, Miranda Lambert, If You Were Mine, Morgan Wallen. Interesting. It's another one who's beefing with the Grammys, but somehow slipped in here due to songwriters.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Not gonna lie, if I was Morgan Wallen in The Weeknd, technically I'll let it slide because I'm probably cool with the songwriter. But at the end of the day, hey, y'all know it's up for life.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
You know what I'm saying? You got a nomination from who?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Hey, man, good luck to you. But tell him I said, you know what I'm saying? Tell him I said.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. It's a PG podcast. Anyways, to the men that love women after heartbreak, Kelsia, and then she also has Patterns. Okay, so Tobias Jesso Jr. Not gonna cut to you. Another baby, and okay, that's it. That's only two from him. Okay, then we have Daisy's Justin Bieber, From Bon Iver, Go Baby, Justin Bieber. That's funny. Justin Bieber naming any song, any type of baby is like, bro, like, nah, bro. You already made the classic baby track ever. Like, you just gotta leave it alone. Anyways, Golden Burning Sun, Miley Cyrus. Man I Need, Olivia Dean. Relationships, Haim. And Walking Away by Justin Bieber. That's what's up. Laura Veltz, About You, Big X The Plug, feature. Oh, there he got the sellout.
Like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Not the man who came in the game and completely sold out. I ain't never seen a hip hop artist switch up so fast. I don't even think Lil Dicky and Post Malone switched up as fast as Big X The Plug. But anyways, yeah, shout out to Laura Veltz, I guess. About You, Big X The Plug, featuring Tucker Wetmore. Blue Strips by Jesse Murph. Grand Bouquet. What in the world? Moran Morris. Okay. Leave Me to Josh Ross. Parallel Universe. Lauren Spencer. Someone in This Room. Jesse Murph featuring Bailey Zimmerman. Touch Me Like a Gangster. What in the world? I don't think that's how it works. You gotta talk to 50 Cent about that one. That's by Jesse Murph. What Tomorrow's for Blessings Offer. No. What Tomorrow's For by Blessings Offer. You'll Be Okay, Kid. From the original documentary Child Star by Demi Lovato. Shout out to Demi. So when it comes to APT, when it comes to Lost in Translation, Man-Child, Tears, goodness, that's a lot. I wonder if they put this in alphabetical order because they have Amy at the top, and that may be the pick I go with. Yeah, I think Amy Allen should win Songwriter of the Year. I can't really put my business hat on for this one because these are a bunch of hits. But writing anything for Sabrina Carpenter and Bruno Mars in the same year that they put out APT and Man-Child, I mean, you just have to win. You just have to. I don't see anything else beating you out. So yeah, Songwriter of the Year, non-classical, my expert opinion, and my business hat is I think Amy Allen should win this category. All right, Field 1, Pop and Dance Electronic. Best Pop Solo Performance, we have Daisies by Justin Bieber, Man-Child by Sabrina Carpenter, Disease by Lady Gaga, The Subway by Chappelle Rowan, and Messy by Lola Young. Now, I'm have to give it to, because I don't really care too much for this category. So I'm just gonna give one pick. I would give it to either Disease or Man-Child. And because of my biasness, I'm gonna give it to Disease by Lady Gaga. But I guess I have to give two picks then. I do believe Man-Child will probably win that one. Best Pop Duo / Group Performance. Define Gravity, Gabrielle Katz, ABT, Rosie, 30 for 30. Oh, look at Kendrick. Look at him. He finally got that 30 for 30. You know what I'm saying? And not the way he wanted. Goodness.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
You know, he wanted that 30 with somebody else. But anyways, 30 for 30 is nominated on here, which is very surprising. So I would say SZA featuring Kendrick Lamar should probably win this. But it's 30 for 30 though, so that's a tough one. Because then you have the Wicked duo right here, and they've been putting up numbers. And then you have Golden, which as a group performance, putting up numbers is an understatement. So putting on my business hat, I really don't believe the Grammys respect what the K-pop Demon Hunters have been doing. I am open to being wrong, but I think that's one of the biggest upsides to what I do is because I found a gem in the rough. A diamond in the rough that nobody was talking about. And let's just say 2025 has been phenomenal. Drop a bomb for that one. So anyways, I don't think the Grammys even understand the amount of impact the K-pop Demon Hunters have had musically, even though they've been towards the top of the list for the whole year. K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack is the second most played soundtrack in the world. And then you have Golden, which is the second most played track in the world. I mean, safe to say, everybody and their mama is listening to either the album or the single Golden. So I would have to go Golden. I do believe they should, if they're going to give a group performance a category, and they're going to give them a nominee for the group performance category, but it should easily go to K-pop Demon Hunters. It's not, I don't even think it's close. Even personally, I would go Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters. So yeah, that's my choice for best duo / group performance. K-pop Demon Hunters has to win this. Like it's just really set up for them. Anyways, best pop vocal album. You have Swag, Justin Bieber, Man's Best Friend, Sabrina Carpenter, Something Beautiful, Miley Cyrus, Mayhem by Lady Gaga. I would give this because I don't listen to any of these albums too much. Oh, hold on now. That's what I'm saying. The font, like this is the official Grammy site. Who in the world is boldening these titles? I did not even see this. I've tried everything but therapy. Part 2 by Teddy Swims. Ladies and gentlemen, we found us a winner.
You guys. I know that ain't who I think it is.
So I've tried everything but therapy. Definitely needs to win this one. Teddy Swims is one of the greatest, if not. No, not the greatest. That's a little bit too much. But Teddy Swims is definitely one of the greatest artists I've heard from that side of the genre, as far as pop and coming in and being able to assimilate with either a hip hop, R&B artist, a country artist. It really don't matter. Teddy Swims, probably one of the greatest artists we have right now on planet Earth. So, anyways, he should probably win this one. I've tried everything but therapy, and that's probably a hot take because I'm pretty sure putting my business hat on, Sabrina Carpenter gonna walk her away with at least 2 awards, and this may be one of them. But I believe Teddy Swims should win this one. Anyways, best dance / electronic recording. We have No Cap. Hold on now. The rapper? No, just playing. Disclosure and Anderson .Paak. We have Victory Lap by Fred again, Skepta, and Plackboy Max. Hold on now. Hey, drop a bomb for Plackboy Max. What in the world? You know, it's so funny. When his album came out, everybody was, it was, man, shout out to Plackboy Max, man. Drop a bomb for that one. Yeah, yes, sir. You know what I mean? It don't even matter what I was about to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about none of that. Seeing a streamer, content creator get a nominee for a nomination at the Grammys is top tier. It's top tier. So because I'm being completely biased and loving the respect on content creators' names, I gotta go Plackboy Max Victory Lap. Don't care about the others. Sorry. Best dance pop recording. Okay, don't care about that. Well, shout out to Lady Gaga. You know, hopefully she wins that one. Selena Gomez, you know, to be fair, you know, you gotta be gentle. Benny Blanco, good stuff, man. You carrying like LeBron on Cleveland. All right, let's move on. Best dance / electronic album. Shout out to FK Twigs. I believe I've covered them a good amount of times. Shout out to Pink Panthers. But yeah, I don't know too much about that. We're gonna skip that one. Best remix recording. Abracadabra. The what? The one. Yo, Jarvis, go on pronounce that for me. Let's see you pronounce this one. Nah, you want to pronounce all these simple words. Hold up now. I'm going to show you something right here.
Category 13.
Okay.
Best
all right, that's not what I said, though. That's not what I said.
Abracadabra. Gisa Felston remix. Gisa.
Nah, bro. Gisa Felston? What? That's not real. Nah, I need Jarvis to say that one more time. Ain't no way. I'm trying to teach y'all. I also teach for myself because I ain't going to cap to you. We ain't just going to keep going and not knowing what that word means.
Abracadabra. Gisa Felston remix.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
There's no way. There's no way I literally played it twice and still don't know how to say it. Like, what in the world? But did she say like Gisa Felston? Gisa Felston. Hopefully I said it right. Anyways, that was insane. That's an insane name for a remake. Anyways, all jokes aside, I don't know too much about this list. Actually, I'm tripping. No, I see Golden. Hold up now. Yeah, that has to go to Golden. As far as it's David Guetta remix. So I guess it depends on how good you think David Guetta is. I did see a lot about the funny enough, I did see a lot about the Lady Gaga G-Fo Stealth, whatever that is, remix. I don't think I ever covered it. So put my bias cap on. I think it should just go to K-pop Demon Hunters just because. You gotta give them a couple awards just to make them feel seen. Field 2, rock, metal, and alternative music. Best rock performance. Oh, let me tell you about this one. Oh boy.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know this ain't the rock category. I've been waiting for this. All right, so the field 3, R&B. R&B and rap and spoken word poetry. So we have best R&B performance. We have UConn, Justin Bieber. How in the world? This man R&B artist now? I thought he was a pop artist. Y'all either take him or you don't. Y'all gonna give him to us or you're not. Because R&B, we already know who is running R&B. So don't be disrespectful. Either gonna give us Justin Bieber or we gonna take him and have him doing push-ups in front of the gangsters like we used to do. Remember he had, hold up, see? Now I gotta do some. Yep, hold on now. Now I gotta do some Mickey research. So either y'all gonna give us Justin Bieber or we gonna take him. Cause don't forget what we had Justin Bieber doing when he came to the hood. Don't forget.
With the kid came over.
Yeah, that boy scared. He was like, bro, I was supposed to be a pop land. Like, nah, bro, they gave you back.
Justin Bieber in the hood.
Uh-huh.
Churches with the kid came over.
Look, this is not even 4K, but guess what? That's still Justin Bieber though.
On the side.
That's dope watching this nigga grow up.
Yeah.
Right here, man.
Yeah, that boy got out. Yeah, he felt comfortable. He was like, hold up now. It's not so bad being on the nice side of creativity. You know what I'm saying? Not always colonizing and taking credit for other people's work. You know what I'm saying? It's nice to be with the creative people for once.
Bieber in the hood.
Yes, sir.
White boy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he sang it too. Hey, he sang it.
You guys.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He said sang that he got to sing it. Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm.
26.
Yeah, ain't get them push-ups, boy. Get them push-ups in.
8.
It's the my shoes, man.
Stop playing with that boy Beaver Belly. He got his stripes.
13.
I bet you size 7 don't want to squabble up with Beaver Belly. That's what I thought. Anyways, let's get back into it. So.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So yeah, basically, I think they gave us Justin Bieber back. So I think he's officially back in the Black Clan. So UConn, Justin Bieber. It Depends, Chris Brown featuring Bryson Tiller. Folded by Kalani. Mutt by Leon Thomas. Heart of a Woman by Summer Walker. Not gonna cap to you, I do not think it's particularly close, even though a lot of people are gonna say, hold up now, that's blasphemy.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
But what I have to tell you is, Leon Thomas, in his track Mutt, is such a coming of age as far as his overall story that I believe the quality level matched with the engagement is just too high for any of these other tracks to compete. Like, It Depends from a quality perspective, in my opinion, is the closest to Mutt. Maybe even better, because I do like Chris Brown and Bryson Tiller individually when they make their albums and singles, and they came together for a colossal track as far as It Depends. To give another kudos to It Depends, it reminds me of when Drake and Chris Brown came together for No Guidance. That's the level of quality I believe Chris Brown and Bryson Tiller gave with this specific track, It Depends. Now, when it comes to Folded, I'm not going to be disrespectful, because of course you already know the drop I always played as far as Drake saying, hey, we'll fold that up right now. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, hold on, I'm on full screen that. You know, a lot of people looking at Kalani, and they probably saying, like, we'll fold that up for real. You know what I mean? All right, my fault. Let me chill out. So, as far as my Drake drop, you know, and saying he'll fold up right now to the heckler, that's the drop I always play when it came to Kalani's track Folded. But I never honestly believed that Folded was the best R&B track of the year. It Depends, and Mutt is in a league of his own to me, and Mutt is in a league of his own. Not only from an objective metric, but from a quality perspective, Mutt is just a phenomenal track from start to finish. It's just phenomenal. Like, it's like he really mastered the art of song structure. Mutt, and they have the live NPR. Like, they literally, I feel like they did this on purpose. They gave the live from NPR's Tiny Desk. They had to make it even a fair competition for the other tracks. All these other tracks, EQ, perfected in the studio. They put the NPR Tiny Desk version on here, basically letting y'all know, like, if we put the original version, I'm not gonna cap to you, it would be disrespectful to have other nominees on this list. But because of them putting the NPR, safe to say it's gonna be closer to people because of them thinking like, oh, okay, well now we can compare the quality a little bit more. But no, it's not the same. You know what I'm saying? whenever you're looking at this, whenever you're saying to yourself, oh, maybe we finally have an R&B track that's on the level of Mutt, just know, you do not.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So I went on that whole soliloquy just to tell you that Leon Thomas' Mutt track is in a league of his own, and it should definitely win best R&B performance. Best traditional R&B performance. We have Here We Are, Duran and Bernard. What in the world? Uptown, Layla Hathaway. Love You Too by Lady Gaga. Crybaby by SZA. Vibes Don't Lie by Leon Thomas. Once again, I ain't even heard Vibes Don't Lie. But because of the year Leon Thomas had, the artistry on full display. Wait, hold on now. SZA's on this list. Okay, hold on now. That makes it a little bit harder. SZA's on this list. So, I think it should go to either Leon Thomas or SZA. I wouldn't be mad if Leon Thomas cleans up the R&B slots. I would not be mad if Leon Thomas wins Best Traditional and Best R&B Performance. But because SZA is on Best Traditional, I think she could possibly get him out of the paint. So is it cheating if I choose SZA and Leon Thomas? Because from a business perspective, I'm saying SZA could win. From a personal perspective, I still think Leon Thomas should win this category. So, yeah, those are my picks. Best R&B Song. I don't know the difference between Best R&B Performance, Best R&B Song. Oh, actually, it's the opposite. So they chose the NPR Tiny Desk, basically showcasing that, hey, this man Leon Thomas went to a Tiny Desk, not mixed and master, just raw live performance. Pause on the raw.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Basically, Leon Thomas had, a live version, un-EQ'd, right? Going up against a bunch of EQ'd vocal performances, which is still crazy. I'm trying to put in perspective how big the gap is as far as that specific track, Mutt, and the other R&B tracks. Anyways, so Leon Thomas should still win that. But this is just Best R&B Song. So this is just, from a song structure. We have Folded by Kalani, Heart of a Woman by Summer Walker. It Depends by Chris Brown featuring Bryson Tiller. Overqualified by Duran Bernard. Yes It Is by Leon Thomas. See, the way that they're switching up the tracks for Leon is crazy. Like, I don't know if they're setting them up to lose, or if they just want to showcase that a bunch of these tracks are Grammy worthy. Because why not just put Mutt on a lot of these categories? Why not put Mutt here? Why not put Mutt right here? Why not put Mutt here? Like, why are you choosing different songs like Vibes Don't Lie and Yes It Is? I don't know exactly why that is. I think because Leon Thomas is so new, I don't know. Chris Brown has a very checkered past. Like, it's like saying the sky is blue, right? So as far as the Grammys, they're probably looking at Chris Brown in the phenomenal year that he's having with It Depends, and they're probably saying to themselves,
Whoop-de-doo.
they're probably saying to Chris Brown's camp, boy, y'all lucky y'all got a nomination. But guess what? We still know what he did to Rihanna.
Whoop-de-doo.
So anyways, even though I always say that Chris Brown's the most talented human I've ever seen in life. I know y'all gonna say, pause, hey.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
That man be dancing, singing, rapping, playing basketball, painting. It's like a lot of stuff that he does at a very high level. I'm not gonna catch you. It's almost like the Jamie Foxx, but like physical and performance attributes. It's crazy. So yeah, and he was acting. Like, hold on now, y'all remember that man got shot in that dancing movie right in the beginning because they didn't want him to steal the shine from the main character.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And then, of course, that movie where they were stealing something, I forget what it was called. I think it was called Thief or something. Anyways, Chris Brown's most talented human I've ever seen, like ever. He'd probably do stand-up if you wanted to. I'll stop,
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Y'all probably saying, dang, the Glaze is insane. My fault. So when you look at Best R&B Song, I do believe it should probably go to Leon Thomas again. I kid you not. Leon Thomas is just like, his year in R&B, it's like, it's reminiscent of when Kendrick went crazy with the pedophile anthem. The way that Leon Thomas put R&B on his back, I don't know if y'all noticed, hip hop is in a downward trajectory as far as the year of 2025 compared to the rest of the years. What Leon Thomas has done for R&B, specifically him and SZA, they've been single-handedly putting out high-quality music that's also notoriously affecting the masses, which is very hard to do. It's very hard. So I think it should go to Leon. And I'm not even going to pick another. Like, I think Leon should probably clean up. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think it's particularly close, like a lot of people are saying. Shout out to Kalani. She had a fantastic song. She had OG Legends remixing folded track, but Leon Thomas is on another level. But to play devil's advocate, if I was to see somebody take one win away from Leon, well, I guess I already said it was SZA. Yeah, I think SZA's the only one that could really take a win away from Leon. All right, let's keep going. Best progressive R&B album. So we have Bloom, Adjust Brightness. I don't care about none of these. Best R&B album. We have Beloved by Giveon, Why Not More by Coco Jones, The Crown by Lady C, Escape Room by Tiana Taylor. Shout out to Tiana Taylor. Shout out to Tiana. And Mutt by Leon Thomas. You already know what I'm going to say. Come on now. Don't make me say it.
You guys.
Leon Thomas should clean up. Should clean up. But, not going to cap. Giveon is just in that SZA conversation for me as far as quality. Giveon, I could see him being one of the artists who takes an R&B win away from Leon Thomas. So I'm gonna go with Leon Thomas. I wouldn't be mad if it goes to Giveon Beloved. Giveon is a phenomenal R&B act, phenomenal. Best rap performance. Hold up now.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know I ain't just see my category.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
They ain't want to put RJ3 on here. That's crazy.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
All right, anyways. Best rap performance. We have the one and only Cardi B.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
We have Pusha T. We have Doechii. We have Size 7, White Tank Top featuring Lefty Gunplay. We have Tyler, the Creator, featuring Tizo Touchdown. Now, of course, the particular tracks associated to these musicians is Outside to Cardi B, Chains and Whips to Clips. That actually sounds crazy out loud. So I'm not trying to get canceled. That's the actual track name. Anxiety to Doechii, TV Off to Kendrick Lamar, and Darling, I to Tyler, the Creator. Now, best rap performance. That's a very stickler type of category because I'm not going to cap to you. I got to put on my cap as far as being a snob in the lyricist space. I love when rappers actually care about the art form of putting words together to inflict emotion. So saying that, Kendrick Lamar is undoubtedly the best rapper we have currently on planet Earth. Like, not Jay-Z, not let me rephrase that. He's the best commercial rapper that we have. Because of course somebody gonna name their little cousin who's a battle rapper who done killed like 10 people, who has the craziest double, triple, quadruple entendres as far as how to kill somebody and word flipping crazy, right? But those people usually can't make a song. From a superstar perspective, I would say Kendrick Lamar is the best rapper that we have currently. I think it's Kendrick. I think we have Drake. I think we have Nas. Dang, this is off the top. I ain't gonna cap to you. Clips will have to go up there. I don't know if they'll be in my top 5 though. Clips will have to go up there. And personally, I know it's a hot take, but I like Russ and Big Sean. So they've always been some of my favorite lyricists in the game. Anyways, I say all that to say this. Kendrick should win this. TV Off. It's not the best rap performance from Kendrick. They're probably just putting this on here because he screams mustard. And that should show you the type of people who's the mindset of people who's voting. They're probably voting in a way that makes it come off better to the masses, right? Imagine if they put like what's that one track from Kendrick that he's getting his bars off. But from the masses perspective, that don't care about lyricism, that don't care about lyrics, they'll probably fall asleep. So Let me see if I can find. I think it's called Man in the Garden, but don't quote me. I'm trying to find it first. So, let me see. I know it's off of this album. Yeah, okay. So it's the 4th track off of GNX. It's titled Man at the Garden. That specific track is poetry. It's not emotion because it's audio, right? I guess technically something's moving. Anyways, you get the point. Man at the Garden is one of the best lyrical tracks I've heard in a minute. And to have that track on your album when you also have Reincarnated and then you also have Gloria, I just named 3 tracks, not even to mention Heart Part 6. I done mentioned 3 to 4 tracks that I think is way better from a rap performance standpoint than TV Off. But because Kendrick screamed mustard, the committee probably knew that the masses will only take this at face value as far as being like, oh yeah, that is the best track from a rap perspective off GNX when it says rap performance. So I say all that to say that Kendrick should win this. I don't think it's particularly close. I know a lot of people saying like, oh, the Clips Kendrick. I wonder who the Grammy's gonna pick, Clips or Kendrick. Like Kendrick didn't just give us one of the greatest rap battles of all time and follow that up with a phenomenal album that's GNX. Like the Clips respectively, you dropped during hip hop's GTA 6. The Clips dropped during hip hop's GTA 6. Kendrick should clean up the rap categories when it comes to his album GNX. Anyways, best melodic rap performance. We have Proud of Me Friday featuring Meek Mill. That's what's up. Wholeheartedly, JID featuring Ty Dolla $ign and The Black. Luther featuring, Luther with Kendrick Lamar with SZA. What in the world? We Mage? What type of name is this, bro? Terrence Martin and Kenyon Dixon featuring Rhapsody. Shout out to Rhapsody. That's another rapper that doesn't get the deserved she deserves. Does that make sense? I don't know. Anyways, basically, when I talk about like quality and engagement, Rhapsody is the epitome of that. Putting out high quality and not really getting the engagement she deserves, which is why I always say, if you make high quality, does not automatically, just because you sell a lot does not automatically mean it's high quality, and just because you don't sell a lot does not mean you're making atrocious music. And then, of course, we got the GOAT with his track, Somebody Loves Me, which is funny enough, is my sister's favorite track. So when it comes to Party Next Door and Drake, not gonna lie to you, I know y'all gonna say I'm biased, which some Sexy Songs For You is my favorite album. It's my second favorite album of the year. So I know what you're already saying. The Canadians got your top 2 favorite albums of the year, and you would be correct.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
It would be top 3 Canadians have my favorite album of the year if Tory didn't shoot. You know what I'm saying? All right, my fault. So yeah, y'all get the point, right? Like Canadians really make some phenomenal music. But anyways, all jokes aside, my personal pick will obviously be Drake. It's not even close. I think Drake's the GOAT. I think his album, his R&B album, is one of his greatest albums of all time. I'm not even I'm not exaggerating. I'm not, not hyperbole. Y'all gonna just say I'm a Drake stan. Some Sexy Songs For You is a classic album. Like back when I was talking about Drake, 21 Savage, Her Loss, y'all could go back to my coverage of Her Loss. I was saying that was better than Drake and Future's album. What is everybody saying now? Everybody's like, hey, you know what? Hold on now. You know what? I can't believe Drake and 21 Savage really put out such a great album. Like, really, it smokes What a Time to Be Alive. Like, I was thinking to myself, hold on now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I've been saying this since that album came out, and y'all call me a Drake glazer. I kept trying to tell y'all, Drake and 21 Savage chemistry on that album was leaps and bounds better than what Drake and Future had on What a Time to Be Alive. Nobody was wanting to hear me. So anyways, this is how I feel about Drake and Party Next Door. It reminds me of when Drake put out, if you're reading this, it's too late. Just from a melodic perspective of him being in his bag, I think Drake and Party Next Door definitely put out a classic project in Drake's discography. So I say all that to say this. Best melodic rap performance should definitely go to Somebody Loves Me. And it's not close. But of course, once again, Drake and the Grammys are beefing, so there's no way he's gonna win. They'll probably give it to Kendrick. they couldn't wait to have Kendrick and Drake in the same category and give it to side 7. So yeah, they probably looked at this and seen that Drake should win and said,
Whoop-de-doo.
and gave it to side 7. So Kendrick's probably going to definitely win best melodic rap performance. So shout out to SZA for carrying side 7 on the charts. Because if you didn't know, the story about no rap songs being in the top 10, I mean being in the top 40 for the first time in 35 years. You know the last track that was holding on by a thread in the top 40? It was Luther. And was it because of Kendrick? Of course not. It was because of Luther. I mean, it was because of SZA. SZA also had 30 on 30 on the charts, top 100 for Kendrick. And Kendrick had no other tracks from GNX. So I put the 2 and 2 puzzle pieces together and said to myself, hold on now. That girl SZA is really carrying that man side 7.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So basically, I say all that to say, they're going to give it to side 7. And yeah, he's probably going to win best melodic rap performance. They couldn't wait to get them in the same category and give Kendrick the award. Best rap song. So when it comes to best rap song, we have Anxiety by Doechii. The Birds Don't Sing. Oh, that's a tough one. No, hold on now. Why in the world? Well, hold on. First of all, best rap performance did not have Birds Don't Sing. Because if you think about it, it's from the performance, like it's the performative aspect of it. You know what's so funny? Did y'all know Jay-Z was supposed to be on Chains and Whips? I bet you if Jay-Z was on Chains and Whips, this would have definitely won. I still think Kendrick's gonna win though. Anyways, best rap song. Where are we at? Yeah, best rap song. Okay, Anxiety, Doechii. The Birds Don't Sing. Clips, Pusha T, Malice featuring John Legend, and Voices of Fire. Sticky by, I forgot about Sticky. Paul's goodness.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Nah, Sticky's an anthem. No, Sticky's actually an anthem. The HBCUs was going crazy. Fun fact, my sister goes to a HBCU. So let's just say, I never got to like experience it in person, but but as far as people telling me, it seems like the HBCUs really enjoyed Sticky. And then not even like a month later, I started to see a bunch of videos from other HBCUs playing the Sticky track. Really a movement. I don't know if they're going to reward him just off of that. Because a reminder, it is a Pusha T and Kendrick battle. I feel like Tyler, the Creator, will get disrespected in this Pusha T and Kendrick battle, even though I don't think it's much of a battle. I do believe Kendrick should clean up. So it's not like I'm hating on Kendrick, even though, I be calling him size 7 and white tank top, all jokes. He called my favorite rapper a pedophile. So, he should be able to take, anyways, Tyler, the Creator, I do believe should get one award. It's not like one, like, oh, that's all he deserves, but they're making it seem like it's between Kendrick and Pusha T. Like, they're making it seem like there's not enough room for even those two to be battling it out in this same awards show. So Tyler, I do believe, would get pushed to the side. If I haven't mentioned anybody else, it's because they have no chance. I do believe best rap song should go to Sticky. I know what y'all saying. What? Ain't no way. You telling me Birds Don't Sing, TV off, and you're gonna pick Sticky? Sticky from a structure standpoint, having Lil Wayne, Glorilla, Sexy Red, and actually like Sexy Red literally may have had the best verse on Sticky. Think about that. So after you thought about it, you may cuss me out, but I'm being so serious. When it comes to Sexy Red and her voice matching the tonality of the actual beat as far as sonically, it was just a match made in heaven. Like when Sexy Red came on, it's like, man, she was really made for this beat. Anyways, maybe it's just because, I got a little HBCU bias. But as far as my business hat, I would say it goes to either Pusha T or Kendrick. I would choose one, but I probably chose Kendrick for the top one. So maybe Birds Don't Sing would probably get best rap song. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at Birds Don't Sing getting it. I'm not mad at TV off getting it. Personally, I would probably say Sticky. I'm not going to cap to you. That was a different level of energy. You put on Sticky right now, it's just a burst of energy. It's just all type of just endorphins and adrenaline going through your body. Pause. All right, there we go. Best rap album. Let God Sort Them Out with the Clips. Glorious, but with Glorilla. God Does Like Ugly with J.I.D. GNX by Kendrick Lamar. Chromacopia by Tyler, the Creator. And that's it. So, looking at best rap album, one of the things I very much despise is that the Grammys is very political, because maybe a hot take, I don't care. Russ, in his album Wild, is my favorite rap album of 2025. Y'all probably saying,
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I know what you're saying. How in the world can a adult rapping over adult issues, over dope beats be your album of the year for rap? And of course, none of y'all probably would have described it like that, but you know, I did. And that's why. That's exactly why.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So anyways, Russ has my favorite album of the year as far as Wild. Best rap album of 2025 to me is Russ's album Wild. But at number 2, which, you know, at this point in time, you should probably be able to put together at least my top 4. You know, as far as The Weeknd having my favorite album, Drake, Party Next Door having my second favorite album, Russ Wild being my third favorite album of the year. And then, of course, at number 4, it's been at number 4 for quite some time, Let God Sort Them Out by the Clips is just a phenomenal body of work, just to showcase two gentlemen who can completely out-rap anyone in, not anyone, but, you know, 99.9% of the field as far as making a commercial rap album. Just the layers of intricacy and the delivery combined with the structure to be commercially pleasing makes it so that, because Russ Wild is not on here, I do believe they should win Best Rap Album. But then we have another plot twist, ladies and gentlemen. Technically, GNX is in the eligibility period for this award show, which is why it's on this list as far as GNX Kendrick Lamar. So, not gonna cap to you. All that just to say, Size 7 should win Best Rap Album of the Year. Not gonna cap to you. So, once again, it's gonna be between Kendrick and the Clips. I think Kendrick should sweep. I know they're probably saying that, not sweep. I think, I don't know. I think the Clips should at least win for Birds Don't Sing. I think that may be the one that they get. The what's that one? The best rap song. I think this is where you give it to the Clips. Either best rap song or best rap performance is where you give it to the Clips. Other than that, Kendrick should be sweeping all of these award shows. I mean, all of these categories. You gotta think about it. Kendrick just gave us the Infinity War, the end game for hip hop. And basically, he put out this is his first following album from that enormous type of performance, and he delivered as far as a solid hip hop album coming off of him giving the Canadian a spanking. You know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So now, when we look at the award show that's supposed to recognize that, I think he should sweep. So yeah, man, that wraps it up for rap. So now, best spoken word, obviously we're not going over that. Best jazz, obviously we're not talking about that. Okay, that's what's up. Best Latin jazz, okay, they switching it up, ain't they? Now, if I see a name I've covered out, I still won't stop, because I see Lady Gaga right here. I don't care nothing about that. Best musical theater album, country and American roots. Oh, I couldn't wait, man. It's my favorite. You know what I'm saying? My favorite category, country and American roots. Boy, I can't wait to dive into this. I ain't gonna cap to you. I'm not diving into this. Shout out to Shabuzi. Hopefully he wins. As far as Big X the plug, look at where this got you. You sold out the country, and are you on rap? No. Are you on country? Of course not. It's almost like you should have.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Selling out is never good, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in a certain genre and authentically in that genre, not if you maybe have some country roots, maybe you could switch over. But obviously, Big X the plug with the several superstar country artists on his country album, completely sold out just for no nominations in the country category.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So anyways, actually, does his name even pop up? Let me see. What we at? Category 48? Let me see. Does his name even pop up? We're gonna find out right now. Big X the Plug. Oh, it does right here. All right, it pops up for a songwriter. Look where it got you, bro. You sold out for a country album, and the only nomination you got was from somebody who wrote your song, featuring Tucker Wetmore. I just don't understand. Like, obviously, it's not me criticizing Big X the Plug as a person. It's just me talking about how you came out as a hip hop artist, and not even like 2-3 albums into your career, completely switched into a country project. Like with all the country superstars, which goes back into my sold out point. You have to be given something to sell out. You was given some of the biggest country artists in the world. Did they reward you with any type of nomination? Of course not. I mean, if you thought Shabuzi had a hard time in country, what did you think they was going? Come on, man. Anyways, so yeah, as far as country stuff, I hope Shabuzi cleans up. That's my ignorant take as far as the categories. Best contemporary blues, best folk album, all this other stuff I could care less about. Gospel, oh, that's what's up. Kirk Franklin always he be racking up the nominations, don't he? Kirk Franklin gonna get him a church nomination. Kanye looking at that, saying to himself,
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Every time Kanye see Kirk Franklin's name on these nominee lists.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
All right. Let me see. Best global music performance. Am I going too fast? Or that's not, nah. Yeah, that's basically all I wanted to cover. That's basically it. Everything else should be fine. That was pretty much. That was pretty good coverage. So let's see. Best engineering album, Arcadia. Okay. Best engineering album. Best producer of the year. Oh, producer of the year. Interesting. Actually, it's not. They're just showing a bunch of albums. I don't even know. What in the world? Best immersive album. Okay. Best classical. Okay. That's what's up. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the bottom. Okay, so that's basically it. Yeah, that was fantastic. That was on the nose. Okay. So when it comes to my picks, when it comes to the 2026 Grammy nominations, safe to say, one of the main things I look for as far as Grammy nominations and who's going to win, for one, to give you a little, little insider tidbit. If they don't show up, unless they're Kendrick, unless they're Bad Bunny, that's pretty much it. If they don't show up, they're probably not going to win a lot, right? That's one thing to note. Another thing, what's another thing to note? If they're performing, no, because sometimes they're performing and not give you any wins. But if they don't show up, they're probably not going to win anything, right? Just think of that off the bat. If they're not there, they're not going to win unless they're a superstar, like Kendrick, Bad Bunny type beat. That's pretty much it. As far as Bad Bunny, I do believe he'll probably come out with the most wins, because looking at the nominees, Kendrick could come out with the most wins because he's nominated for 9. But like I said, he is battling it out with Pusha T. I don't know how that's going to swing. I wouldn't be mad at either or getting the upper hand. But Kendrick does look like he's going to win at least 4 out of the 9. As far as who's going to win the most off of him, the 6 nominations that Bad Bunny has, I wouldn't be mad. I could see him winning all 6. It would be a stretch. I could see him winning all 6. I think he could go 4 for 6. I think Kendrick would probably go 4 for 9. So they'll probably tie, honestly. They may tie. Sabrina Carpenter, I could see her going like 2 or 3 for 6. Now, Leon Thomas, on the other hand, I could see him going, actually, I don't know. I think it's more of a, I think they are going to try to disperse the wins to Kalani, Chris Brown, things of that nature. So, yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with this coverage. I ain't gonna cap to you. I didn't know how long this was gonna take me. I was wanting to get through most of the lists we cared about and then bounce. So that's basically what we're gonna do. So at the end of the day, Kendrick, Bad Bunny are probably gonna be the biggest winners out of this award show, and deservedly so. People may call it bias because Bad Bunny set to perform at this Super Bowl. Kendrick Lamar performed at the last Super Bowl. But hey, biasness is literally how you win at the Grammys. I mean, it's literally called the ultimate peer validation, artists, producers, engineers. So you don't think they see Bad Bunny and Kendrick completely killing it in the music industry? When I call Taylor Swift the biggest gangster in the music industry, safe to say she's going to dominate 2027 Grammy Award show. 2026, she dropped literally she dropped after the eligibility ended for this particular award show. So she's definitely going to kill it at the other award show. So to tie up some loose ends, let's be petty and look at Grammy snubs. Let me see. So, okay, they're saying the Brat got snubbed as far as at the Grammys. Who's that? Is that Tate McRae? Only thing she got snubbed at was a video appearance in Drake's little call out to her. What he call her? White cake? It's crazy.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Eternal Sunshine. Yeah, Ariana Grande wasn't winning. Nah, that wasn't gonna happen. I do like Ariana Grande. I always say that I think she's the most talented singer I've ever heard. But as far as from a structure standpoint, I'm just, I'm not really feeling Eternal Sunshine. Quite as kept, I'd really be listening to that Taylor Swift album. That album kind of fire. I really like Wood and Pulse. Hey, yo.
You guys.
Goodness gracious.
See, that's the problem.
Oh man, that was flagrant. But I like the song Wood. And I like the song, what's the one she was dissing her like boyfriend? She ever broke up with him? Elizabeth Taylor. That Elizabeth Taylor is straight heat. I love the structure of it because it slows down, speeds up for the chorus, slows back down. I love that type of. It's like a theatrical. It's like a roller coaster. I don't know why. I just like that track. I'm trying to say who else is not. Oh, not gonna lie to you, Mariah the Scientist definitely deserved a nomination for Burning Blue. Hold up. No. Say it ain't so.
Whoop de doo.
Hold on, did she get any type of nomination? Wow. That's crazy. Burning Blue went crazy this year. Well, you always got the Billboard Awards to recognize you, Mariah. But yeah, as far as this year, the Grammys, I guess, was not messing with her, bro. Dang. She probably said, can I bring my boyfriend? They said,
Whoop de doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop de doo. We beat them.
They could care less. It was like, no, you can't bring that snitch.
Whoop de doo.
You know what I'm saying? That's playing. That's probably not what they said. But nah, Mariah the Scientist being snubbed is completely insane. Ariana Grande snub. Okay, who else? Just seen someone. Okay. Benson Boone. Okay, they're saying Benson Boone was snubbed. Okay, I'm not mad at that. I mean, obviously Morgan Wallen was snubbed. Obviously he ran 2025, but he said the hard ER. It's kind of hard to come back from that.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Let me see. The 2020. I like, as far as being a musician, let me say this. Any type of art form that you make, I would rather have Morgan Wallen's success in the musical industry as far as from an engagement factor from your fans than have all the nominations in the world at the Grammys. And some people it may not make sense because it's like, no, I need my Grammys. I need my trophies. Morgan Wallen, without saying it at the end where I'm not saying like, oh, I would be okay with saying that hard ER or whatever type of flagrant term for me to other group of people to have that amount of success. I'm just saying some people will love the fame with success, and you'd be surprised how many people wouldn't want the success without the fame. It's mind-boggling. It's like, what? It's like, hold on now. You're kind of working backwards. It's like the people who go viral and don't have anything to monetize off of it. It's like, bro, it's like you would rather be famous than actually like be able to pay your bills, like livelihood. Like you don't care about none of that.
Whoop de doo.
You don't care about none of that.
Whoop de doo.
Well, dang. Anyways, so yeah, I guess some people just really prefer clout over actually creating a living for yourself. So yeah, the reason why I say that is because Morgan Wallen he'll be beyond fine. I mean, he's been putting BT on the music industry this whole year. Morgan Wallen's album, I'm the Problem, still the third most played album in the world. Y'all want to see what Morgan Wallen's at on this list? Let's see. Morgan Wallen, and just like Big X the Plug, he's only nominated through a songwriter. Morgan Wallen said the hard ER though. As far as Big X the Plug, I make jokes, but You sold out to make a country album, and they only gave you a songwriter nomination for somebody else. That's crazy. So, I'm trying to see what else. I'm trying to cover everything before it comes out. So, Kendrick and Bad Bunny, I am projecting to have the biggest splash as far as wins at the Grammys. The Weeknd snubbed. I started off with that because that's literally my favorite album of the year. So, Mariah the Scientist being snubbed, that one hurts because that was literally her breakout. Like, imagine trying every single year being outshined by your boyfriend who's Young Thug. You, objectively speaking, are currently bigger than your boyfriend, have an R&B track that's going crazy. Burning Blue, from a quality perspective, is top notch, and you get completely snubbed as far as the R&B categories. Like, literally, now I gotta be petty. Now we finna find out who we could take off this list, because it wasn't that many songs. Like, come on now, we got It Depends, Folded, but it wasn't that many songs. It wasn't that many. Yeah, so right here, let me see. So, best R&B performance. Oh, see, off the bat, yep. Get him out of here. This is. I'm not saying this is a black award, because we wouldn't want that to happen on the flip side. But I'm just saying, like, come on now. Who else we gonna take off? Summer Walker? Come on now. Justin Bieber got to go. Put Mariah the Scientist right here. Plus, why do we have? Let me not. Hey, Summer Walker fans, they kind of crazy. Summer Walker or Justin Bieber, they gotta go. Either one of them, pick one. Who else gotta go? Traditional R&B. Who is this? I don't know who this is. They gotta go. Ignorantly, all these people gotta go for Mariah the Scientist. You gotta get one of them. Get Mariah Scientist in one of these. Who else? Nah, that's my fault. The Summer Walker fans again. They be on me. Let me see. Yeah, they gotta. Hold up. This gotta go. Whoever this is. Goodness, why I keep highlighting everything? Okay, there we go. This person gotta go. Ignorantly, I don't know who this is. They gotta go. Mariah the Scientist. That is kind of tough, because when you look at it from a perspective of, she's probably never gonna have this year again. And hey, call me the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? Be like,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Be like, is that Thanos, or is that Darkseid? I'll be the villain right now. Mariah the Scientist never gonna have this type of success again in R&B. So I think she should have been recognized. Like some of these other people who, like, Chris Brown. Chris Brown's always around. I guess you could say the same for any of these artists. Anyways, they should have nominated Mariah the Scientist, at least for one, man. Like, goodness, like she don't be getting a lot. Like, you know what I'm saying? She be having to go through.
Whoop de doo.
You know what I'm saying? Hey. All right, so okay, so it seems like Ariana Grande fans are just as upset as me, which, to be fair, I'm not gonna say anything, because maybe they're saying the same thing about me. The Weeknd's album's not that good. Maybe they're saying the same thing. But and then you hear that track from Future, "Enjoy the Show," which I still, to this day, not to sound like Deontay Wilder, but to this day, as far as the year of 2025, I haven't heard one track that is better than The Weeknd's "Enjoy the Show" featuring Future. That specific track is poetry in motion. One of the greatest songs I've ever heard in life. Ever. Like, of all time. So anyways, with that being said, 68th Grammy Award show is happening February 1st on my birthday. Goodness gracious, I'm about to celebrate turning 82, and I'm finna watch Size 7 get like 52 awards. That's crazy. The location is also in the crypto arena in Los Angeles. Is it always in Los Angeles? Let me see. Let me make sure. Grammys location, the past. Let me see. Gotta do some Mickey research. I think it's always in LA. I'm not trying to make any Kendrick ties if it's not needed. Yeah, it's always in LA. Sometimes it's in Vegas, like in 2022. Sometimes it's in New York, like in 2018. So, anyways, it's always in LA. So the native is going to come back once again, clean up, and deservedly so. He gave us the greatest hip-hop show of all time. Drake versus Kendrick is one of the greatest rap commercial battles you've ever had, like ever. And hip-hop's been around for quite some time. So he deserves to win maybe the most at the Grammys. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the 68th Annual Grammy Awards show happening February 1st? And of course, Will you be tuning in? And out of this list, who do you want to win the most, or who do you think was snubbed as far as the nominee list? It is finally time. As of course, all the games throughout the year of 2025 have been exceptional. Some would say that the expedition to play and split some fiction with your friends have been phenomenal.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So with that being said, we're going to talk about everything that's going on, and of course, what is going to happen on December 11th, 5 to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And with that being said, as far as Eastern Standard Time, I think it's 8 to 11 p.m. And then the pre-show is 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard. So with that being said, just want to give you the actual time zone so you can match it to your own. So if you don't know, the Game Awards is basically the Grammys for gaming. And with this platform covering the entire gaming and music industry, safe to say, I've already covered the entire Grammy nominations, and I covered that November 10th of this year. And going over the Grammy 2026 nominations was definitely one of the more fruitful things I've done on the platform, because I was able to speak to a lot of different genres because of my coverage of the entire industry. So this is going to be the same, just on the gaming side. So of course, when we dive into the gaming aspect, I'm going to give my own personal sentiments. As you can see, we're on the actual website, and I'm going to be voting. But of course, I want to give you a little overview of the Game Awards so you know when it's happening. So since I already gave you the date, let's just say the Game Awards is happening for the 12th time, and it's hosted and produced by the one and only Jeff Keighley at Peacock Theater, Los Angeles. And once again, it's happening December 11th, 5 to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and the pre-show is happening 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard. And of course, it's streaming. If you just want to watch it, it's streaming on YouTube, Twitch, Amazon Prime Video, which is a new addition. And of course, I don't know where else it may be streaming. It may be streaming on Twitter, but I'm not sure. But let's just say Twitch 100% and YouTube 100%. And Amazon Prime Video, since it's a new addition, I don't know how that's going to work. But with that being said, we're going to get into a lot of different nominees. If you was wondering, as far as the overview of the nominees, safe to say, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is running away with the nominations. It was basically setting it up for Expedition 33 to sweep at the Game Awards. But hold up now, because I gotta cut that short, because I don't know about the disrespect on Split Fiction.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, this is a PG stream. Well, if you're watching after the fact, it's a PG podcast. And I'm not going to say I was irate. I'm not going to say I was upset. But just to jump forward a little bit, we have to fast forward. Because when I saw the Game of the Year nominees, a lot of different games on that specific list definitely deserved it, because it's one of the highly competitive years in gaming history as far as the sole year of 2025. Not seeing Split Fiction on that specific Game of the Year nominee list, not gonna lie, man, it hurt my heart.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I saw the Game Awards out here disrespecting Split Fiction. I said to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So over here at the Notorious Mass Effect, let me just, I don't know what type of gratification you're gonna get from this, but let me just say, for the Split Fiction devs out there, just know you held a special place in my heart, and I personally thought that you had and you gave me the greatest gaming experience of 2025.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So anyways, I was pretty upset about that. So I almost got out of character for a second, but I remember this PG, you know what I'm saying? This is a PG podcast. So anyways, with that being said, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is leading the way with 33 noms. And then, of course, you have Death Stranding 2, which is second up with 8 nominations. And that's made by, I think it's Kojima. Let me see. I know Kojima Productions is different, right? Well, that's the same. Death Stranding 2. Let me see. Because I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. Okay, that is his name, Kojima. But I forget his full name. Let me just put in game. I gotta do a little Mickey research. You know we don't do fake news over here. So let me see. Hideo Kojima. Okay, yeah, that's probably why I forget it, because I'm probably definitely butchering. I don't know if it's Hideo. I think it's Hideo Kojima. Anyways, a lot of people joke about the relationship between Kojima and Jeff Keighley. I'm not gonna do that because at the end of the day, I did play Death Stranding 2. I played a lot of these games that we're gonna get on this list, and this is gonna be an extensive coverage. So get whatever you enjoy as far as snacks, drinks to enjoy long form content, because we're gonna be here for a second breaking down the entire gaming industry because it's all in one place as far as the Game Awards. So with that being said, the jokes about Jeff Keighley and Kojima, I'm not going to make those. I'm just going to say that Death Stranding 2 having 8 nominations, I would have to see where those 8 come in place as far as a specific list when we start voting. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say that maybe, just maybe, it didn't deserve 8 nominations. But hey, I'm going to reserve judgment until I see the 8 places that they're on as far as the specific categories. So Ghost of Yōtei also have 8 nominations. Hades 2 has 6 nominations. Hollow Knight Silksong, which I also played. Well, I play Ghost of Yōtei 2, and I play Expedition 33. Your boy's a gamer. Not too crazy. Hades 2 has 6 nominations. Hollow Knight Silksong has 5, which I'm surprised about that, because that was actually my dark horse as far as one of the better games of the year. And then we have Donkey Kong Bonanza and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 that's next up as far as nominees. I don't know how many they have in total. But anyways, as far as publisher nominations, of course, Sony's leading the way with 19. Kepler is leading with 13. EA is leading with 10. And when you look at that in the grand scheme of things, those are the biggest nominations as a conglomerate as far as a publisher. So with the overview details out of the way and the analytics out of the way, safe to say when we get into the voting aspect, which we're about to do right now, it's just going to be more of me giving my personal opinion aside from the actual analytical deep dive. So if you was wanting to see that specifically, I would probably pinpoint certain segments that I talked about these specific games. But, well, any of these games, if I talk about, if I say I covered it, then you could just type in that game, Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and my coverage of that, as far as my deep dive of that specific game, will pop up. So anyways, with that being said, as you can see, 20 days until the live show. Clap it up for being early as far as the voting process. In the gaming world and in the real world, your boy Dreamz is always out here voting and using his vote because, of course, voting matters. Anyways, with that being said, let's get into it right now. So when I first did this, I'm not going to lie, I was going to do this like 3 days ago, but the entire website was crashed. Hold up now. That brings me to another point, because for the live stream audience, I said a specific joke, but I'm not going to say it again because, of course, I don't want to get banned from, future attendance to the Game Awards, but it was a pretty funny joke, but I'm not going to say it. I'm going to save Jeff Keighley. I just want to pull up his own tweet if I can find it. Here we go. Oh, I actually spelled his name right. Jeff is, I don't think I've ever seen Jeff spelled like that. You know what I'm saying? But hey, I spelled it right. Anyways, here we go. Yeah, so about 3 days ago, which is funny because it's November 21st of 2019, 18. So yeah, about around this time, I was having problems bringing up the website, right? It just kept crashing. Like you see this screen right now, it just kept showing the loading screen. I was thinking to myself, hold up now. Now I know my PC ain't out of date. Actually, it's pretty up to date, but I ain't really trying to brag.
Shepard.
No, it's my fault. I ain't trying to brag. I'm just saying my PC pretty up to date. I was like, how in the world is this website not loading? And I came to realize everybody was having this issue. By everybody, I mean everybody. So if you look at this right here, and as you can see, Jeff Keighley himself said, "Hi everyone, it's Jeff, period. We've seen truly unprecedented levels of global voting activity for the Game Awards this year." Clap it up for that. Tens of millions of votes in the first 24 hours alone. Goodness gracious, he flexing on y'all. I know some of you have experienced errors. I'm a part of those someones. And lag while voting. And I want to apologize.
You guys.
Our web team has been working around the clock with our partners at Google. Oh, goodness. Oh, hold up now.
Whoop-de-doo.
Nah, he's snitching.
Whoop-de-doo.
Why he say that? Nah, hold up now, Jeff Keighley. I know what you're trying to do. He's like, I know y'all having errors on our website, but the people we partnered with,
Whoop they do.
you know what I'm saying? The people we partnered with,
Whoop they do.
you know what I mean? We're working with them to get the website back up. It's almost like he trying to throw them under the bus. But hey, you know what I mean? That's just me being a little messy. So anyways, he said, we've been working around the clock with our partners at Google Cloud and with East Dakota. Goodness gracious, this man snitching. And the team at Cloudflare. Just, hey, we all caught. Everybody come out. Hey, everybody come out. You who was helping work on the website that's crashed while everybody trying to vote for the Game Awards, you come out. I'm going to at you and tell them to go directly to you on why that website not working. So anyways, after Jeff Keighley stopped snitching, you know, after he finished getting all of his snitching out, no McDonald's in sight, he basically said, a quick reminder, there's no rush to vote. You have until December 10th to lock in your picks. I'll keep you updated as we continue to improve performance. Thank you from all of us for your passion, patience, and support for the Game Awards. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
Because I look at this, I'm not going to lie. As soon as he said there's no rush to vote, I was like, I don't think Jeff Keighley can ever be a politician. Who in the world will ever say that? But, you know, at the end of the day, it's the gaming industry. So, of course, he could say stuff like that. So, since there was no rush to vote, I waited. I would have done this like 3-4 days earlier, but the website kept crashing on me. So, with that soliloquy out of the way, let's get into the voting process. As with this entire list, I love the way they have it. Like, I got to sign in. You see my little symbol in there. Oh, you can't even see my symbol. Hold up. Try to be a W Tech Cat right quick. So, yeah, I can see my little symbol. I even signed in. As you can see in the top right, your boy signed in. So now, I guess it saves or whatever. I remember doing this before. So, the overall optimization of the website wasn't the greatest. I was trying to bring my QR code back up. Why did I bring that way? Now I know it'd be taking me a minute. You know I'm 25 going on 82. There we go. So anyways, as far as that, I'm actually signed in, so these will save to my profile. So why I wanted to tell y'all that, I have no idea. But game of the year, we're probably not going to start with that. I did want to start with, let's see, view all categories. We have to start right off the bat with game of the year. I don't know if I want to do that. Can I go backwards? I should be able to go backwards, right? That should work. You know, we got to build up to suspense. You know what I'm saying? So best esports team, you know, as far as esports, I have no idea what's going on in this lane. So safe to say, yeah, if I don't know about a category, we just going to skip it. Because if you look at Gen.G, NRG, Team Falcons, Team Liquid, Team Vitality, I feel like the significant other that be watching their partner who if they're like really into sports or whatever, and then you be like, hold up now. That man just dunked on that goal and had a whole touchdown. That's how I feel about this right now. I don't know exactly what's going on in the esports field, so I'm just gonna give a random vote by the specific name. So NRG seems pretty solid, and for that, I'm gonna go with Team Vitality. Yup, see, I told you it's gonna be random. So as far as esports, yeah, safe to say we ain't really have a lot for that. Let me see. Okay, so player's voice. Am I tripping? Oh, this is the last one because we was going. Anyways, let's just go in order. I ain't trying to do all that. Actually, nah, because it keeps track of it. So yeah, that works. All right. So we have best esports athlete. Now, as far as this, I'm just gonna go by. Once again, I don't know too much about this category. We're just gonna go by the specific names, and of course, we're going to just give a random vote to Jason. Shout out to Jason. I don't know what you do, my brother, but it seems like you're doing great things because you're on this list, right? So now, let's go to best esports game. Hold on now. Now, one of the interesting facts that I always see about Counter-Strike 2 is that it's consistently #1 on Steam. And this is more of an objective, what do you personally like as far as best esports games, right? But I would be not doing my due diligence as a journalist, you know, as far as not pointing out Counter-Strike 2, interestingly enough, is always #1 on Steam. Now, as far as the dominance on Steam, as far as the #1 spot, I don't think it's talked about enough. I mean, week after week, month after month, year after year, I don't think I've ever seen a game top Counter-Strike 2 at #1. I don't know what they're doing over there because I never really deep dive into that specific culture, but I've always seen it at the top. Every time I covered the gaming roundup, as far as the top 15 games on Steam, Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2 is always top 2. So with that being said, as far as best esports team, this is just going to be me objectively going at this list because, of course, I always say just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the highest quality product. And just because you don't sell a lot does not mean you're making the most egregious trash known to man. The two don't correlate. So that being said, best esports game, we have Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, League of Legends, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and Valorant. I remember I've covered all of these games, actually. Have I covered Valorant? Let me see if I covered Valorant. I haven't covered Valorant, but every other game on this list I've covered. So when it comes to that, as far as my coverage, it does seem like Mobile Legends Bang Bang seems to be the most intriguing to me personally, because I think that's one of the ones that actually, I was like, how in the world is this so popular? And then I dove into it. I was like, oh, they have a whole type of lore as far as like even before you get into the game. So ignorantly, I'm probably going to go with Mobile Legends Bang Bang. That may surprise a couple people, but guess what? It's my vote. So anyways, I'm going to go with Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I would say who I think is going to win, but I don't know enough about the esports field to say who I think is going to win. I would say maybe Counter-Strike 2 because they basically win. Oh no, they top the charts every single time. But like I said earlier, with quality versus quantity, quality versus quantity is not always correlating, right? So, anyways, with that being said, content creator of the year. Now, with this specific category, only people I really know is, of course, Kai Cenat, the GOAT, the legend, the icon. All right, my fault. Enough glaze. You know what I'm saying? And then we have Moist Critical, which I believe he was the voice actor for Sonar off of the game Dispatch that I thoroughly enjoyed, which we're going to get to that in a second. My strong sentiments about Split Fiction. Dispatch, I think because it came out so late, it's kind of hard to give it the kudos it deserves as far as this specific game awards, because it's, people just going to say recency bias, but I do believe Dispatch was one of the better games of the year. And should I even spoil it? I don't want to spoil Dispatch, but shout out to Uni for following on Twitch. I appreciate you. For people watching or listening after the fact, I'm currently live doing this. So, content creator of the year, I will say, I believe, oh, my fault, my Dispatch point. So, Moist Critical, voice Sonar, and without spoiling anything, let's just say I thoroughly enjoyed Sonar being a part of my team. So with that being said, I'm definitely going to go with Kai Cenat. I don't even think it's close, but I just want to give Moist Critical his props because he did a phenomenal job on Dispatch. So, yeah, with that being said, it was a nice list, but I only knew Moist Critical and Kai Cenat off of this list, and Kai Cenat's definitely I don't even think I know he probably I don't know, man. It's like, I would say he probably gets overwhelmed, but it never seems like it. This man did some things that was unthinkable and changed the whole landscape. Even in the music field, I believe, maybe not solely Kai Cenat, but I believe the whole rollout for Iceman right now is literally copying people like Kai Cenat speed. Yeah, as far as the live streaming aspect and engaging with the audience, because the Iceman rollout is literally just a live stream that's prepping people for his upcoming album. And I don't think I'm too far off by saying Kai Cenat was the main influencer of that because of the way that he was affecting the masses. So anyways, I don't even think it's close. But shout out to everybody else on this list. So with that being said, getting back into gaming, as far as covering the entire gaming and music field, I'm a tie the two man that, whenever I can. Most anticipated game. And this recognizes the announced games that have demonstrated. Let me just read it like they wrote it. Recognizing an announced game that has, what in the world? What type of word?
But then, I was like, damn.
Now, I know I can read, but I ain't never seen a word like that. Demonstrably? Do they mean demonstrated? Demonstrably illustrated. Now, what in the actual, you did not have to word it like that. That was a tongue twister for me. Maybe not for other people, but hey, I was like, hold on now, maybe I need to go back to college. Goodness. So anyways, I'm just going to say demonstrated potential, right? So, first game off of this list, we have 007 First Light, which I've covered. Grand Theft Auto 6, which I've covered. All of these games I've covered. Marvel's Wolverine, Resident Evil Requiem, and The Witcher 4. Now, as far as most anticipated game, like the Kais in that comparison, it's not close. Grand Theft Auto 6 will stop the world. When Grand Theft Auto comes out, I don't think people really understand the scope of how effective the GTA 6 launch is going to be. Like when it officially launches, like it's to the point where I think, you know, putting on my business cap, I would be under the assumption they're going to go the 2K route. And this is what I mean by that. They're going to make the 1 week or 2 week early access. I don't even know if I want to say that. I don't even want to give them ideas. Because I don't want to be anti-consumer, and me putting on my marketing cap, there's an easy way to yeah, I'm not going to do that. Anyways, let's just say GTA 6, when it comes out, people are not going to care what it's priced. I'm not even going to cap to you. People be like, oh, I'm not going to buy it for $100. Be like, all right.
Whoop de doo.
All right, they just talking. If y'all seen 2Ks roll out, people just talking. When GTA 6 comes out, the world's going to stop. People are going to call off of work, and they're going to be like, hey, if you get mad that I called off, then fire me. That's how people are going to act. Now, is it logical? Of course not. But when GTA 6 comes out, it's literally going to it's going to be like reports to come out. Oh, the stock went down because nobody working because they playing GTA 6. It's going to be that level of effect. So, and to add on to that, the workers are even knowing the effect that the game's going to have when it launches, as they're having whole unions, and Rockstar is actively, well, allegedly, I'm not trying to get sued, Rockstar, allegedly union busting, allegedly. So with that being said, the workers for GTA 6 have even come together to protest against the people who got laid off as far as the union busting, allegedly, from Rockstar. So the workers know how big this game is going to be, and of course, the entire Earth knows how big this game is going to be. It's not even close. So most anticipated game, if it even comes out in 2026. Now I know a lot of y'all don't want to hear that, but it may get pushed back, especially with the workers acting like they are right now, which I'm not mad with. You know, I want them to get paid every penny, because GTA 6 is going to make so much money. It's going to boost the economy like Taylor Swift did when she first started to get shown at the NFL, when she was boosting the NFL ratings and all that stuff as far as the monetary value of Taylor Swift being at a Chiefs game. Just think of that for GTA 6 when it comes to the whole entire planet. So anyways, yeah, most anticipated game is GTA 6. It's not even close. Best adaptation. So we have Minecraft movie. We have Devil May Cry, Splinter Cell Death Watch, which I saw that, you know, as far as Splinter Cell continuing Sam Fisher's like old arc, like old person arc, I say they did a pretty good job. I would like more shows about, or just stories about Sam Fisher, you know, not being old. But at this point in time, they didn't age them out so much that if they went back, they definitely have to retcon some things because of the continuation, right? Anyways, Last of Us Season 2, and then Until Dawn. Okay, so this is best adaptation. Just for like movies, TV shows, recognizing outstanding creative work that faithfully and authentically adapts a video game to another entertainment medium. Hold on, man. Hold on. Because I think I'm reading that right, but I'm not seeing a specific game on here, which makes me believe that maybe I'm missing something. So I'm not going to say it yet, because maybe the release date missed the eligibility period. Maybe that's what it was. Let me see. Okay, so the eligibility for the Game Awards 2025 is on or before November 21st, 2025. And then the late cutoff was November 22nd, 2024. Okay, so November 22, 2024 to November 21, 2025. Okay, that's interesting. Because, okay, so technically, okay, Sonic 3 came out December 20th, 2024. Am I tripping? Did this miss the eligibility period? Because looking at this, you know, I'm no mathematician. But December is after November. And is in the year of 2024, which makes it eligible for the Game Awards show for 2025. And it's not on this list.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now I know Sonic be getting disrespected left and right, but this is a lot. Like easily 4 out of the 5 could be taken off to replace it with Sonic 3. Literally, I would probably say Sonic 3 has the best adaptation. Or the Borderlands TV show, but that probably definitely missed the eligibility period. Let me see. Borderlands TV show. So okay, yeah, the Borderlands TV show missed it. But yeah, Sonic 3 came out in the eligibility period and it's not on this at all, which is how you missed that? Like it's not even like it was a niche release. Sonic 3 broke all type of records and everybody went to go watch the movie. To the point where I think Nintendo can have an MCU type run as far as the Infinity War saga. They could call it like the Super Smash Bros. Saga. Like the way they're working up with Sonic, Mario. I don't know what they're doing with Zelda. Making that live action. Whoever was in the marketing room and they made that decision. Hey, we should make Zelda live action. You know what I would have said? You're fired. Get out. You're fired. Ain't no way in the grand scheme of things. You see what's going on with Mario, Sonic, and you want to make Zelda live action. I don't know what in the world's going on over there. So anyways, yeah, Nintendo could have a Super Smash Bros. Type of rollout or type of run. As far as the MCU, they could call it like the NCU. And, you know, Pokemon already has their movie. What other movies as far as the Nintendo universe? Because you need Zelda, right? The animated Zelda, not live action. Samus, maybe. No, I don't think Samus that popular. I'm trying to see what's the biggest Super Smash Bros. Well, you get the point. Sonic should be on this list. Not only on this list, I would vote for Sonic. So if there was like a slot right here where I could vote for Sonic, be like, hey man, we messed up. We just forgot Sonic came out in the eligibility period. I would excuse that because this is atrocious. Nah, not having Sonic 3 on this makes me not even want to vote. But because I got to vote, I'm probably gonna go with Splinter Cell. I know Minecraft movie would probably get it because that also was a huge moment. Think of Sonic. So think of the Minecraft and how it had people coming out saying chicken jockey and just going crazy. Not on the same level because Minecraft was kind of crazy. But Sonic 3 definitely had that type of appeal of people going to the movie theaters that usually do not go because the movie theaters is having a huge problem as far as getting people in theaters when you can just watch it from your home, right? So Minecraft did that. Sonic did that. A lot of the gaming movies is doing that. Quiet as kept for the movie theaters. So yeah, as far as Minecraft movie, I think it will get it. But for my personal pick, I'm going to go with Splinter Cell. But pour one out for Sonic 3, man. That man, Sonic, never getting his respect.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And then we have best multiplayer. Now, hold up now. Drop a bomb for the year of multiplayer games. Now, when you look at this list, I think this is a heavy competitive list. All of these games deserve it. I mean, every single one. Arc Raiders. You have Battlefield 6. You have Elden Ring, Night Rain. You have Peak. You have Split Fiction. And, of course, for my personal pick, you already know what I'm going to go with. So, as far as explaining the best multiplayer and how competitive it is, just know, when you look at the landscape of things, I didn't even have the charts pulled up because it's more of just me voting. And, you know, I try not to add too much analytical when I'm reacting or just voting. But, of course, you know, I can never help myself. You know, that's the whole platform based off of. So, looking at that specifically, did I have that pulled up? Let me see. Oh, yeah, here we go. So, anyways, Arc Raiders is currently the 4th most played game on Steam right now. And then when you look at Battlefield, it's currently, where's that at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's currently the 8th most played game on Steam. Now, I'm not going to keep reiterating what I say about quality and quantity. They don't correlate at all times. But for all of these games, I think the only one that maybe let down people from a quality aspect was Elden Ring Night Rain. And I don't even think it's because of the game. I think it was because of the, what did people not like about it? People was coming out saying something. I remember, because I covered all these games. Did I cover Peak? Let me see if I covered Peak. I didn't cover Peak. So Peak's the only game I didn't cover on here. But as far as Night Rain, I want to see what I said specifically about that. Because I think I have Spark Notes about that specific game. Let me see. So, what did people say about this? Oh, that's what it was. People was mad about the solo mode and how hard it was. Which, Night Rain is all about co-op. So it's not really a strong critique. For the most part, people said it was a phenomenal game. I don't want to put words in people's mouths because I never played Night Rain. I was going to get around to it, but I forget. Some game came out. I think it was Ready or Not I was playing. I don't know. I forget. which Ready or Not also belongs on this list in my opinion, but it's just so competitive. I'm not mad at Ready or Not making it. Basically, I was just pinpointing the least likely to win best multiplayer. I think Elden Ring Night Ring is the least likely. As far as most likely, personally, well, you already know personally, I'm going with Split Fiction. I'm not mad at Arc Raiders getting this win. Arc Raiders, I think, actually pushed gaming forward. And hold up now, before you bring out the pitchforks, like, hold up now.
You guys
got to hear me out. So Arc Raiders is not a battle royale. It's a PvEP, PvEVP type game, meaning that there's robots in the world and there's other players, but technically you do not have to fight everybody you come across in the world of Arc Raiders. You could just get your loot and get out. Everybody could team up against the clankers, and I don't know why they do it. There's a stat that came out because I remember deep diving into Arc Raiders. Around 60% of players on Steam are actually more likely to team up with you compared to console players. So all the savages seem to be on console. So when it comes to Steam, that's where you're going to find the people with common sense as far as noticing that Arc Raiders is really about the war against the clankers that took over, right? So the reason why I say that is because it's very different from a battle royale copy and paste that we've seen from time and time again. Even Battlefield 6 fell victim to it with the Red Sec, which I'm not mad at it because it helped their player count. But at the end of the day, we do have to champion the games that push the gaming industry forward, not just follows the same vanilla model. So I wouldn't be mad if Arc Raiders wins this, but of course, personally, got to go with Split Fiction, which is, once again, my favorite game of the year. Which I'm a little biased, because I played it with my cousin, but you get the point. I also played Ready or Not with my cousin. Y'all see the, very family-oriented, so a little biased when it comes to that. But I still think Split Fiction should get best multiplayer. But I think it may go to Arc Raiders. Best sports/racing. Hold up now. The 1 year where I wouldn't have been mad if 2K not only was nominated, but won. I wouldn't have been mad if 2K actually won this category, because 2K26 is the first time in a while I've seen a 2K release not get met with the utmost scrutiny. Everybody was like, you know what?
You guys.
This is actually a pretty good game. I was like, hold up now. This is not the 2K community I know. They usually hate about everything. So 2K26 not being on here is actually kind of surprising. But anyways, as far as this best sports/racing category, we have EA Sports FC, we have F1 25, we have Mario Kart World, we have Rematch, and you have Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. I think the only game I didn't cover was the F1. I think F1 I did not cover at all. I covered F1 from like a musical aspect, I believe. Yeah, because Don Toliver and Doja Cat made a track called Lose My Mind from the F1 movie, and I covered that. But as far as the video game, I did not. But every other video game I did cover on this list. So when it comes to that, best sports/racing, I think it has to go to Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. And isn't it funny how Sonic Racing Cross Worlds crossed their mind when putting it on the nominee list for best sports/racing, but Sonic 3 didn't cross their minds when talking about the best adaptation from video games? Like, what? It doesn't make any sense. So anyways, at least Sonic made it on here somehow. I never want to disrespect Mario, but let's just say it was a little underwhelming. Rematch, it was solid, but I'm not gonna lie. Any sports game that comes out the gate without cross play is like, it's just a recipe for disaster. If you're a sports game, you see every sports game on the market has crossplay. If you come out, I don't care if you add it later. If you come out the gate with no crossplay as a sports game, it's just gonna make me not compare it to the best of the best. If that makes sense. It's still a great game. It just, when you start to nitpick, that's something that just stands out to me. So even though it has it now, when it first came out, it didn't. So I don't even think it's going to come close. I think literally Sonic Racing or EA Sports will probably get this. But I'm going to go with Sonic Racing Cross Worlds as far as the best sports. So with that being said, let's go into best sim/strategy. Is the Sims on here? The Sims usually is always on here. The Sims got a grip on the simulation community. Like, they really enjoy the Sims. They be making whole lives, just micromanaging everything but their own life. Oh, my fault. I didn't say that. So that being said, best sim/strategy. We have Final Fantasy Tactics. We have Jurassic World Evolution 3. We We have Sid Meier's Civilization 7, which I believe I covered that one. Cause I didn't cover everything on this list. Let me see, why is this acting up? Let me see, Sid. Oh yeah, here we go. I covered that February 19th of this year. Cause I do remember covering that. All these other games I don't think I covered, like Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, I didn't cover that. I only covered Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So we have Final Fantasy Tactics, Jurassic World Evolution 3, Sid Meier's Civilization 7, Tempest Rising, The Altars, and then 2 Point Museum. Now, I only covered Sid Meier's Civilization 7, and that must have been for a reason. I don't know why in the world that's the only game off of here I covered. I don't really remember any of these other games making a massive impact, which is not about quality. I mean, it's not about quantity. It's just, you know, I wanted to say that just for people who was wondering, like, what games made the biggest splash as far as sales. But quality is always subjective. But because I'm biased, I'm not going to lie to you. I'll probably go with this game. It seems like this one, well, I'll probably go with Sid Meier's. Because ignorantly, I don't know too much about the other game. So I'll probably off with that a little bit, but that's my vote for best sim/strategy. So with that being said, let's get into best family game. Hold on now. You know that this is always the Nintendo award.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
You look at the state of gaming. If you say best family games, you know you have to at least have every single Nintendo game that was released in that specific year in this category. So we have Donkey Kong Bonanza, we have Lego Party, we have Lego Voyagers, we have Mario Kart World, we have Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, and then we have Split Fiction. Hold up now. Oh. They put Split Fiction in a tough category. Because as far as best family game, I think it has to go to Donkey Kong Bonanza. And you already know how biased I am with Split Fiction. But as far as just from a family aspect and from a Mario transitioning into a Donkey Kong type game, as far as the Mario Odyssey having that same type of... It's like Donkey Kong Odyssey. That's how I compare Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's a really good game. So yeah, I had to go with Donkey Kong Bonanza. Dang, every single category that Split Fiction was in, I was gonna pick it, but nah, Donkey Kong definitely has this one, which, you know, goes back to my point. If you say best family, you have to say a Nintendo game right after, because it's just, they've just owned the whole family market, which is why I say that Xbox are gonna have some trouble actually having a foothold or a footprint in the gaming community, because console, they already conceded that to PlayStation. They was like, we're not even competing with them. They literally came and said, we're not competing with PlayStation. We're competing with TikTok. I said, what in the world?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I was like, who in the world told y'all that? Y'all make a whole console for gaming. And the other console, the only other console that's in your ecosystem, because Nintendo's for family, is your competition. Who in the world told y'all it's not? It's like LeBron being like, you know what? Me and Steph Curry ain't really competing. Like, we already solidified. You know what I'm saying? Well, I guess Xbox wouldn't be LeBron in this situation, but you get the point. Like, y'all are direct competition as far as y'all legacy, and to not acknowledge that makes me feel like you just conceded it, which is why, you know, I call my latest episode Xbox officially concedes the console war to PlayStation, because that quote by Phil Spencer was actually kind of crazy. So anyways, I say all that to say that console is taken up by PlayStation, the family market is taken up by Nintendo, and the only market that Xbox was going to try to take over as far as the PC console hybrid, Steam literally just put out the Steam machine and stepped on Xbox's whole rollout. You know, they was basically like, hold up now.
Whoop they do.
Forget what you're talking about.
Whoop they do.
We putting out the Steam machine, stepping on all your PC console hybrid plans. We're doing it first. So pour one out for Xbox, man. They going through it. So anyways, let's go to Donkey Kong Bonanza for best family. So with that being said, now let's get into best fighting game. Hold on now. Y'all don't even know. 2026. I know I'm skipping past this list. 2026. This list is probably going to be the most competitive that it's ever been. I know that may be a hot take. but we have Marvel Token. We have Invincible Versus. Actually, the 2XKO already come out. 2XKO. Let me see. I don't think I think it was a beta, right? Oh, okay, yeah. So technically, it comes out after the eligibility period. So yeah, we have 2XKO, and then of course, I think that's it. But basically, as far as the new additions, that's high quality. Best fighting game is gonna be very. It's gonna be a highly competitive. Wait, hold up. Oh my goodness, 2XKO is right there. I thought did it just lie to me? I literally just looked this up. It said December 31st, 2025. Hey man, whoever is running the internet, y'all may have to get some type of y'all gotta get somebody to fix that, because what in the world? I literally looked that up. It said December 31st, 2025. Maybe I'm tripping. Cause yeah, let me show y'all. Cause y'all gonna think you're gonna be like, how'd you even come up with that? I went to the internet, man. This is why you should never just go to the internet, right? Here I am trying to be an informed individual. That says December 31st, 2025, which is technically after the eligibility period. And look, it's right here. So I don't know. Maybe they was wanting to give 2XKO less competition. But yeah, with that being said, it definitely has to go to 2XKO. We have Capcom Fighting Oh, hold up. Oh no, that's Capcom Fighting Collection. That's not with Marvel, right? That's not with Marvel. Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, Virtua Fighter, Virtua Fighter 5 Revo World Stage. I could see it maybe going to Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, but I don't know what platforms those are on. Like I don't remember seeing that at all. And I'm a huge Mortal Kombat fan. I think it has to go to 2XKO. It just has to. Like, I thought this was gonna be part of next list competition, but seems like Marvel Token and Invincible Versus, ironically, they're going to be fighting it out for next year. But as far as 2XKO, they got their own slot in this year, so less competition. I think they're probably gonna get it. But shout out to the other fighting games. You know, salute to y'all. Best RPG. Now I know they ain't the Outer Worlds 2.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now I know what y'all saying. Like, technically, the Outer Worlds 2 is a good game, but fun fact. You know, I do want to take, so I had to take sips in between. Fun fact. World-renowned content creator, the Black Okage. You know, usually what he recommends is usually high quality, right? And he recommended the Outer Worlds 1. And when it came to that specific game, I thought to myself, oh boy, another RPG that the GOAT recommended. It has to be phenomenal. And I came to realize,
you guys,
it definitely was not. Now, I don't know what type of playthrough he has. Actually, I do, because he just killed everybody. And I don't know if he was paying too much attention to the story, but when I was playing that game, I was like, this story is straight up garbage. Not mediocre, not good, great. I think it was garbage. The whole premise made absolutely no sense. And I'm an RPG stan. So when it comes to Outer Worlds 2, I've never gotten the hype. As far as, when it comes to the Outer Worlds franchise, I never understood the hype. And playing it made me feel like maybe I'm just out on a limb as far as saying it's not that good. But hey, that's just how I feel. So yeah, I don't even know why the Outer Worlds 2 is on this list. But anyways, we have Avowed, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, when it comes to this list, technically, you know, excluding the Outer Worlds 2 and Monster Hunter Wilds, and okay, so that takes away from my point. Yeah, I think it's just between Expedition and Kingdom Come. I think I covered that. It's Kingdom. Oh yeah, I did cover that. So February 19, 2025. Oh, your boy was on the nose. Hold on now. I said, does Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 deserve Game of the Year? Goodness gracious, your boy out here, ain't he? So anyways, let me see. How many people watched that? I ain't a stickler for numbers. Oh, goodness gracious. I need to cover that more. I'm tripping. That's the only time I cover that. Dang, 4,000 people. Hey, I appreciate y'all. But anyways, with that being said, I totally lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is definitely going to win this. It's not even close. Best RPG. I think when we look at the landscape of the past 3 to 5 years, Elden Ring and Expedition 33, I think is in a league of its own, especially the way it pushed gaming forward as far as showcasing that you can have a phenomenal experience in a gaming landscape that's not only ball and gun centric, which I know you're probably saying technically one of the characters has a gun. Technically he does. But when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, you know what I'm saying about the turn-based elements, you know, people not really being open to that. I think Expedition 33 puts it in a way to where you still have enough hands-on actions as far as dodging, as far as countering, that makes it engaging more. It makes it more engaging than most turn-based games, if that makes sense. So I think it's Expedition 33. I don't even think it's close. And of course, I think they're gonna win that. I don't even think like they should have basically just said best RPG Expedition 33 and just left it at that. So anyways, but shout out to Kingdom Come. You know, that's also a good game. Best action / adventure. Now this category has Death Stranding 2. Okay, it does say / adventure. I will give that to Death Stranding 2. But I was like, action. I played that game, and you know, I feel like a UPS worker, FedEx worker, which, you know, nothing wrong with them. I'm basically saying that it wasn't too much action. You know, it was more delivering. But the adventure part, it is an adventure, and the graphics are through the roof. Shout out to Zoe for following on Twitch. But with that being said, I think Death Stranding 2 on this list is very interesting. I'm not mad at it because of the graphics being out of this world, and the adventure was top tier. So it just threw me off. We have Ghost of Yōtei, Hollow Knight Silksong, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and then the one and only Split Fiction. So for me being biased, I'm going to go with Split Fiction. But what I think the Game Awards is going to go with is definitely Death Stranding 2. Now, like I said earlier, I'm not going to make jokes like other people do with Kojima and Jeff Keighley's relationship. All I'm going to say is I think he's probably going to win this award. But personally, I'm going to go with Split Fiction. But shout out to all the games on this list. Surprised to see Indiana Jones on here, but I heard a lot of good things about it. So, yeah, Split Fiction is definitely my vote for Best Action / Adventure. So with that being said, now we have Best Action Game. Now, when it comes to Best Action Game, we have Battlefield 6, Doom: The Dark Ages, Hades 2, Ninja Gaiden 4, and Shinobi: Art of Vengeance. Now, I think Doom: The Dark Ages should not be on this list. And the reason why I say that is because me personally playing the game, I did not get the hype. I think I should have played the one before it that a lot of people were saying was the peak of the gameplay loop for this specific game. But when it came to Doom: The Dark Ages, it felt like the overall gameplay loop was very boring. Like, I don't know what it was specifically from me playing it, but I just got the vibe that they basically phoned it in. I don't think they tried to make a successor to the last game. I think they tried to switch it up, make it more ground-based and slower, and that made it its own thing. But the problem with that was it made it its own thing and complete garbage. Like, the one thing we liked about the Doom before it, that a lot of people were saying that, because I didn't play the game, but as far as the consensus, was that Doom, the one before, I forget the game before it, it was very fast paced, and it felt like it was a rush of adrenaline every time we played that specific game. And Doom: The Dark Ages was slowed down, but it was slowed down to the point where it was like kind of monotonous. As far as, you know, it's more of a chess move, so it's definitely a thinking man's game. I really enjoyed it from that aspect. But it was so slow, it was like, I don't think this is the gameplay loop that the Doom fans was talking about with the previous game. And when I start to research the consensus of this specific game, that's where all the complaints were, was that it was too slowed down and it wasn't as fun as the last Doom game. So I don't know why they slowed down the pace. It seems like they also lowered the quality, with that being said. So as far as Best Action Game, I wouldn't be mad if it went to Hades 2. Ninja Gaiden 4 was solid, but I don't think it's the best action game of the year. Battlefield 6 can't win Best Action Game. Like, I mean, come on now. Battlefield 6, I mean, it's a multiplayer game. You know, it's like, it's more cookie cutter, shoot somebody, they shoot you. As far as action game, I feel like you have to have a variety of tools as far as how you attack an opponent. I know people are gonna say, nah, bro, you got the assault rifle, you got the submachine gun, you got the pistol, you got tanks. I'm not trying to hear all that. I'm as far as best action game, and pushing the gaming industry forward. If you want to think outside of the box, I think Hades 2 does that and also makes it still enjoyable. So I'm gonna go with Hades 2. So with that being said, let's go into best VR/AR. Man, this is a category that just will not die, man.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Every time I look at the state of VR and AR, I just keep thinking to myself,
You guys.
nobody wants this. You guys, hey, yo, ask the gaming community what they would prefer. You to focus more on optimizing console games and PC games, or you to take resources from that to make full-fledged VR games that nobody's gonna play.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So as far as best VR/AR, I could care less, and that's crazy, right? Because I see Deadpool on here, and I'm a huge Marvel fan, so that also didn't entice me to get a VR. I'm like, y'all using Deadpool to sell VR products when we just want Deadpool and Marvel rivals. Like, there's nobody who wants VR games. There's nobody that wants VR games because the capabilities of VR. Shameless plug to my Sandbox VR vlog. That was a whole studio production that put us into a specific world for like, I think it was like an hour, a mission. Like it was an hour, and every mission took like an hour. We played like 2, and that's the type of VR experience that we need as far as to make it uplifting compared to the console and PC game play. But at your home, you don't have a whole staff to put the things on your ankles, your wrist, your chest, stuff like that. And then the overall surroundings is not going to be to the point where it's like 3D surround. Basically, we do not have the capabilities, the household capabilities for VR gaming to be what it should be to make people play that compared to console and PC. We're not nearly there. And I think it's more of a rich type of VR/AR is more of a rich person, like, how am I trying to say this? Because basically, to have it set up for VR/AR, you have to be well off, in my opinion, to set it up correctly. I'm not talking about just having a headset and then playing in your bedroom. I'm talking about to have it set up correctly as far as the surround sound, as far as you actually being in the world and you being able to like move around freely in a specific amount of space, not standing in one place and sitting there while you do the controller, right? I'm talking about moving while you're playing the game. I think you would have to be well off, and I think it's more of a rich person hobby to have a solidified VR headset. Oh no, a solidified VR experience. Not what I'm talking about as far as solidified is what Sandbox VR does. Look up Sandbox VR, see what they do, see the experience they give people. To have that in your household is more of a rich person experience. You have to be well off to even have that type of equipment. So that's why I say that. Obviously anybody can get a VR headset, but the VR experience is just not there in the household. It's just not up to date. So with that whole soliloquy, safe to say I'm just gonna go with Deadpool because I'm ignorant and not like Deadpool. So as far as the VR category, we're not even there. I don't even know why they still put that there. They should talk about the best VR places so I could, get my vote to Sandbox VR. So anyways, best mobile game. So we have Destiny Rising, we have Persona 5, The Phantom X, we have Sonic Rumble, we have, what in the world? How do you say that? Now I have to have Jarvis say that. How in the world?
Uma Museum.
Nah, bro. See, how I was supposed to know how to pronounce that? Uma Museum. Okay, all right. Y'all gonna laugh at me. Don't care. I don't know how to say that. And then we have Wuthering. What? It's not with an I. It's with a U. So Wuthering Waves. Anyways, Wuthering. I think it's Wuthering. Yeah, Wuthering Waves. So with that being said, as far as the mobile games, I've been putting more respect on the mobile gaming community. So I'm kind of surprised I don't know too many games off of here. Besides the Persona 5, I do remember that one, I believe. So ignorantly, I'm probably gonna go with Persona 5 because from the gameplay I saw, it was pretty solid. It looked like an actual I'm not gonna go that far, but as far as the console aspect compared to the mobile, it looked like a very upscale game on mobile. Very optimized. It looked fantastic. Shout out to Ling on Twitch for following. Shout out to you. Hopefully you're enjoying this Game Awards coverage. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the Persona 5 Phantom X. So, interestingly enough, as far as the best mobile game category, I didn't recognize too many on there. Best debut indie game. Now, I know you're probably wondering, why is there only 4 slots? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me let you in on a little secret. There was this game that took itself off of debut indie game because they technically wasn't indie. So they literally told Jeff Keighley that they had to be taken off, and I think Jeff Keighley even tweeted about it. Because, yeah, I mean, if a gaming studio comes out and says we're not indie, then you probably have to take them off of the list. So when it comes to Jeff, how do you spell this man's name? I thought I spelled it right last time. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. Jeff Keighley and then indie. Oh, here we go. All right. So when it comes to Jeff Keighley and the indie kerfuffle, right? Apparently, there was a specific game called Mega Bonk. And with that being said, it was nominated for Best Indie Game. But do y'all see it up here? Of course not. So basically, they reached out to the Game Awards to clarify that they're not indie. And they're an established solo developer who've been making games for quite some time. Well, not quite some time, but I don't think it was a debut indie game. So Jeff Keighley basically came out and he said this: Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. For the people listening after the fact, obviously for my live listeners, y'all seeing this. But Jeff Keighley said, Megabonk, a nominee for Best Debut Indie Game, reached out to clarify that he is an established solo developer. They said stop playing with their name. Not just playing. And then Jeff Keighley went on to say, who had been presenting himself as a new creator under the name Vedinad, I think that's how he said. We're grateful for this honesty. As a result, Megabonk will be removed from the category.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Pour one out for Megabonk, man. But as far as that, best debut indie game, did y'all know that I believe Sandfall Interactive / Kepler Interactive and Ad Hoc Studio, I think they're both Ubisoft X developers. So when Clair Expedition won awards at, I think it was called the Golden Sticks. I don't really know. I didn't even know that was a thing, but they won an award at the Golden Sticks, right? And they basically came out to give kudos to Dispatch. And I know, right? I mean, imagine winning an award for Game of the Year and you shout out another game. But then you come to realize, I think they're both ex-Ubisoft developers. So it makes sense, right? So I'm trying to find the actual quote. I think he actually gave a speech. So, yeah, he actually gave a speech. Oh, it was only 8 seconds. So I'm just going to play the audio.
Story that comes from the heart, and I hope that more will follow like this. And also play Dispatch. It's very, very cool and has a very good story if you like this one. Yeah, thank you.
So this was the developer of Expedition 33 saying during his award speech at the Golden Stick Awards to play Dispatch. It is a very cool and has a very good story. Now let me just show y'all so y'all can see this. So y'all probably wondering, why shout out another game while you're up there winning game of the year or best storytelling at the Golden Sticks Awards, right?
Story that comes from the heart, and I hope that more will follow like this. And also play Dispatch. It's very, very cool and has a very good story if you like this one. Yeah, thank you.
So y'all probably thinking to yourself, what in the world? Who does that, right? Who shouts out another game while they're winning an award? And then you come to realize, hold on, I got to turn this down. All right, there we go. You come to realize they're both ex-Ubisoft developers. So I would, I'm not going to go out on a limb and say they're sticking it to Ubisoft. But, I'm basically saying that they're probably saying that, hey, Ubisoft don't know what they're doing. So let me stick up for another development studio who left Ubisoft and made a fantastic story. So, yeah. So that's basically a little lore. Just wanted to give y'all 2 lores in best debut indie game. This has been jam packed. I ain't gonna lie to you as far as storylines. So as far as them going against each other, I'm pretty sure they're probably just gonna shout each other out if they win. Shout out to Blue Prince and Despelot. What in the world? Despelate, I think that's how you say it, my fault. But they have no chance. Expedition 33 versus Dispatch is what this category is about. I think Expedition, I'm not even gonna cap. I may go out on a limb and say, I don't know if they will. I wouldn't be mad if the developers say, hey, if y'all gonna choose us, because obviously we don't know what y'all gonna choose, what game y'all gonna choose. You know what I'm saying? But if y'all give it to Dispatch, we wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be surprised if they went that route behind the scenes. So I'm gonna go for Dispatch. I'm not gonna lie to you as far as best debut indie game. Well, no, I'm not gonna lie. Expedition literally made that the whole marketing. It made that the whole marketing landscape. I was basically putting on my conspiracy conspiracy hat. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's literally the whole marketing rollout. Like, hey, there's only 33 people in the studio, and they call it Expedition 33. So yeah, they have to go. They have to give it to Expedition. I don't even cap. I don't think no email in the world could stop them from giving it to Expedition 33. All right, best independent game. Wait, hold on now. What's the difference now? Best debut indie game. Okay. Best independent game. Okay. Now it's time for us to read the descriptions. You know how when you're in the spelling bee and you be like, hey, can you use that in a sentence? I need them to use this in a sentence. No cap. Best debut indie game. For the best debut game created by a new independent studio. Okay, that makes sense. Best independent game. For outstanding creative and technical achievement in a game made outside the traditional publisher system. Okay, that makes sense. So that's like if an independent studio was putting out a second, third, fourth, fifth game, right? Okay, that makes sense. So of course Expedition 33 is still on here because it's the second game. Which goes back to my point. They may be like, hey, give it a Dispatch. But, that's just me. They trying to Ubisoft devs may be sticking together. But, that's a conspiracy theory for sure. Best independent game has to go to Expedition 33. I mean, if they're going to give them best indie game, they have to give them best independent game. I mean, it's like when, to put it in sports terms, it's like if somebody was first, it's like if somebody was the best defender in the league, but they didn't make all NBA, right? It doesn't make any sense. Like if you're going to make the best indie game, as far as debut indie game, you have to have the best independent game, if that makes sense. Actually, I guess that doesn't make sense. Because if it's a second, third game, and if it's better than Expedition 33, then they should get the award. But guess what? None of these games are better than Expedition 33. Hollow Knight Silksong for a second, I was thinking maybe it could be better. But as far as the story of Expedition 33, it's way better than Hollow Knight Silksong. I literally don't know what's going on in Hollow Knight Silksong. I just enjoy it for the gameplay. I'm a sucker for platformers. Silksong definitely does platforming way better than Expedition. But as far as the overall story, I mean, the story is just immaculate at Expedition 33, let alone the visuals, let alone the gameplay. Y'all get the point. Expedition 33 needs to win Best Independent Game. So that being said, now we're getting into Best Community Support. Shout out to the community. Shout out to the community, because without y'all, the gaming industry wouldn't be what it is today. Now, all jokes aside, which, that wasn't a joke. But as far as best community support, recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency, and responsiveness, inclusive of social media activity and game updates / patches. So we have Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, goodness. They made a resurgence, didn't they? Because you already know they won Game of the Year. I think it was last year. So they're back here again. Final Fantasy. Is that 14? That's 14, right? Hey, I've been out of college for a minute. Well, not really, but you get the point. Final Fantasy 14, I believe. Fortnite, Helldivers 2, No Man's Sky. As far as best community support, I mean, if they're going by numbers, it has to be Fortnite. Yeah, if they're going by numbers, it has to be Fortnite. But if they're going by what's subjective about what they have in the description? Community support, okay, transparency. Fortnite's pretty transparent, right? Responsiveness, hey, Fortnite was very responsive when Vader was out here using the ERs and the
Shepard.
All right, my fault, but y'all get the point. When Darth Vader was turning into you know who, they expeditiously fixed that. So I remember that. Y'all must have forgot. Nah, I ain't forget. Vader must have thought he was back in the old days. Like, nah, bro, you can't talk to us like that no more. You know what I'm saying? Vader was tripping. Anyways, yeah, Fortnite should probably win this. I think best community support based off of the description, updates, patches. I mean, everything that they listed, Fortnite does way better. Because it's like, just because you've got to the place where you have everybody and their mama working on a specific game so you could do a lot of grandiose things that other studios can only dream of, does not mean that because of the success you should just like get voters fatigue. Fortnite is still by far and away has the best community that I've seen in the gaming industry in quite some time. I mean, to the point where if y'all see my banner, let me see, because you know my banner is about the musicians and the game icons that notoriously affect the masses. So obviously you see right here, right next to Shepard on the banner is Fortnite. I mean, Fortnite has one of the best supportive communities I've seen in quite some time in the gaming industry. So with that being said, I think we have to go with Fortnite. So best community support has to go to Fortnite, unless they get voters fatigue and they want to give it to somebody else. If I was to like pick a second place, I'd probably say Helldivers 2. Cause I don't know, No Man's Sky is pretty close. I don't know, that's pretty close. But Fortnite is not close. So Fortnite is obviously number one. If they do give it to somebody else, I would think it would either be Helldivers 2 or No Man's Sky, but I could be off with that. So anyways, best ongoing. So best ongoing awarded to a game for outstanding development of ongoing content that evolves the player experience over time. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. Once again, Fortnite, and it's not even close. But if they have voters fatigue, I wouldn't be mad at it going to Marvel Rivals. For people listening, like for people who are only listening after the fact, they have Final Fantasy 14 on here, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, Marvel Rivals, and No Man's Sky. So it's similar to the last list, but you know, it's one distinct change, which is having Marvel Rivals on here. Don't know why they're not a part of community support, because Marvel Rivals definitely be giving us community updates. And of course, they give us the most egregious amount of Gooner content I've ever seen in my measly 25 years on Earth, right? As far as Gooner bait, I think we need to change that to NetEase bait. Like the way that NetEase has changed the marketing strategies for a plethora of studios, I'm looking directly at you, Ad Hoc Studios. Don't make me bring up the deluxe cover that y'all use to sell the deluxe edition. I still ain't forgot about that. Actually, I'm gonna bring it up. Hold up. Okay, safe to say, I was not able to find it. But good thing for y'all, PlayStation Store exists. So I just went to the PlayStation Store. So let me see if can I open this image? Oh yeah, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ad Hoc. Hold up. Ad Hoc. Don't you know we can see you? Now, when I talk about influence in the space of gaming, I think Ad Hoc saw the amount of microtransactions that NetEase was bringing in, and they said to themselves, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to up the Gooner bait. And I can't be mad at them. That's W Gooner bait right there. I ain't gonna cap to you. I mean, Dispatch is literally covering Prism's face. Shout out to Modern for following on Twitch. Let me see. All right, so yeah, as far as that, and this is the deluxe edition, by the way, if y'all want to see that too. This is the deluxe edition along with the price. So usually, I think it's an additional $10, but along with the game. Well, okay, so if you already have the game, I think it's an additional $10. But with the game, if you don't have the game and you want to buy it all at once, it's $36. Well, I think that's. I don't know why it's not showing. Why is it not showing in USD? What in the world? Why is it doing that? Yo, it showed me like pounds and stuff. I don't even have like a VPN on or anything. I don't know why in the world I was doing that. Anyways, that's crazy. So, what was I saying about that? Oh yeah. So as far as influence, I mean, it's Fortnite is not even close. But as far as recently, I will say if there was to give it to somebody else because of voters fatigue, I wouldn't be mad at them giving it to Marvel Rivals. So I'm gonna go with Marvel Rivals because, you know, I'm biased with Marvel Rivals, but still, they do have a pretty good ongoing fan base going on. And they've been coming back for the zombies mode. And, of course, they have the Gambit and Rogue marketing strategy going on right now that a lot of people are enjoying. So games for impact. We have Consume Me. Okay. We have Despelote, however you say that. We have Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. South of Midnight. Oh, hold up now. I totally forgot about South of Midnight. I'm tripping. Yo.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Man, somebody take my black card away. What in the world? How in the world did I forget about South of Midnight? Because interestingly enough, you know, me as a Game Pass holder, I didn't even play South of Midnight.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
One of the few games I feel like I missed out on as far as in the year of 2025. Because y'all already know, especially if you tune into live streams, I'll be playing any and every game. So to not get around to South of Midnight was shame on me, man. Shame on me.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Hey, yeah, it's tough. So as far as games for impact, ignorantly, I'm gonna go with South of Midnight because I don't know any of the other games on here. I don't remember I haven't seen any news bites for any of the other games, which doesn't always mean it's not higher quality. It just means as far as me personally, and then it reached my feed. So ignorantly, I'm gonna go with South of Midnight. So with that being said, wait, hold up. Who's this? Let me see. I don't know who that is. Okay. Yeah, let's go with South of Midnight. For what was it for? Games for Impact. So we went with South of Midnight for Games for Impact. And we're just gonna take a brief intermission before we get into the last, 8 categories, because we're basically over halfway through. So as far as the brief intermission, because I'm live, I do want to say shout out to everybody who's tuning in right now. Shout out to the 400 plus. We're almost at 500. Drop a bomb for y'all. Not technically at 5. We're at 463 technically. But shout out to everybody tuning in. As when it comes to the live streaming aspect, if you are new, just know I'm live on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio to be directed to whatever platform you prefer the live stream aspect on. And of course, for people watching in the future, an Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, make sure to rate this 5 stars and share this to somebody who you think would enjoy deep, extensive
You guys.
coverage of the Game Awards. Now that being said, let's get back into it. Innovation in accessibility. Okay. So recognizing software and or hardware that is pushing the medium forward by adding features, technology, and content to help games be played and enjoyed by an even wider audience. That's what's up. Now, as far as all these games on here, the only one I think I didn't cover was Atomfall. Did I ever cover Atomfall? Let me see. Atomfall. Okay, I never covered Atomfall. So when it comes to that, specifically covering all these other games, I don't actually know what they did in the accessibility options. Which sounds crazy. But when you cover the entire landscape, you kind of like try to get to the game sales, the game reviews. But as far as the accessibility, I don't really get into that. Like, I don't really. I mean, the colorblind mode, I am partly colorblind, so that's always nice. I see that in like every game, so I guess that's not like a unique feature. Basically, what I'm saying is I don't have anything to add to this category. So, ignorantly, just so I want, just so South of Midnight gets 2 wins, I'm gonna go with this one. Even though it's not a win, but it's a win in my book because I voted for South of Midnight. So, shout out to South of Midnight for innovation and accessibility. You know what I'm saying? That's my vote. Best performance. Now, this one is where it gets pretty competitive. We have the one and only Ben Starr as far as Clair Obscur Expedition 33, the GOAT, the iconic Charlie Cox. And you're probably saying, why are you saying all that? I'm a huge Marvel fan. I keep telling you all the time. The way he did, what he did for Marvel storytelling on Netflix and his portrayal of Daredevil will be forever influential for the foreseeable future.
You guys.
And of course, I'm not talking about the Daredevil show on Disney Plus. The Daredevil show on Netflix is way better. I'm not even saying that with like any type of nostalgia bias or anything. It's way better. It's not even close. Daredevil season 1, season 2, the Defenders. I think maybe the Defenders is on par with the Daredevil season on Disney Plus. But as far as in general, the Netflix seasons of Daredevil is phenomenal. But keep in mind, This is his gaming. This is for his gaming performance. So, you know, I can't be that biased. But we have Arika Ishii, I think that's how you say it, for Ghost of Yōtei. Oh, phenomenal performance. Atsu, one of the more unintentionally funny characters in the game in the year of 2025. As far as being unintentionally funny, I think they nailed it with Atsu, because she's a stone cold murderer. You look into her eyes and you just see death, right? Some of the interactions she has with NPCs, I'm not going to spoil the game, obviously. One of the NPCs, though, just a random encounter. And I'm just going to talk about the banter. Basically, he's like, people pulling up, right? And they want to kill him. And he's basically like, can you help me? And she's basically, I forget how she delivered it, but she was basically like, what's in it for me? And the guy was like, friendship. And then she was like, try again. And he was like, money? And then she was like, okay. Well, she said something that was like it was like a joke, but it wasn't a joke. It was just funny though, as far as like her delivery of being a stone cold killer, but also being funny, unintentionally funny. So anyways, because Asu's not like a comedian. She's really a murderer. She's not to play with. Anyways, Jennifer English for Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I wish they said the characters they played. Konatsu Kato for Silent Hill F, because obviously I know who Arika played, I know who Konatsu played, and I know who Troy Baker played, because you know it's Indiana Jones. Which that was the last one. Troy Baker for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. So as far as best performance, it has to go to somebody from Expedition 33. And the thing about that, right, is that I don't want to spoil Expedition 33 for people who haven't played it. So what I'm going to say is, I'm going to go with Ben Starr for his performance. That's what I'm going to say. I think that doesn't spoil anything. But when you think of performances in general, now I'm broadening what I'm about to say. When you think of performances in general, sometimes when you look at somebody, let's put it in sports terms. When you look at somebody who has a phenomenal performance, right? But then it's just for like 5 games. You can't really make the all-star team off of 5 games, right? And then you look at somebody who kept it up for like 30, 40 games, basically up until the all-star break, he dropping 40. I think that specific person deserves it more over the other person. Anyways, let's go Ben Starr. So I'm going to choose Ben Starr. Shout out to him. I think his performance was phenomenal. Because I think he played the... It's hard not to spoil this game. I ain't going to cap to you. Anyways, his performance was great. Let me just put it like that. Best audio. That should show you how good the story is. I still want y'all to enjoy it for yourself. Like, if you want to hear my deep dive, I think I talked about it before. Let me see. Oh, no, I basically just talked about the sales and review roundup. I never really gave my whole sentiments because Quiet as Kept, I played it off stream. You know, I played it a lot off stream. So I have a lot to say about this game as far as spoiler territory, but I'm not going to do that here. So now, best audio design, recognizing the best in-game audio and sound design. So for that, I will go, my fault. As far as the list, we have Battlefield 6, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. We have Death Stranding 2, On the Beach. We have Ghost of Yōtei, and then we have Silent Hill F. I played every single game on this list, except for Silent Hill F. I didn't play that one. Dang, that's crazy, because Silent Hill F, I watched a lot, and from an audio perspective, it definitely seemed like it was top tier, but until you're playing a horror game, you really don't know how great the audio is. Like, when you're watching somebody, you don't have to pay attention to all the different elements, right? Because the thing about playing horror games is it plays off of you as far as your mistakes and where you go specifically, as far as, you know, building the suspense and basically raising your heart rate to scare you, right? They're trying to play off of what you're doing to scare you. Like, there was this one scenario where this player was doing something, right? And because they was doing something, as far as messing with something, one of the enemies showed up in the back, but they was in like a shed or whatever. So they showed up outside the shed, right? And then so when you hear that, and then you look around, he's right there, right? But then when you look back and you go to like the animation to get out of the shed and you go around, it's nowhere to be found. I'm telling you, that was some of the scariest stuff. Imagine playing that instead of just experience that. Because, you know, you as a viewer, you could just pause it and be like, I don't feel like watching that anymore. But the person who's playing is like, bro, where'd he go? So yeah, Silent Hill F has a lot of those moments. Yeah, so as far as best audio design, that's tough. I mean, it could go to Death Stranding. I know y'all gonna say, oh, Kojima, Jeff Keighley, you definitely gonna give it to but you know, all jokes aside, I would say either after all that, I may go with the game I didn't play. That's crazy. I'm gonna say either Silent Hill F or Death Stranding should get best audio design. I do believe Death Stranding from a technical aspect is like the epitome of what we want in video games as far as it being optimized. It's just that the action, because remember, the only critiques I gave of it was when it was in best action, but the slash adventure makes it make sense, because the action, I'm not going to say is top tier. It's honestly mediocre, which is surprising because Kojima helped out with Metal Gear Solid with Solid Snake, right? So, well, not helped out, that's disrespectful, my fault. He created Solid Snake. Death Stranding 2, everything else besides the action is immaculate. But Silent Hill F, I think the action is better than Death Stranding 2. And everything else is also better. I'm gonna go with Silent Hill F. If you can't tell, I did like Silent Hill F. Like games I don't play, I deep dive into the story. Shout out to Paulo on Twitch for following. Seems like y'all be liking these. Hold up now. Should I start streaming? Well, nah, I can't start streaming this. The only reason I stream this early for people watching live, it's because I got stuff to do later this like entire week. So yeah, I had to get. I haven't streamed this whole week, but for people watching after the fact, you're probably like, get on with the list. Yeah, so I'm gonna get on with the list. But yeah, a little side tangent on my personal life. So best audio design, I'm gonna go with Silent Hill F. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at any other games getting on this list. This is actually a pretty jam-packed list as far as the high quality audio design. So I'm not mad. I wouldn't be mad at any game on this list getting it. But I'm gonna go with Silent Hill F. So that being said, now we have best score in music. So for best score in music, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Similar to what I was talking about with Kai Cenat, similar to what I was talking about with GTA 6 in their respective categories, it's the exact same with Expedition 33. I think I never really deep dive into a soundtrack like Expedition, like as far as putting it on my playlist. Like it's, hold up now, y'all think I'm playing. Can I pull it up on here? I should be able to pull it up on here, right? Nah, because that's gonna show. Let me see. I think because that's on my personal account, so I don't think I could pull it up on there. But anyways, let me pull up my because you could do the exact same thing, because shameless plug, but it pertains to the list, right? So on my link tree, all the way at the bottom, I have this playlist. I have this link where it says what I've been listening to, and really for me, I only listen to like music that came out in that specific year. So if you click that link at the bottom of my link tree, as far as what I'm listening to, you'll come across this playlist called Fresh Fire 2025, which is basically all the songs that I enjoyed in the year of 2025. You type in Expedition 33 and guess what? Lumiere pops up and Alicia pops up. Now, I say that to say this. I've never, in my measly 25 years on Earth, I've never added a game soundtrack to my playlist. When I tell you that this has music that I authentically and organically want to hear over and over, I never had that experience with any other game. The music in Expedition 33 is so good that I believe if they went on a tour, like like Broadway shows, stuff like that, if they got like musicians or whoever constructed the soundtrack, right, to go on tour, I think it could sell out. If they market it right, as far as being like, these are the people who made the soundtrack for Expedition 33 and gave it the same type of marketing rollout that they did for the game, I think they could go on their own run as far as touring, right? That's how good I think the Expedition 33 music is. So I say all that to say, it's not close. Best score in music, I'm definitely picking Expedition 33. So with that being said, now we are at best art direction. So as far as best art direction, we have Clair Obscur Expedition 33. We have Death Stranding 2 on the Beach. We have Ghost of Yōtei. We have Hades 2. And we have Hollow Knight Silk Song. I don't know. I'm always conflicted about art and fantasy games because it's so limitless, which could be a good thing or a bad thing, because if it's limitless and it's trash, you're like, bro, you had anything you could have made and you made this. But then when you knock it out of the park, like you do in Expedition 33, it's like, man, like you have no, like, as far as, remember when Spider-Man's random superhero nerd tangent? Remember when Spider-Man and Captain America was fighting? And Captain America threw his shield, and Spider-Man was like, man, that shield does not obey the laws of physics at all. That's exactly how I was thinking playing the entire Expedition 33 game. You go throughout that entire game, seeing that everything's just masterfully crafted, and then you come to realize some of these places should not have the type of physics that it has. Because if the laws of gravity was actually real in this universe, it could not look like this. But of course, it's a fantasy game. So I say all that to say, best art direction probably has to go to Expedition 33. But I will say, I feel for the developers that develop games like Ghost of Yōtei, because you're in such a realism type of place that you can make the most immaculate, realistic world, and you can make the most immaculate, realistic, open world experience ever. But if a fantasy developer is also that talented as you, they can make an even better world because they don't have to be restricted to the realism. Like, nobody's going to complain that there's a whole city upside down in Expedition 33. And if there was a whole city upside down in Ghost of Yōtei, realists would come out and be like, this is never what Japan looked like. I don't even know why they would depict Japan like this and call themselves a realistic game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're realistically interpreting Japan, you can't have upside down cities, right? And for Expedition 33, it's just fantastic. I'm not gonna cap to you. So best art direction has to go to Expedition 33. But I feel for people who have to make realistic worlds and they knock it out of the park, because people who don't have the limitations of having to make a realistic world, they end up making, and if they're talented, they end up making worlds like Expedition 33. So for best art direction, have to go to Expedition 33. So that being said, now we have best narrative. Now, as far as best narrative, we have Clair Obscur Expedition 33. We have Death Stranding 2 on the beach. We have Ghost of Yōtei. We have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We have Silent Hill F. Now, best narrative. I'm trying to think. Do I know every single narrative? I know every narrative except for Kingdom Come and Death Stranding 2. I did play Death Stranding 2, but obviously it wasn't my cup of tea. I didn't make it to the end. Honestly, I don't know if it's a hot take. Why is Ghost of Yōtei on here? I mean, it's basically just a revenge story. Now, it wasn't like, because revenge stories could be made well, but if it's a revenge story that does it at a mediocre to a serviceable level, like the story, I don't think was the best part of Ghost of Yōtei. It was definitely the gameplay and the setting. So the story, I think, was serviceable, but it wasn't knocking anything out of the park, to the point where I'm surprised it's even on this list. Silent Hill F, some would critique it for having to play it multiple times to get the real overall narrative, like the what they call it, the arching narrative. As far as the game can only be understood if you play it multiple times. I'm not going to spoil anything, but that's what a lot of people complained about. If you play the game, you know what I'm talking about. Let's just say there's multiple endings. Let's just put it like that. But yeah, that's as far as I'm going to go with it. But as far as Expedition 33, some could say it's a revenge story technically, but then I think you'll be missing a lot of what the game was trying to teach you. There's just so many themes that doesn't hold your hand. You really have to figure it out. And once you figure it out, it's kind of like in the comedian world, it's like telling a joke and not explaining it. I think that's what Clair Obscur, why I say the full name? That's what Expedition 33 does so well. They drop a lot of gems, but then they leave it to you to pick up. Like a lot of the archives, as far as the past expeditioners that you read what they have to say, and you just start to put the puzzle pieces together, and then the overarching story that happens. I'm not gonna spoil it, and then the continuation of that overarching story to the split of choosing a side. it's very interesting on how they deliver that story. So you could say it's your typical revenge story, but it's really not. It's way deeper. Yeah, Expedition 33 is probably gonna win this. I'm not gonna lie to you. So best narrative to me is gonna go to Expedition 33. So now we have best game direction. Now we're getting to the last two categories. And with that being said, drop a bomb for Split Fiction actually making one of the top two categories. I'm still mad that Split Fiction is not on Game of the Year list, but it's okay. I'm gonna put my biasness to the side, which I don't even think is biasness. Like, to me, Split Fiction was my favorite game of the year. But to others, somehow it doesn't even make the Game of the Year nominee list. Kind of crazy. Anyways, best game direction. Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, Ghost of Yōtei, Hades 2, Split Fiction. Now, as far as best game direction, the story of Split Fiction, when they're in the worlds, the digital worlds, that game direction, very unique. Do I have to keep saying I'm not gonna spoil anything? I don't know. The human stories of Zoe and Mia, I think that was the name, right? The real stories of Zoe and Mia, as far as the human world, I think was lackluster, but I think it gave us the excuse to have a unique game direction in the digital world, if that makes sense. So overall, it's very interesting how Expedition 33 actually gives us the same excuse to be in that specific world when you think about the overarching story. And I just think, even though I do say Split Fiction is my favorite game of the year, from a story aspect and from the game direction, quiet as kept, Expedition 33 kind of does what Split Fiction does, but in a much better way as far as the game direction. Because you're in a world. Yeah, if I keep explaining that, somebody's going to get spoiled. But for people who play Split Fiction, for people who play Expedition 33, you know what I'm getting at. Expedition did what Split Fiction does. They just wasn't so upfront about it. As far as, yeah, they wasn't as upfront about it. Y'all get what I'm saying, for the people who play the games. So dang, that's crazy. I talked all about this I talked all this stuff about Split Fiction not being on. Well, really, I still think Expedition 33 is a great game. But for me personally, like I said, I'm a little biased. I played it with my cousin. I'm a sucker for platformers, so to me, Split Fiction was still my favorite game of the year. But I will say the game direction, just looking at it from like objectively, like what do you think? Well, I guess it is subjective still. But as far as the game direction, I think Clair Obscur Expedition 33 it's just Expedition 33 is really it's really a fantastic game from like all intents and purposes. It's really I'm not gonna say like once in a generation, because we do have Elden Ring, but it's one of the better games we've received in like the last 3 to 5 years. Like last year, Expedition would have wiped the floor with all those games. Not gonna lie to you. And I love, what was it? Baldur's Gate 3. I love Astrobot, but it's just on a whole different level. Game of the year. Oh, I'm tripping. Yeah. So the ultimate list, right? Game of the year. This is the big award that everybody loves to walk away with, especially being acknowledged for your contributions to the gaming industry. So game of the year for 2025, which, the definition is recognizing a game that delivers the absolute best experience across all creative and technical fields. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We have Hollow Knight Silksong. We have Hades 2. Donkey Kong Bonanza, Death Stranding 2, On the Beach. And then the one and only, the iconic, the epitome of gaming.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Y'all get the point. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 to end off the list. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all was a thinking man or woman, you already know where I'm going to go. And let's just say, you're absolutely right. Gotta kill the suspense, because there's really no conversation that we had. Expedition 33 is really one of the best games we've received in the past 5 years. And it's to the point where some people would be like, oh, y'all overhyping it. The game can't be that good, until you dive into the game and realize that game is really that good. From the music to the narrative to the gameplay aspect, adding a unique feature to turn-based mechanics that invites people who don't usually play turn-based games, right? And invites them into a point where, hold up now, I'm actually enjoying the turn-based game and I'm having hands-on experience with it as far as being able to dodge, being able to counter. So it's not just the monotony of choosing what you want to do every single turn, right? There's a lot of interactive parts that makes you feel like you're actually doing and you're actually fighting. Expedition 33 is one of the greatest games I've seen in quite some time. I'll probably put it up there with Elden Ring as far as the boss factor and being able to work around it. Like, there's a lot of bosses in this specific game, but shout out to Simon. I think it's probably one of the more broken games, one of the most broken bosses we've ever seen in gaming history. If y'all think Radon is hard, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's probably a real conversation on if, like not even millennia. Like, I would say the deluxe edition of Elden Ring, Radon was way harder than Millennia, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Hey, that's just me. But cause I play a lot of these games off stream. Like, sometimes I edit a lot, but nowadays sometimes I get time to play games on my own. So when it comes to that, I would say, from my personal experience and from watching others, I would have to say Simon is harder. I know y'all probably be like, spoiler alert, but these are both optional bosses, except for Radon. Radon's like the ultimate boss of Elden Ring Deluxe, and that game's been out for a minute. So as far as Simon, he's an optional boss, and you don't even know when you're going to encounter him. Simon may be one of the hardest bosses of all time in video game history. And no, that's not the reason I chose this for Game of the Year. I just want to bring that up as one of the other parts as far as the epitome of what gaming experience is, for the music, for the narrative, for the gameplay, for the bosses to be at the levels that they are. I think it's a masterpiece as far as a video game offering. Expedition 33 is one of the greatest games I've ever seen, ever played, ever heard, like to the point where I told y'all about the soundtrack. So without further ado, Expedition 33 is what I'm picking for Game of the Year, because unfortunately, Split Fiction did not make the list.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Because ignorantly, I would have chose Split Fiction, just to, because that was my personal favorite Game of the Year. I know I probably would have went to, like, I would have literally said, personally, I'm picking Split Fiction, but it has to go to Expedition because, well, no, I would have voted for Split Fiction, but I would have said it was going to go to Expedition 33. But because Split Fiction is not even on the list, I can't even vote for Split Fiction. I was like, hold on now. I'm out here trying to vote, and they took my game off of the nominee list. Like, what in the world?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I look at the state of gaming, I'm like, in what world is Split Fiction not on the Game of the Year nominee list? And look at it, like, it's just makes me sick to my stomach. It just makes me sick to my stomach.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So that being said, that has been the full breakdown of the Game Awards. Once again, we voted 29 to 29, as you can see right here. I don't know if I can bring up all of them, but as you can see, your boy out here voting. Drop a bomb with actually clap it up for me voting. Yes, sir. Voting in the gaming world and in the real world. So let me see. What else? Did they show me the comprehensive list or no? Download my vote card. Oh, I get a vote card. Hold on now. What that vote card gonna look like? Okay. What my vote card look like? Oh, that's fire. That's fire. No, that's actually pretty fire. I like that. Oh, it went away. Nah, that's tough. That's tough. Hold on now. I get my own vote card. No, that's actually. I don't remember this from last year. Maybe I just didn't pay attention. I don't remember this from last year. That's crazy. You see your boy Castanet right there, the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Best content creator by far. Not even close. But let me see. What else? How I move this around? I don't know how to move this around. Oh, there we go. All right, so Game of the Year. I'm not gonna read all this off. Actually, should I read all this off? I might as well. We already at the end. And it's been long, so you know what I'm saying? Might as well, pause.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So if y'all was wanting a comprehensive list of what we chose throughout the entire list. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make it suspenseful and work our way up to the top. As you can see, watch December 11th to see who wins. But I'm not gonna lie, I ain't reading all this off. Y'all see the list. Hey, pause and take a picture. Y'all see what I voted for. Hey, Clair Obscur is all throughout this list. Safe to say they definitely deserved a lot of their nominations. And did I choose them to win every single category they was in? I may have done that. That's crazy. That is actually kind of wild. So my voting card, ladies and gentlemen, as you see, your boy voted. Yes, sir. So with that being said, now that we've finalized the voting process of the Game Awards that's set to happen December 11th, and to get the specific time once more, it's set to happen December 11th, 5 to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And the pre-show is set to happen at 4:30 Pacific Standard Time. And it's happening on YouTube, Twitch, I think Amazon Prime Video, which is a new addition. So I'm not, don't quote me on that. But I think it's set to happen on Amazon Prime Video as well. So with that being said, hopefully you enjoyed my voting process and me breaking down why I voted for what I voted for. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Game Awards nominees, and what is your specific game of the year for the Game Awards show that's set to happen December 11th? First off, let's drop a bomb for Steam. As we already know, for the avid gamer out there, that the console war is essentially over.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And as far as what's going on, you're probably wondering, well, who said the console war is over? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me direct your attention to none other than Phil Spencer, who said, quote, "I would love to make all of the money for all the games that we ship," right? Like, obviously, we make more on our own platform. But then he went on to say, "It's one of the reasons that investing in our own platform is important. But there are people, whether it's their libraries on a PlayStation or Nintendo, whether it's they like the controller better, they just like the games that are there." And then he went on to say, quote, "I'm not trying to move them all over to Xbox anymore."
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And the reason why I started off with that as far as this Steam announcement is because even though I'm dropping a bomb for Steam, just know the console war, unfortunately, is still over, as Steam did enter a new, let's just say, friendly console into the market as far as a gaming machine that you can also browse on, but is ultimately a compact PC. And where have we seen that before? Oh, that's right. Xbox literally told us that they was making a hybrid PC console type of machine. So now, when you look at Xbox, as far as what they was wanting to do with the hybrid console PC, it seems like Steam beat them to the punch, which I will say, I feel like Steam and Xbox are playing more friendly. PlayStation really doesn't have to play friendly with anybody, because as far as the console market, they're really not competing with Nintendo, because that's a family-friendly type of console as far as your Marios, your Zeldas, Pokemons of the world. When it comes to PlayStation, I'm not going to say it can be played by kids, but majority of the games is more mature, whether it's the Spider-Mans, the God of War, especially the Wolverine game that's coming out, that's all exclusively on PlayStation. The Ghost of Yōtei game is one of the best games of the year. So safe to say, when Xbox puts Chief from Halo on PlayStation, put Forza on PlayStation, and puts Gears of War on PlayStation, safe to say PlayStation is undoubtedly winning, and they definitively won the console war. Now, the reason I say all that is I wanted to get it out the way. I don't want y'all to think Steam is making a console, because they're not. They're making a more mobile PC. And if this is your first time hearing it, guess what? There's a reason I started off with the bomb as far as Steam announcing the quote-unquote Steam machine, which Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because you can see the Steam machine right here, and it's not that big to the point where I think that's one of the focal points of that's one of the selling points. It's because it has a lot of power, but it's not as huge in size. So now we're going to get into some of the nerdy details. I basically gave you a more concise, lamest terms breakdown of the entire gaming field. Now we got to dive into Steam specs specifically. As even though this looks like a console, it's more of a PC, as with the power is compared to consoles, but because of the size, that's why you can only put so much power into that type of size. So it's targeting more of the PC gamers that don't want to actually build their own PC. So when you come to specs specifically, it's 6 times more powerful than the Steam Deck. It's significantly weaker than the PS5 Pro. It's a little bit, as far as 20 to 36% weaker than the Xbox Series X, 10 to 16% weaker than the PS5, the base version, but it is significantly stronger than the Xbox Series S. So now when we look at that specifically, as far as the comparisons, now we got to get the price point, because they did say that, of course, we can't price this at a point that doesn't make any sense, right? We have to price this because of the value that we're giving. It's probably going to be a more expensive console. They haven't said the price yet, so that's already a red flag. I'm thinking they announced this without saying the price, because that would have been the headlines for everybody, because they would have put and plastered the headlines of the price everywhere, aside from the fact that Steam is entering the console market, well, just the gaming machine market again, because I believe they tried in the past and it didn't work, but don't quote me on that. I'm only 25 going on 80, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, when it comes to the Steam machine, when you look at Steam's biggest accomplishments, this is why so many people is excited. And no, this is not going to be a reaction to the Steam video. We are going to play it. We're going to play this in full. But I don't want you to think it's a reaction. It's more of a deep dive, but I want y'all to also see what they have to offer from their own mouths, right? Hearing it from the horse's mouth and having them showcase it to you. Because once I break down these details, then it'll start to make more sense once you see the PR side of how they market the machine. So anyways, Steam is one of the biggest companies in the world, to the point where it pioneered the digital distribution back in 2003, revolutionized PC gaming, and now has the largest platform with 132 million as far as monthly average users, and a concurrent peak of 41.7 million, 2025 record. So when it comes to Steam, they have a lot of players, and it was just only a matter of time that they went from the Steam Deck, that was a monumental accomplishment, shook up the handheld gaming ecosystem in ways you can't even imagine. So that's why people are so excited for the Steam machine, which, once again, it isn't a console. It's more of a mobile PC. So anyways, Steam Deck is a created handheld, is a handheld gaming PC, right? So I'm not going to deep dive into the Steam Deck. Let's just say it's one of the greatest inventions in gaming history. Not like they invented the handheld, but Steam Deck definitely invented the consumer-friendly handheld that's also phenomenal. It's like the PSP times 1,000. It's way better, and you can... I don't advocate for emulating. But let's just say you can play every single platform on the Steam Deck. Anyways, so let's watch this video. But before we do, I do also want you to know that when it comes to the price point, I am thinking, I'm just going to throw a guess out there, that's going to be between $700 to $1,000. Now, I know that may be a lot to some people, to most people, actually everybody in this economy. But when it comes to the mobile PC and what they're about to show you as far as what they can offer, I think that's why they're going to justify at least a $700 price point. That's the bare minimum. I think it's going to be at least $800 to $1,000, but I don't want to cast any aspersions on the machine just yet. Because remember, it does say, as far as comparing the T-flops, I don't even know what that is. 9 T-flops for the Steam Deck. There's 12 T-flops for the Xbox Series X. 16 to 20 T-flops for the PS5 Pro. Like I said, we're getting into nerdy terms. 10.3 T-flops for the PS5, and 4 T-flops as far as the Xbox Series X. And actually, let me look this up right here. Do some quick Mickey research. All right, after doing a little Mickey research, safe to say that T-flops is terafloating point operations per second. I mean, talk about having a nerdy podcast.
Shepard.
No, I'm just keeping it more than 92. So anyways, just want to let y'all know, as far as the landscape, that it could be a competitive price point to consoles, as it doesn't have the most T-flops when compared to an Xbox Series X that has 12 and a PS5 Pro that has 16 to 20. The Steam Deck reportedly has 9 T-flops. So anyways, with that being said, without further ado, let's get into Valve unveiling 3 major hardware products targeting a lot of people who enjoy PC gaming but don't actually want to build a PC, which the 3 products are the Steam Machine, Steam Controller, and Steam Frame VR headset. So with that being said, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we're about to hop into Steam's announcement for the 3 immensely valuable products to come in the near future right now.
Hey everyone, this is Steam Deck. Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming PC.
You're getting a little
that
bait and
lets you take
switch.
your Steam library with you
They're
anywhere.
basically letting you know, hey, we been did that, so we showing you how great we are in the gaming universe to show you, to build up that rapport, to be like, hey, we made this, so the next products that will come and just expect this level of quality. And the Steam Deck is top tier. I may or may not have asked for it for Christmas. Nothing too crazy, because, you know, I have every single platform, not the flex, but, you know, drop a bomb. Except for the Steam Deck. And I was going to get a Switch. And that's all I'm saying. I can't snitch on myself.
Whoop they do.
But I can't wait to get the Steam Deck. Let's continue.
We're pretty proud of it. People who own Steam Decks have been playing everywhere. And we
Everywhere.
couldn't be happier with the response we've heard from all of you.
Nintendo, like, what you mean by that? What you mean everywhere?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
We're excited to talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today.
Yeah,
Because
bait and
this
switch.
isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck.
Nope.
This is a video about the future of Steam hardware.
Uh-oh.
Today, we're announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup.
Not 3
All
of them.
connect you with powerful PC gaming. All are optimized for gaming with Steam, and all are shipping in early 2026.
You heard that? Early 2026. They said, Xbox, we beating you to the punch. I don't know if it's a friendly competition or what, but Xbox it's very eerie. It's eerily similar to the way Xbox was hyping up the hybrid console PC. It's almost like Steam had this before and Xbox was trying to market over them. But I'm just gonna still call it a friendly competition, because Steam was like, hold on now, we still coming out before you, so you better buckle up.
Start with this one.
Got the controller, the Steam controller.
This is the new Steam controller. The new Steam controller puts all of your Steam games at your fingertips, so you can play wherever and however you want. Just
By the way, I know it may look crazy, but also the Steam Deck looks crazy too. So when you look at the Steam Deck, this looks crazy too. And I've never like held it in my hands, but I've heard that the Steam Deck is way more comfortable than it looks. So it looks like this, but as far as holding it in your hand, it makes all the sense in the world. So you got to give them a little leeway, because they did invent the Steam Deck, which is why they started off with it.
with Steam Deck, we want you to be able to play any game with your Steam controller, even games never built with a controller in mind. It has all the great features from Steam Deck, like trackpads, gyro, and back buttons, all in a comfortable form factor. Its next-generation magnetic thumbsticks let you play with improved responsiveness and longevity.
I never played with a controller with a touchpad. I wonder how that's going to play out.
We put capacitive touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the controller too, so you can enable precision.
Okay, nails done.
aiming
You know,
with the
nails
touch of your
did.
thumb.
Hold on now. Hold up.
So we put capacitive
Hair done, nails done, everything did, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's get back to it. My fault.
touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the
Shepard.
I ain't say it. Let's keep going.
controller too, so you can enable precision gyro aiming with the touch of your thumb or your pinky if you're feeling fancy.
Okay.
Play for way too long with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that allows for over 35 hours of playtime.
Okay,
With
rechargeable
Steam
battery.
Controller, we want to make charging and wireless pairing something that's actually easy. That's why we created the Puck. The Puck is a combination wireless adapter and magnetic charger included with every Steam controller. Snap it on to charge. Once you're charged up, snap it off again. You can play over Bluetooth or a wired connection too.
Now that's fire. I'm not gonna lie.
Up, snap it off again. You can.
Now for me, since I already have a PC, I don't think the Steam Machine is necessarily targeting me, but the controller, because I'm not gonna lie, I do sweat a lot. You know, a little, fun fact about me. I know who wanted to know, right?
Whoop they do.
But as far as the sweating a lot, come from my collegiate days. Y'all don't want to hear nothing about that. It's just athletic stuff. I mean, not really. It's just I sweat a lot. So with that being said, my hands get unnaturally sweaty, right? TMI, don't care. With that extra controller, it probably helped me not overheat the actual handheld, because I ain't gonna cap to you. I've never played with a handheld. I just already know that's a recipe for disaster as far as heavy sweaty hands and a handheld. But I don't know. So I think the controller would be the one thing I do buy, because I already have something that's more powerful than a mobile Steam Machine. But anyways, let's keep going.
Play over Bluetooth or a wired connection too. The new Steam controller works with any device running Steam or Steam Link, whether it's a PC, Mac, handheld, smartphone, Steam Deck, or the new Steam Machine. Oh, this is the new Steam Machine.
Oh, they say they drop a bomb. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Xbox was like, they stole my whole flow, bar for bar, word for word.
Steam
It's like,
Machine
nah.
is a powerful gaming PC in a small but mighty package, designed for your games on the big screen. It's quiet too, which is crazy. Since
I'm not gonna lie to you, as a little Timmy, or if a parent's watching this as a soccer mom, soccer dad that don't know what to get, don't know what to get for their little Timmy. If you're trying to be budget friendly, well, I guess Christmas is gonna pass by New Year's, but you get the point. Like the Steam Machine does definitely. If you don't have any consoles, I believe the Steam Machine may be the way to go.
6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck, powered by a discrete, semi-custom AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR. Steam Machine runs SteamOS made for a bigger screen, built for gaming in your living room, your office, or wherever you play, with the rest of your PC accessories. Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam Deck.
I'll lock in now.
Lightning-fast sleep and wake, an SD card slot to easily expand your storage, and brings some new tricks of its own.
Hold up. I know people want to see that. Let me pause on that.
Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam Deck.
Okay, we have SteamOS, fast to spin, resume, desktop mode, seamless updates, notifications, Steam input.
Like lightning-fast sleep and wake, an SD card slot to easily expand your.
Okay, we have the SD card slot, Steam Store, cloud saves, friends list, Steam chat, and remote play.
Storage, and brings some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED strip, which can.
Yeah, I'm still not over how small it is. That's the one thing I've always wondered. Like, as far as technology, one thing I will say, I felt Ice Cube when he went on Kites and That's Mafia-thon and he literally had a 13 mini. He didn't know what it was. He called it like an iPhone 8. But I like up-to-date phones in a small package. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want the biggest phone ever. If I wanted a tablet so I had to do this every time I call somebody, I would just get an iPad, right? As far as the phone, I feel like they was marketed at the beginning to be small. I don't know why they got bigger. It's like, oh, I need a larger screen. I'm like, why not just get a tablet? You know what I'm saying? At this point, the mini tablet is basically the size of a regular iPhone. My little side tangent. But that's why I like how it's smaller in package, because I feel like it's the point of a console to be able to move it. Like, you pack your Xbox, your PlayStation. Now you could pack a portable PC, because imagine, like, if I was trying to, I can't show y'all my PC because it's right here and it's kind of big. But if I was to move my PC, it'd be a lot, right? It'd be way riskier than just moving my console. So that's why I like smaller packages as far as technology is considered, because I thought that's what we were trying to do as a society. But anyways, I ain't trying to get on my soapbox. Let's keep going.
Show different system functionalities, or your own light show. Steam Machine is a PC, so run whatever software.
I'm not gonna lie, this is fire.
And it works with.
This reminds me of when the air fryer came out. Random side tangent, but when the air fryer came out and nobody had to now you can choose from the oven to the air fryer. That's why I feel like this is it's like a nice middle ground. It's like consoles is the microwave, PCs are the oven. It's like the Steam Machine is like the air fryer. It's like the air fryer of gaming.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
This is one of the greatest inventions I've seen in quite some time, and I'm not exaggerating at all.
All your favorite desktop and gaming accessories. Steam Machine is designed to work hand in hand with the Steam controller, with the low latency, wireless connectivity of the Steam controller puck built right in. And it's great for streaming your games. to your phone, tablet, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam Frame. Oh!
So you had to tell me.
This is Steam Frame.
And they got the third one. The third product, which is a Steam Frame VR headset.
Steam Frame is Valve's next-generation VR hardware. Stream all your Steam games, VR and non-
Okay, I'm not going to skip this, but what I will say is, I think VR is a lost cause. Ever since I went to Sandbox VR, with shameless plug to my vlog at Sandbox VR with my guy Lil Uzi, one of the greatest places I've ever seen that nailed VR exactly how it was meant to be. But guess what? Do we have those capabilities at home? Of course not. Who are you going to have? 2 to 3 people setting up every single time you have a little play session to put the things on your ankles, your chest, your head, like your wrists. Nobody's trying to do all that in their home. I think VR, the way it was meant to play, Sandbox VR, shameless plug, nailed it. But are we at the household stage of that? Of course not. I don't think so. I don't think we're there in the slightest. So I think they should just leave these machines in the past and just focus on the consoles. But that's just me. I know VR is the future, but y'all just got to work on it in the background because it's just not a great household experience.
VR alike in this comfortable, lightweight, wireless VR headset. Steam Frame uses camera-based tracking, so getting into your games is as easy as slipping on the headset and waking it up. Steam Frame controllers, included with the headset, are designed with all the inputs you need for your VR titles, like motion controls and capacitive tracking for all your fingers, as well as a split gamepad layout to work with your whole Steam library. They even feature the same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam Controller for responsiveness and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam Controller, a great companion for playing non-VR games in the headset. To make sure streaming is smooth and stable no matter what, Steam Frame includes a wireless adapter that lets you stream your games from your PC to your headset over a fast and dedicated Wi-Fi 6 connection. And the game is streamed to your frame optimized for VR, using new technology that allows for the highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC, running Steam OS.
Not gonna lie.
In addition to streaming, built with the same...
We don't care. We don't care about VR. I'm not going to say it's just not there.
Steam Deck. All powered by Steam, work together, and can be used however you'd like, with whatever...
So out of all these products, because I already have every platform, I ain't not bragging, I'm just letting y'all know. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm not going to reiterate it, but y'all heard what I said earlier. I think I would go for the handheld because the other machines... actually, I am getting I just said I'm going to get the handheld. I meant the controller, my fault. I'm getting the handheld already, but the Steam controller I'm also going to get for the handheld, which I know y'all think just get a console. What if I want to sit in my bed and play? You know what I'm saying? I told you about my sweaty situation. You know what I'm saying? You know, very, very transparent. You know what I mean? I was really venting to y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. So anyways, the Steam machine is coming out early 2026. I assume the VR headset, which they're calling, let's get the names right. The Steam Frame VR headset, the Steam controller, and of course the Steam machine, such a fire name. Those are all coming out early 2026. So with that being said, that's all I have for y'all. At the end of the day, this is one of the greatest inventions I've seen in quite some time as far as shaking up the gaming industry. And I say that with all due respect to Xbox because, my brother, I don't know what race you can win now. The console race is already held up by PlayStation. Nintendo already has the family-friendly ecosystem, which is very profitable, by the way. I mean, there's a reason why Pokemon and Mario can stay on one console and sell all type of copies. And then, of course, you got Xbox, who's just all alone. They don't know where they fit in the ecosystem of gaming. And Steam, I think, just took away their future plans as far as the hybrid PC console hardware. Drop a bomb for Steam. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my Steam coverage? What stood out to you the most as far as the VR, the controller, and of course the Steam machine, the portable PC? And if it comes out to be a justifiable price, will you be getting either or all of these products when it comes out early 2026? Now, before I get into what I believe is one of the greatest games of 2015, we have to start off with the very interesting journey of Ad Hoc Studios. Because as far as creators out there, as far as establishments out there, safe to say that this is the epitome of a life lesson, as the continuation, the resilience of Ad Hoc led it into having one of the most outstanding games of 2025. And with that being said, I'm going to get into my personal review in the second half of this, because of course this is my official sales and review roundup of Dispatch. But as far as me personally, let's just say I played the game and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I look at the state of gaming and there's not too many games that I could pinpoint that has this level of creativity, especially from the story, the writing, the voice acting, etc. But let me go back to what I was talking about in the beginning, as far as this being a life lesson for independent creators out there and establishments that fund their own operation, right? As with Ad Hoc, specifically founded in 2018 by former Telltale / Ubisoft / Night School devs, which you have Michael, I don't even know how to say that, I ain't gonna lie to you, Chung? I think it's Chung. Nick Herman, Dennis Lennart, Pierre Choretti. When it comes to that, the original Dispatch game was conceived as a live-action interactive project inspired by ESPN's This Is Sports Center, which is crazy because of what we find, what the final product was, really reminiscent of The Office. Shout out to everybody who watched or is currently watching The Office, and you're definitely cultured. So that being said, this project was shelved during COVID-19, and it briefly pivoted to the Wolf Among Us 2 co-development, but they basically separated because of creative differences.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So now, when you retooled the game, because at first they was wanting to make it more of a TV show, right? Now it's more of an actual video game, as far as them putting in interesting mini games and things of that nature, as far as you being able to dispatch certain heroes. But at first, it's supposed to be a whole TV show. So a lot of the industry struggles that I'm about to get into is basically a whole life lesson, as there was all type of industry layoffs around the COVID time. And of course, Ad Hoc Studios layoffs nearly shut down the team. But then the founders reportedly skipped paychecks for 6 months. 6 months, ladies and gentlemen, of no money.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
That is insane. So with that being said, July 2025, Critical Role Productions came to save the day.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
They saw Ad Hoc Studios and they said to themselves,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And Critical Role Productions ended up funding the completion of Season 1, merch, tabletop, game, animated series, and of course, the future Exandria game as far as the Critical Role universe. So definitely huge kudos to Critical Role Productions, because once again, consistency, resilience, and somebody, you know, the universe works in mysterious ways, but as long as you consistently put forth the effort and you showcase a good, well, in this case, a phenomenal product, somebody may come save you, like Superman, Spider-Man, and Batman, right? So when it came to superheroes specifically, that's basically what Critical Role Productions was, as far as them being a superhero themselves as a production team, funding a lot of the execution. So anyways, now we have the game that's out now. All 8 episodes are out. 1 through 8 episodes from Dispatch is out now on PC and PS5 and
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I was gonna make a joke, but let's just say it's only on PC and PS5. I was gonna say and Xbox, but pour one out for Xbox, because once again, they do not have a game on their platform.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
All of these hand-me-downs from Steam that Xbox is getting just to not be listed as platforms for Dispatch has to be frustrating for Phil Spencer. Because at the end of the day, if you have an Xbox, you could get Steam through. Well, could you? No, you really can't. Well, dang. Well, maybe. I don't know. If you have a handheld like the Xbox Rock Ally, you should be able to play Dispatch through Steam, right? So as far as the actual console, I'm not too sure about that. Anyways, back to me, getting off of making jokes about Xbox. So Dispatch is on PC and PS5. There's no Xbox or Switch announced, and I guess it was due to budget constraints or narrative or audience targeting or whatever. Basically, they didn't want to put it on those platforms because it's not like this is the most graphically intensive game, even though it is phenomenal as far as from a graphic perspective. But when it comes to the other platforms, they just said, what they do? They was like, let's put it on PC and PS5. And when Xbox and Nintendo Switch asked about if they was going to get Dispatch, Ad Hoc said, what they do? So anyways, it's not on those platforms. But if you was wanting to buy this game, it's $29.99. And then, of course, they have a deluxe edition, which, of course, hilariously, because I haven't even said this yet, but shout out to everybody who watched my live stream as far as the Dispatch live stream on whatever. Well, not whatever platform you listen to live stream on. I'm not going to shameless plug that. Just go to Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. And my whole entire Dispatch is on that platform. So anyway, shout out to everybody who's engaged with the live streaming while I was playing Dispatch. So the reason why I'm saying all that is because the deluxe edition, the promotional aspect of it was very interesting. And what do I mean by that? Well, once I find it, I'll definitely tell you. Because as far as the NetEase route, right? The NetEase route seems to be the best route to take if you want to sell extra microtransactions. Ladies and gentlemen, let me switch my screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audios. Because what you're seeing right now, this is the original promotional art for Dispatch. This is the deluxe edition. This is the deluxe edition in 4K. And because I'm a great tech guy, I may have blown up the image just so.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Let me zoom back out. But basically, you get the point. The promotion for the deluxe edition for Dispatch, drop a bomb for Ad Hoc. Ad Hoc basically said to themselves, NetEase isn't the only studio that can get Gooner bait off to push our microtransactions. So as far as microtransactions, I've heard that the comics is what the deluxe edition is for. It's not anything in game. It's basically an art book plus 4 digital comics. And the reason why I showed that picture is because let's just say the Gooner bait is through the roof. Let's just put it like that. And, a little bit of the game is also Gooner bait as well. But, we're going to get to that in a second. So the 4 digital comics, I'm not going to spoil it for people who haven't read the comics. Let's just say it gives you a deep dive into certain questions that you would want answered, especially at the beginning when you want to know more about Blonde Blazer. So let me put it like that. So anyways, the file size is pretty small as far as 4 gigabytes. Pre-rendered anime style cutscenes by Igloo Studio. So like I said, it's not the most graphically intensive. So the reason why they didn't want to put it on Xbox or Nintendo, they basically said, what they do? So anyways, shout out to Aaron Paul, because I believe this is his first ever voice acting role for a video game. I could be wrong about that, but Robert Robertson III, sound like me, who is the superhero name is Mecha Man, voiced by Aaron Paul, is essentially the main character. And using him, you will be dispatching heroes that are now reformed, quote unquote, in the Alt LA Superhero Dispatch Network, which is, titled SDN. So there's a lot of real mini games throughout Dispatch, but essentially speaking, I wanted to skip that because we're going to get back to it when I get my personal review, right? So talking about the story of their resilienceness almost going under because of layoffs, literally 30 employees? Yeah, 30 employees went 6 months. No. The founders reportedly skipped paychecks for 6 months to keep 30-person staff afloat. If that's not sacrificing, then I don't know what is.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So shout out to them. But anyways, all of that resulted into a phenomenal outing as far as season 1 for Dispatch, to the point where not only was it surpassing their 3-year quote-unquote bull case. I don't know what that means. Basically, it says hits its 3-year quote-unquote bull case sales target in 3 months. So when it comes to the bull case, hey, I'm just going to say they had a goal and they thought it was going to take them 3 years. And guess what? They hit it in 3 months. And then more details about the sales is that not only was it one of the more popular games in the world currently, as of me recording this November 17, 2025 for people in the future, it is the 10th most played game on PlayStation. But that's not the biggest thing I was wanting to showcase, because of course when it first came out, and it ended up breaking 130,000 concurrent player count. But then of course, when the last episode came out, now the all-time peak is 5 days ago, which is 220,000. So that being said, when it comes to Dispatch, they did phenomenal out the gate. A lot of people supported this product through purchasing it and playing it. And of course, they couldn't wait for the next episodes to release, because at this point in time, the whole season is out. If it was anything like me, I was waiting every single Wednesday for the next 2 episodes of Dispatch. And let's just say I was thoroughly entertained. So now, when you look at when you look at it in hindsight, as far as Dispatch actually being a Steam top seller, as far as outselling Battlefield 6 out the gate, well, not out the gate, but as far as having 1 million copies sold in the first 10 days and having a 70 to 80% rating on Steam, safe to say at a certain point it was higher than Battlefield, but of course not currently. But that should show you the heights that it reached, because of course, when this is structured like a TV show, usually out the gate is the best way to garner engagement, because of course people are going to be waiting and talking about the next episodes. I mean, I think Netflix even switched to that model as far as releasing episodes weekly instead of just all at once. So, but I don't know if Netflix still does that as far as bulk dropping shows, but I'm pretty sure everybody switched to the episodic every week type of strategy. So Dispatch really was rewarded for that. Everybody basically bought in and enjoyed the overall story that Ad Hoc was giving us as far as the office meeting superheroes. It was a great blend of comedy, action, just everything as far as the writing and the story was top tier. This could have easily been a TV show by itself. But now, with the sales out of the way, you already know that we have to hop into the review roundups, because of course, I have my own personal review. So the second half of this video, it will be spoiler heavy. So I'm giving you the warning right now. You're about to be spoiled if you haven't played Dispatch. So getting into my personal coverage, my personal review of me playing the entire walkthrough, which once again is on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. I believe this is one of my favorite games of 2025. If I was to have a list, I would put it in my top 4. And I know what you're probably saying, man, that's a lot of games. Like a lot of people, I think there was a stat that came out that like only 60% of players or gamers play 3 or more games in 1 year. No, only 60% of players, 60% of gamers play 2 or less games a year. My fault, I got that backwards. So not a lot of people play a plethora of games. So for me to have a top 4 in 1 year, I believe 2025 is one of the greatest years in gaming. And when you look at it in the totality of things, I mean, you have Split Fiction, you have Expedition 33, you have Kazan, which nobody talks about for some reason. I don't know why. Donkey Kong Bonanza is one of the greatest Nintendo games as far as in the in the Mario universe. Then you have what other games? I think Ready or Not should be up there. Then you have Arc Raiders, Ghost of Yōtei. I mean, the list goes on and on as far as one particular year. And I'm talking all those games I just listed could be a Game of the Year contender, and I don't think anybody would bat an eye, right? So now, when I'm looking at Dispatch from that perspective, safe to say it's in my top 4 because, number one, of course, I keep saying throughout this year, my favorite game, and it's gotten, it's definitely been contested here and there, but in hindsight, my favorite game of this entire year has been Split Fiction. Now, number 2, it may surprise y'all because it's Ready or Not. I know what y'all saying. They already came out on PC years ago. But guess what? It came out on console this year. So, Ready or Not is in my top 2. And then, of course, number 3, I would have Ghost of Yōtei. And then number 4, currently, I have Dispatch. So, Dispatch, I think, is one of the greater games I played in this year. And I played a bunch of games. If y'all watch my live streams on my video platform on Spotify, y'all already know. I dive into a plethora of video games. I mean, Hollow Knight Silksong, I didn't even mention that, right? And I played that thoroughly, and I enjoyed it, but it wouldn't be in my top 4. So, getting back into Dispatch, safe to say I really enjoyed the game. I will say, one of the consistent critiques I had about the game is the non-ability to control Robert in different environments as far as going around and talking to people. Because if this is an ex-Telltale development team, putting the industry layoffs in the role or the road to getting Dispatch aside, like putting that to the side, we only caring about the final product. I believe the final product should have implemented, even if it was just 1 or 2 every other episode, should have had segments where you controlled Robert and walked around and talked to different characters. I think when it came to The Walking Dead, when it came to Batman, that was some of the standout on, oh, I'm playing a Telltale game. Because guess what? Now the interactive portion feels more interactive because we're actually controlling the main character. So for an ex-Telltale development team as Ad Hoc Studios is, to not even have that entirely throughout the game, it's kind of crazy to me. But on the bright side, the story and the gameplay that is implemented is the story's top tier. But the gameplay is so serviceable to where I believe Season 2 could easily be better than Season 1 if they add more interactive elements with you being able to control Robert. So that was one of my main critiques. Now for me to get into the positives. The story, like I said, is The Office meets superheroes in every single way possible. I know a lot of people are comparing this to Invincible. I don't think it's on that level. The power scaling of Invincible is pretty consistent. The power scaling in Dispatch is not. And what I mean by that is for my ending, like I said, we was getting the spoilers. I already said that, right? So for my ending, I had Invisigal turn into a demon, right? I called her a demon because she basically straight up kills Stroud at the end. But there are other endings that I've seen that make absolutely no sense. Now, as far as my ending, it makes all the sense in the world because I gave him both the prototype and the actual Astro Post, so he had to choose. He chose the wrong one. Everyone started throwing up, and then he was taken out by Invisigal. That makes all the sense in the world, right? Other endings where you give him the prototype trying to fool him, and he throws it away, and then you give him the real Astro Post, so he powers up efficiently, and then he tries to shoot you. And then that's when Invisigal steps in, takes a bullet, and he barely hits Robert. But the one critique I have about that ending is that if you're going to have an ending where he actually powers up, and then he tries to take out Robert, because now he gave a whole speech. Oh, what's so powerful now? They glowing red, all type of stuff. You think it's the end of the world. Even a dude that was holding Phenomenon, he even got a tighter grip on Phenomenon because he's like, yeah, I'm stronger now. And after that, Robert got up and literally beat Stroud either to death or you could spare him. But that scenario made absolutely no sense. If you powered up efficiently, because there's scenes, there's endings like I got that he chose the wrong. He basically chose the prototype, so it started to malfunction, right? And then he got taken out, which makes all the sense in the world. But the thing about me being a Mass Effect fan, which, I don't know if y'all could tell, but I'm a huge fan of games actually making your choices have consequences, right? So anyways, as far as the choice of him actually being able to power up, because he actually has the right Astro Post, him being taken out right after that makes zero sense, and that never happens in Invincible, right? So for people to compare Dispatch to Invincible, we got to pump the brakes.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
We got to pump the brakes right now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I think y'all forgot Invincible's top tier storytelling. Like, so is Dispatch, but it's not on the level of Invincible. The reason why I say The Office is because as far as the comedy and the overall story beats, it's still top tier. But on a superhero type of story, the power scaling is everywhere to the point where there's a lot of missteps, and the most blatant one being the ending, right? I don't know what it is about video games. The more, because, I'm a Mass Effect fan. So, I have a soft spot for developers not getting certain endings right on the first try. So now, when you look at that aspect and you're like, well, if you're going to compare it to Invincible, that had one of the greatest endings in superhero storytelling history as far as season 1, then it just does it a disservice, right? But as far as the quality, I will say the comedic elements is on par with The Office, but I wouldn't compare it to Invincible. It's not the same type of story. You got to really treat it as a comedy rather than, oh, people can actually die, right? So, anyways, with that being said, that's basically my main positive and critiques. I think it's phenomenal. I think literally, as far as a season 2, we probably won't get it for a minute, because I looked up a lot of things about season 2, and it was basically like, thank y'all for supporting, about season 2. I mean, we could just, we could think about it now. Like, huh? What? You mean you didn't already think about season 2, 3? They was just trying to get season 1 out of the gate. And of course, referring back to how I started this segment, it all makes sense because of the road they went down to get out the game. So now, when you're looking at Aaron Paul, who's the main voice actor for Mecha Man, and saying the door is definitely open. He says, quote, in a Variety interview, the door is definitely ajar for more. But realistically, the way that they barely got season 1 out, I would say that we're at least 3 to 4 years away from season 2. And with that being said, that's not the longest wait, right? I'm not trying to cast aspersions for a long development time, because it is a video game at the end of the day. And it's also user animation. So really they need all the time they could take, because to put out a buggy mess, which, even this specific game had its faults, as a lot of people came out and they had criticisms as far as Invisigal's power being bugged, right? And then Ad Hoc had to come out themselves on Twitter, or was it Twitter or Instagram? I don't know, it was one of them. Ad Hoc basically came out and they said, we've patched the Invisigal power bug, and a lot of people was upset because even off of that, there was a lot of soft locks in Dispatch / hacking. Now, I never ran into any of these issues, so I'm just giving you what the masses was saying, because somebody was going through these issues or they wouldn't have complained about it, right? And actually showed proof. So, with that being said, I do believe when it comes to the overall timeline for season 2, we're at least 4 years away. And I know you probably don't want to hear that, but as far as the animation being top tier, as far as the gameplay and how they want to improve it, the obvious ways they can improve it. I mean, if you're an ex-Telltale development team not having interactive moments with your main character, I mean, that's the most obvious way to improve it. That's so obvious to me. It had to be a budget issue on why they didn't go that route, because they had it in every single Telltale game. And just because you have a unique gameplay loop where you're sending out different heroes does not mean that you should take away one of the core elements of a Telltale game, which is controlling the main character, walking around, and having branching dialogue with different people. So that's an easy way they could fix it and upgrade season 2. Now, as far as the story, I'm not gonna lie, season 1 is pretty fire. The ending's a little shaky. Certain endings are a little shaky. My ending was fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, my ending made all the sense in the world. We turned Invisigal to a demon, so she took out Stroud. And I gave her both the prototype and the Astro Pulse, so it made sense why he was depowered at the end to be taken out so easily. But for other endings where he actually powered up, him being taken out by Robert made no sense. So I think, I got the best ending, basically, as well. I was trying to rub it in your faces. All right, anyways, with that being said, that's basically it. If you want to know about the game, you really have to play it to understand it. It's more of a TV show, and you're dispatching heroes as far as the gameplay loop. As far as the runtime, because I know a lot of people, when they hear TV show, they're probably going to think of, oh, it's not that long, which you're correct. It's 1 to 8 episodes, and I believe it's around 8 to 9 hours as far as gameplay. Obviously, if you pause it and talk, or I mean, if you're just playing it as a casual, it should take you 8 to 9 hours. Now, with that being said, another thing I was wanting to touch on before we wrap this up, because of course with Dispatch I could go on for days. I mean, literally throughout the whole game, I was pausing it all throughout the gameplay walkthrough, and it was like, oh, let me tell y'all another thing. Like added on to the lore, because of course the deluxe edition has a lot of comic books that breaks down certain relationships with certain characters, and while the story was playing out, some of the viewers didn't even know that, and I told them, because of course it's not a spoiler. They released the deluxe comics along with the episode. So, you know, as far as being informed, that's what I do over here. So I was like, let me tell y'all a little something I learned in the comics. So anyways, shout out to Ad Hoc. At the end of the day, I sincerely want Ad Hoc to take this as one of the most undisputed W's because of resilientness and the way that you overcame the odds, almost went under because of layoffs, and showed the fortitude to not only keep going, but for the founders to take a pay cut like they did, and to ultimately have one of the highest reviewed as far as positive ratings in the gaming ecosystem, in the gaming industry of 2025. I mean, that's a major accomplishment and a phenomenal feat, and they should hang their hats on not only being able to put this out, but to make this as top tier quality as they did. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, it's top tier storytelling, and the possibilities are endless. That's how good the story is. So sort of like what was the people who stepped in to fund them? Sort of like what's the name at? Well, whoever funded them, right? So as far as them funding them and giving them the budget to do a lot of things, as far as the continuation of episode 1 and things of that nature, it's so funny. I was looking this up the whole time. All right, so here we go. I found it. Critical Role Production. Shout out to them. They if Ad Hoc could find another Critical Role Productions, or if Critical Role can maybe up the production, pun intended, as far as being able to fast track it, but also keeping the quality, I think that would be the best case scenario, because with the current team, I think it's going to take at least 4 years to make this level of quality story and animation, different voices, etc. Because you do have to switch it up. You can't just do more of the same. So to end off, I wouldn't be mad if Dispatch got a Game of the Year nomination. It's that good. It's one of the greater storytelling, one of the greater superhero stories I've seen in a minute, and I've heard in a minute. So me as a huge superhero fan, best believe I keep a ranking. And let's just say Dispatch definitely provided better superhero content than Marvel and DC as far as the visual aspect, because I was trying to think of Marvel video aspect, and when you look at Dispatch, well, I guess there is Marvel Rivals, but that didn't come out this year. Yeah, Dispatch probably is the best offering as far as superhero video game content of 2025. I'm comfortable saying that. It's probably the best superhero game in 2025. So, yeah. With that being said, that's basically all I have to say. I don't have any more fun facts or tidbits for you. The main thing you need to know is that, hey, if you stay with it and you believe in your high quality product, first you gotta make it high quality. If you believe in your high quality product and show enough consistency, then at some point the universe will reward you. Because they always say, when preparation meets opportunity, then we have success. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is an old man TED Talk. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So that being said, click my link here in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Dispatch? And do you believe that Dispatch is one of the greatest games of 2025? And if you played Dispatch, who is your favorite character? I know what you're thinking. Are you reviewing and finally giving us your thoughts on Dispatch, the video game?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, What is going on?
And I would just have to answer and say that's unequivocal no.
You guys.
As you already know, when it comes to the soundtrack, safe to say we've been diving more into gaming soundtracks. And this is one of the ones I definitely wanted to dive into because, funny enough, I found one of the artists who is the background of one of the episodes. I'm not going to spoil it. But the character Prism, as far as, I will pull up the character so you can see who I'm talking about. But Prism, she has a specific song just for her, right? I'm not going to tell you when it happens in the show, but let's just say it looks a little bit like this, all right? This does a great job of not letting you know when it happens throughout the show. So anyways, as far as this fantastic image, right?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at...
Hey, Onika said it better, best herself. So anyways, the actual track that they had for this character Prism is by the Thought Squad and is literally it's titled, if I can find it, let me see. Okay, so this is a PG podcast. Let's just call it Depressed. If you type in Thought Squad Depressed, it should pop up. Anyways, I've been listening to that track and I was like, hold up now, this may go on the playlist, because I was thinking to myself, this track kind of fire, you know, in the grand scheme of things. It's a solid track, and then in the video game, it just fits the mood entirely, because, you know, the artist, I mean, as a character, as you can see, is a super villain, but also is an artist on the side that has a lot of fans. So anyways, the main purpose for this dispatch coverage as far as the soundtrack is to let you know, one, that it's out. They do have CD and vinyl edition. Wait, no, actually, we're going to get to that. They did have CD and vinyl editions. So the purpose of the segment is to let you know how popular the soundtrack was. As if you don't know, over 50% of the initial soundtrack purchases came from Steam and Apple Music, and the Spotify streams exceeded 400,000 in its first week. And this is also a video game, so for the soundtrack to be putting up those type of numbers, while it's not blowing anybody out of the water, but it's still respectful as far as the people who want to listen to the Dispatch soundtrack, and you get to know what specific tracks is labeled what as far as throughout the game. Because in the game, they just play the track. They don't ever tell you the actual name of it. So it's good to know what the actual tracks are called, such as, that's how I found Depressed by Thought Squad. So anyways, back to the CD and vinyls. The CD and vinyl edition sold out within 2 days of announcements. And safe to say, not only did they sell out, which is a monumental accomplishment, but they also had TikTok fans creating content to the music to the point where it boosted their overall streams by 20%. So now when you look at the Dispatch soundtrack, which if you type in Dispatch OST on whatever DSP you use, it should pop up, or you can just type in Dispatch soundtrack and the official soundtrack should pop up. But some of the most popular themes is Mecha Man and of course the First Day, remixing a lot of the gaming shorts as far as TikTok specifically. So TikTok was a huge authentic boost for the soundtrack, and I was actually pulling up the soundtrack. So when you look at the soundtrack, it has all type of tracks from Christopher Cross, Caroline Kingsbury, Thought Squad, of course, Future, and that's what they call themselves. You know what I'm saying? Before I get the police on me and start snitching.
What they do?
You know what I'm saying? I'm not disrespecting them. They call themselves that. Anyways, Primer, Deep Dream, Big Black Delta. Then you have Ben Kahn, and then you have Meredith Brooks, and then of course the track from Flambe that I do not want to spoil, so I'm not going to tell you the title of that. But let's just say it's a hilarious track. It's one of the more hilarious tracks throughout the game. So with that being said, as far as the overall revenue, safe to say as a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, I have to let you know that this soundtrack boosted 15% of the overall Dispatch brand. So safe to say, the soundtrack that they put together was fantastic as far as it notoriously affecting the masses and also helping out with the video game. So as far as the video game review, just know my full my full walkthrough, gameplay walkthrough. I played this game entirely. So if you missed that, it's fully on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. Just type in Dispatch Analytic Dreamz with a Z on Spotify and it should pop up. My whole entire playthrough is up. I thoroughly enjoyed the game. One of my favorite games of the year. And I played a lot of games. If you paid attention to my live streams or the gameplay walkthroughs, I play a lot of games. So Dispatch being one of my favorites, really in my top 3, honestly. I'm deciding, you know, as far as Split Fiction, as far as Ready or Not, Dispatch, it's probably my top 3 right now as far as 2025. But anyways, with that being said, the actual conclusion of the game happened November 12th because it released in 2 episodes per week, and I think it started around, let me see, there was 8, 6, 4, 2. I think it started around October 29th. I think I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it started around that time and then went into November 12th. So it was a little runway as far as the game entirely being out. So now that the game is entirely out, I can watch other playthroughs, get more of an opinion as far as my review, because my review is already set in stone. I think this is one of the greatest games. I mean, I just told you that. But as far as deep diving, that's what the sales and review roundup is for. This is specifically for the soundtrack, which should show you how much respect I'm putting on Dispatch's name. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Dispatch original soundtrack? And of course, what do you think about the overall game Dispatch if you played it? And who was your favorite song from the soundtrack or character from the game? It is time to get into a third-person PvPvE extraction shooter that may be Game of the Year?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, before y'all get out the pitchforks, safe to say that the game I'm referring to is called Arc Raiders. And not only is it a very interesting game that may enter the Game of the Year discussion, but let alone as a extraction shooter, the main thing is that people are enjoying this so much that not only is it the 4th most played game on PlayStation, not only is it the 4th most played game on Steam, and we're talking about currently, but also it's the most played game on Xbox. And the reason I dropped the bomb for that is because, you know, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we try to keep it 8 more than 92. And I have all the jokes in the world for how Xbox has been executing a lot of anti-consumer practices, in my opinion, as far as the Game Pass being raised by 50%, as far as the handheld being $1 million, $1 trillion for no reason when the Steam Deck exists. So as far as Arc Raiders being a high quality game, I'm just glad that Xbox was actually able to get it on its platform without Steam's help. Now, that being said, this is a sales and review roundup, of course, of Arc Raiders. And when we get into the game, safe to say it was released October 30th of this year. It is on the PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC as far as Steam plus Epic. So when you look at the price tag, that's also an intriguing factor, as it's $40 to play the extraction shooter. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're probably saying to yourself, well, why play Arc Raiders when I could play Fortnite for free? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the wrong thinking.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Safe to say, Embark Studios, which is the developers, they gave us such a high quality product that I'm not even mad at it being $40, because guess what? It could have been $70. So really, they're giving you more value for less as far as this particular game, because as far as the gameplay loop, safe to say, because of there not being a real traditional single player campaign, I think the main progression could be from 20 to I researched this. So it's estimated as far as the main progression to be 20 to 40 hours, but you can easily make this 100-hour plus game because of the multiplayer aspect. You doing trials, expeditions, grinding with either by yourself, with a squad mate as far as duos, or you can run trio. Can you run? I don't know if you can run trios, actually. I think they just implemented duos. But when you get into it, safe to say one of the intriguing factors is playing with other raiders such as yourself and being able to team up with your friends and dive into this very interesting world. Because guess what? The clankers are back again.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Looking at the state of gaming and realizing that you're literally playing a game where you have the choice to team up with everybody you run across in the war against the clankers. But do people do it? Of course not.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So sticking to sales at the beginning of this, like I want to start with sales. So when you look at the sales, I already talked about its current position on Steam, on PlayStation, on Xbox. But one of the main things I wanted to get into is, of course, 4 million units sold in 14 days is a phenomenal accomplishment. But also looking at the Steam numbers as far as the all-time peak being just 20 hours ago. So safe to say they're not slowing down anytime soon, because it seems like it's been a consistent 400 plus as far as the 24-hour peak. And if that keeps up, I think this will actually have to be a contender for Game of the Year, because you have to hear me out. Because, of course, I say all the time, because, you know, my podcast being based on games and music that notoriously affect the masses, that just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the highest quality. And just because you don't sell a lot does not mean you make the most abysmal, atrocious, horrendous.
Shepard.
All right, you get the point, right? It doesn't mean the two don't correlate. Sales do not correlate with actual quality. But for ARC Raiders, for it to be so high quality at a $40 price point, I think is actively pushing the gaming industry forward, because, of course, everybody thought that Battlefield and Call of Duty was going to be battling it out as far as the multiplayer shooter aspect. But, of course, I don't know why Counter-Strike 2 is just notoriously always number one on Steam. And people talk about Call of Duty on other platforms, but I don't know, maybe because Counter-Strike 2 maybe is only on PC. I don't know what it is about Counter-Strike 2 not being given the same amount of respect. Because PUBG also is still in third place as far as the most played game on Steam. Counter-Strike 2 is number one on Steam. So I don't know, I guess they just get excluded. But as far as games that came out today, or not today, this year, with Battlefield, with Call of Duty, and with ARC Raiders, safe to say, ARC Raiders was the dark horse that ended up rising to the top, because of, when you look at the comparisons as far as studios, you would have thought that Black Ops 7 would have had the better marketing strategy and have more players playing that specific game out the gate. But of course, you look at the charts and ARC Raiders is nowhere. I mean, Call of Duty, Black Ops 7 is nowhere to be found.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But then you look at Battlefield, and that's technically the 7th most played game on Steam. And the overall 24-hour peak for that is almost cracking 300,000. It's right around 299,000. So basically, I'm saying all this to say that the competition is fierce in 2025. So for ARC Raiders to stand out amongst the pack as far as shooters that's been released this year, and not only stand out, but also stand out amongst single player games, games that notoriously get nominated for Game of the Year, ARC Raiders, in my opinion, is standing toe to toe with those type of games. Because guess what? I played it. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Drop a bomb for me. I ain't gonna lie to you. The boy's been out here playing all the games possible. And when it comes to ARC Raiders, I was thoroughly surprised. Because, of course, I played it with my cousin, you know, shameless plug. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see my ARC Raiders gameplay. But when it came to the game, I completely understood it as soon as I finished the tutorial why people enjoy this type of game. Because playing by yourself could be interesting as far as you tackling the mission aspect. But I'm not going to lie to you. Playing with other people, whether you're role playing, whether you're making jokes, just hanging with the homies trying to extract, because common misconception of extraction shooters, they automatically think it's like a battle royale and you're supposed to kill everybody. Funny enough, you could team up with anybody you run into as far as players, and y'all could get the same amount of loot, same everything as far as being able to raid together as a squad. Like, imagine you have 3 players in your squad, and now you team up with another 4-player squad, right? And Now you got 8 people running around because, of course, you have your other 3 players, and the other 4. Okay, my fault. I was just doing math. My fault. So you have 8 people now instead of the 4. Really, you don't have to treat it like a PvP type game, but of course, human nature, people just going to turn on you regardless. So really, the battle against the clankers is the ultimate focal point, in my opinion, as far as the story. So with that being out the way, the reason why I say that is because now, when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, it's so unique as a specific game, playing with other people and enjoying the different outcomes that can happen. Because y'all all are doing things across the entire map that you could see when you hop into the specific lobby, that it just makes it such an interesting world. You never know who you're going to run into. And then, of course, that is also accompanied by 50% of Steam players rarely engaging in PvP, preferring the co-op survival. So once again, the war against the clankers is really the slogan, or I think should be the slogan for ARC Raiders, because a lot of people are out here going to war against everybody but the clankers. Like the amount of savages on the different consoles, because, as far as the Steam numbers, it's reported that 50% of Steam players rarely engage in PvP. So I'm thinking all of the savages may lie on console, because why in the world are y'all out here trying to kill people and take the loot when y'all could work together against the robots, right? So I never really got that aspect. As far as my personal playthrough, there were a lot of savages, not gonna lie to you, but I was playing on console. So as far as the Steam atmosphere, it seems like it's more friendly. But anyways, there's a lot of things you could do in an interesting world along with other players that you could team or not team up with, that you can combat or not combat. But the main thing is basically knowing that at the end of the day, it's not a battle royale. You're not technically against each other, and y'all all could team up if you want to. But of course, the savages, you know what they say, one rotten apple ruins the bunch. I think it's apple, right? But essentially, that's basically what happens when you come to these savages. They don't care that it could be a PvE type game and y'all could team up. They'd rather just take your loot. So you asking them if they want to team up, and they basically saying, what they do? You know what I'm saying? They could care less. So anyways, one of the main focal points I did want to pinpoint is especially the AI voice debate, because of course this had to get brought up in my discourse of ARC Raiders, because the AI controversy is very interesting, right? And you're probably saying, like, what do you mean by that? Well, apparently there's some NPC voices that are user generated and trained on paid actors' performances. To be 8 more than 92 and to play devil's advocate, the developers did fully disclose this to the actors. So really, to me, it doesn't put it on the developers. It puts it on the actors who chose to agree to this type of deal. Because guess what? This game's so phenomenally successful that when they put out extra content, now instead of paying you for extra dialogue for that extra content, guess what? You signed your rights away. So a lot of people are coming out who are now aware of this, saying that it's unethical. But of course, it doesn't have any gameplay impact. It's really just a morality issue for the people, for the paid actors who basically sold their lifetime rights away for the AI to generate NPC lines for, right? So I think that's definitely an interesting discussion. It goes back to the point of what people would do for $1. And you would be surprised the amount of people who would do things that does not benefit the future for others to benefit themselves as far as monetary value. You would be surprised what people would do. Well, the whole saying, strange for a piece of change. Safe to say, there's a lot of people who are showcasing those type of actions, especially when it comes to the greater good of just actors in general. They'd rather just throw it away for a quick paycheck. So anyways, I just wanted to touch on that, because especially covering ARC Raiders as far as the sales and review roundup, I had to bring that up as that's one of the main issues that people are having, even though it doesn't have any gameplay impact whatsoever. as far as from a morality side, I had to bring it up. So anyways, getting back into Arc Raiders, because we already went over the sales and how much it's been generating as far as revenue, and it's been doing fantastic, right? Now I wanted to dive into the review roundup side of Arc Raiders. So IGN gave Arc Raiders a 9 out of 10, saying, quote, sets a new standard, and it basically says a complete blast. And then PC Gamer gave it an 85 out of 100, saying generally enjoyable, unpredictable encounters. And then not Polygon. Game Informer did give it an 8.5 out of 10, saying promising and it met expectations. But that was their in-progress review. I don't know if it's more or less, but it seems like everybody's enjoying it. As GameSpot gave it a 9 out of 10, saying unpredictable, thrilling, and hopeful. And then, of course, when you look at the overall landscape of the review roundups, safe to say everybody's giving this game at least an 8 or 9 out of 10 as far as how they've been feeling about it, especially in the year of 2025. When you look at a lot of the shooters that come out and that are popular, they probably didn't come out this year. Like Delta Force came out December 4th, 2024. PUBG came out 2017. Counter-Strike 2 came out 2012. Like the battling it out with a lot of games has been around for quite some time. So that's the main thing that we now have to transition to, because it's success out the gate. That's an objective fact. But for Arc Raiders to hold this longevity and to keep this player count of 200,000 to 300,000, I think that's the main focal point as far as how successful and how impactful will Arc Raiders be. So that's one of the main things I was wanting to get into. Of course, when it comes to the overall gameplay loop, for people who haven't played the game at all, just know you can play with solo, duo, or squads up to 3. And then, of course, the match length is as short or as long as you make it. I think the longest it could be like 30, 40 minutes, I believe. But don't quote me on that. I think in general, they try to focus on quick matches as far as being able to get in and get out with loot. Because at the end of the day, it is an extraction shooter. Like I keep saying, it's not a battle royale. You do not have to shoot it out with any and everybody to win the specific objective. Because really your main objective is to loot weapons, gear, resources, fight the clankers, which is the arc enemies such as the drones, the crawlers, the bastions, I think that's how you say it, the queens, and then to avoid/engage rival raiders. And then of course you can extract via elevators and hatches, which is what my PvE point was about. Like, this would be the game plan if somebody was trying to go for world peace. But in Arc Raiders, if everybody just band together, we really could run the whole map against the robots. But of course, there's that one rotten apple in the bunch that could always turn on you and turn into a savage and try to take everybody's loot at the last minute. So one of the main things a lot of people like about the environment is the dynamic weather plus the world events such as the storms and the Harvester Queen events. I think that's some of the main campaign-esque type of missions that you could go on the field fulfilled as far as going through an actual story. So the proximity chat is one of the main things that a lot of people enjoy, especially with this being more of a experimental type of scenario where you never know what's going to happen. The proximity chat, let's just say you're going to run into a lot of interesting characters. And then last but definitely not least, they have skill trees, which is combat, survival, scouting, hybrid, which you have different workshops in Speranza, which is your home base. And you have gunsmith, weapons, refiner with materials, and then others for crafting/repairs. So when you look at no traditional single player campaign, when you look at the light quest that you could go on plus the NPCs, safe to say this game is what you make it, is who you play with, and the overall unpredictability of this specific gameplay loop makes it to where a lot of people gladly will put 50 to 100 hours into this, because of course the fun It's basically exploring the map, and there's so much attention to detail that Arc Raiders has. You know, shout out to Embark Studios, that it keeps people hooked, and there's no telling what the future could look like for Arc Raiders, because right now it seems as if it may actually be a contender for Game of the Year, being an extraction shooter. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Arc Raiders in general as far as a Game of the Year contender? Do you believe it should? And if you don't, what's been your favorite game of 2025, and what's been your favorite shooter released in 2025? Has it been Call of Duty, Black Ops 7? Has it been Battlefield 6? Or has it been Arc Raiders?
Like, come on, bro. I'm up there in the front.
I ain't mad at running back. We could be on one. You know what I'm saying? We tried.
You can be with your player and use it and incorporate it in the team to come out as a winner, bro. That's what it's about.
I'm running back. Let's go. I don't run from the smoke. You know what I'm saying? I ain't like other people. Let's keep going.
I can hold my breath for weeks.
I gotta learn how to block though. That's the main thing. Like the advanced block. I ain't talking about the regular. Like that right there when you connect. I think that's what I need Cecil for. But dang, he is not playing with me right now. I ain't gonna care to you. Fight back, fight back. All right, she dead. It's all right though.
I'll enjoy killing you slowly.
Let's run it up.
Stop. Here you go. Get in there. Get in there. Go.
Bro, that extra stuff is crazy.
Come here. Come here.
I'm trying to throw hands. As you can see, that man blocking efficiently.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
All right.
My turn now. Time's up.
Dang.
Come to me. Gotta keep you on your toes. Put him to bed.
With pleasure. Ready to bleed?
All right, fight back.
Stop fucking around.
Yes, sir, boy. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. All right, we fought back. We fought back. Oh, boy, it was looking rough. All right, let's go. Let's go. All right. Oh, he almost got me. Oh. Oh, break that.
Scoot over. Here you go. Get in there. My turn now.
Ready to bleed? This is over.
Scoot over. Gotta keep you on your toes.
Come on, kill him. Kill him. Yes, sir. Good stuff. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, good. We fight back, boy. We fight back. Oh, man. Let's go. Let's try to finish it out. Let's go. I don't know which side I'm on. I ain't gonna cap. Oh, I'm on that side. All right, let's go. I got in there. I got in there. I know how to get around that.
Gotta keep you on your toes. Time's up.
I need all that. I need all that. I need all that. I need all that. I need all that, boy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's run it back.
Come out as a winner, bro. That's what it's about.
Tiebreaker, my boy. Hey, that was a that boy was giving me BTA at the start. Oh my goodness, he was giving me BTA. Let's get to it. But yeah, man, so far, y'all comment down below who's been like your favorite character so far as what you've seen, as far as if you actually got hands-on time with the closed beta. Y'all let me know. Because as of right now, Thula and Adam Eve is to me the broken. Why do they all have that profile picture? It must be part of the Invisible game. All right, let's run it up. Let's get to it. I wonder how many breaks you get, because I feel like I was pressing the buttons. I wasn't getting that many breaks.
It's not too late to stop this. Come on. I know you.
Yeah, talk to your girlfriend. Oh.
Time for you to join him.
Oh, you talking that crazy talk.
Stop fucking around. Gotcha. Let's do this. Stop fucking around.
Time to get that.
Lights.
Yes, sir.
Set that up just for you.
Oh, I ain't gonna. I'm trying not to speak too soon, but bro, if I lose to this man, like, come on now, we may have to pack it up.
I got you.
Whoa, the lag.
Stop fucking around.
Lag is crazy. Oh, you got to back up, buddy. Bro, if they really don't know how to block that, I'm gonna have to just keep spamming it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep spamming it, because if they don't know how to like counter that, then that's an easy advantage. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep spamming it if they don't know how to block it.
Need a hand? Might want to look up. I will join. Ready to bleed?
I need it. I need it. I need it, boy. Turn me up. I like that. I like that. Yes, sir. Wait, how did he get the lead mid combo? What in the world? He has a super, so I'm trying to look out for that, but.
Time's up.
All right.
Time's up.
Got you. I need it.
Set that up just for you. This is gonna hurt. Not done yet.
They're mine. No surviving this.
Dang, boy. That's your boy head. Legs, arms. You get the point.
We ain't finished yet, asshole.
Run it up.
Stop fucking around.
Ooh, I was gonna extend the combo, but I guess not. Whatever.
Rest of the team's moving.
That was alright. He wasn't that good, so I had to pack him up. Like at least we have certain distance with people who are not good. At least we're kind of solid. You know what I mean? Just a little bit.
Mark.
Hey, he chose rematch. Okay, I respect it. But if I whoop him twice, I'm gonna keep the same rule. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. No need to farm wins. You know what I'm saying? No need to farm wins.
I will join.
I'm ready when you are.
Here.
All right, let's pick it up. Let's pick it up. Oh, I went to the wrong direction. Okay, I'm barely.
You're down.
I feel like he only knows combos with Omni-Man.
Stop fucking around. Watch it.
Yeah, I think he only knows combos with Omni-Man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
We're not getting back together, are we?
Dang. Captain Obvious. Not just one.
Watch out now.
Might want to look up.
I need to figure out which one's which as far as the LT and RT. Okay, so she's L1.
I will join. No surviving this. Need a hand?
Scoot over. My time is valuable. Fuck you.
Dang, he took one off me. It's actually closer than I thought.
Do we have to do this again, Mark? You are a pain in my goddamn ass. Go time. Let's do this.
What?
You're
in the world.
Bulletproof.
All right, let's pack it up. Let's go.
Your number's up. Boom. My time is valuable. My time is valuable.
All right. I gotta block or something. Come on, Cecil. All right, he got that. All right, tiebreaker. You know what it's time for.
Come on, bro. I'm up there in the front. We could have been pushed them back.
I'm trying to think of what I could have did better. I think I could have. I think when it comes to my assists, I don't really understand the timer, the cooldowns.
I know you.
The Mark you knew is.
Dang, she's still trying to get back with him.
Time for you to join.
That's crazy. Don't let Bulletproof hear that. Oh, I forgot I could do the thing when I'm blocking.
Stop fucking around. My time is valuable. Lights.
I gotta do the medium heavy when I'm blocking.
With pleasure. Here we go. No surviving.
Got both of y'all. All right. Let's actually lock in.
Go find somewhere else to conquer.
Yeah, whenever I'm blocking, I gotta use the medium and. Yeah, that I gotta use that stuff. But that's probably at the end of it. Yeah, there we go. We learning.
No surviving this.
Why'd I put her back in the game?
Nothing to me. Stop fucking around. Gotta keep you on your toes.
Coming in hot. Watch it. Get to safety. Might want to look up.
All right.
Take this.
Go time.
Might want to look up.
One beat down coming up.
What? It's going invisible. There we go. I'm about to say goodness.
Stand aside.
Going up.
Okay, that's done.
They're better engaging type of tool.
With pleasure.
Yeah, we gotta fight back, Eve. He trying to be funny. They had to fight back. They try to gang up on my girl Eve. Nah. You know what I'm saying? Gotta pack that up. Let's go. You better fight your heart out, Mark. Yeah, I like Cecil as a engaging factor because you can engage like that off the assist with his gun, which is I need to make him first. Solid. Solid. I've run it back since he whooped me. Well, not whooped me, but he beat me. We can go best of 5. I thought I was picking on him at first, but you know, he's showing a little fight. Let's keep going then. Hold up now. Were you enjoying that? Well, safe to say that the full video offering is on NME Plus, and of course, all you have to do to join the Normandy for additional bonus audio and visual content is to go to my link tree in my bio and just click on the tab that says NME Plus to be directly sent towards the platform so you can subscribe. Now, before we get into where the winds meet, we have to clap it up for NetEase. As when you really look at it at the end of the day, NetEase has become a mammoth in the gaming industry, only second to Tencent as far as their rising influence, because of course their global expansion, which of course started with Marvel Rivals, which currently is one of the most popular games in the world, and when it first came out it was a Steam top seller. And then of course now with Where the Winds Meet, seems like they have another accomplishment under their belt, as not only did they have Marvel Rivals, but they also had Naraka Blade Point. They had Eggy Party, which, you know, combined had over 500 million users. And then with their renewed deal with Blizzard, they relaunched a lot of different games as far as Hearthstone, Overwatch, and China, which also boosted engagement. So safe to say, when it comes to NetEase, they are making a notorious Mass Effect when it comes to the gaming industry. Now, with all that NetEase glaze out of the way, let's get into where the winds meet. As NetEase as a company definitely has where the winds meet to basically thank for some of the revenue in 2025, as they've generated over $3 billion in 2025 alone. And then also, not to mention, in 2024, they had a lot of growth as far as their specific currency, which is the Chinese yuan. I believe I'm pronouncing that right, which is the renminbi, I believe, because that's the China currency. So anyways, when it comes to that, they had 81.6 billion as far as Chinese yuan, and then 83.6 billion as far as Chinese yuan in 2024. And in quarter 3 of 2025, they're at 23.3 yuan as far as the year is considered. But of course, with quarter 4, I would go out on a limb and say they may not make the same massive impact that they did in 2024 and 2023. And I do believe Marvel Rivals had a lot to do with that. But of course, with Where the Winds Meet, they also have another game to basically try to boost that financial status to match up with 2024, 2023. So that being said, if you're wondering about Where the Winds Meet, just like I was when I was deep diving into this particular game, because for me, I feel like this came out of nowhere, because initially this game was a China only release and it came out December 2024 on PC, and then it came to mobile. I was like, hold up now. How does a game go from PC to mobile? But hey, apparently NetEase found a way. I mean, they did just put Marvel Rivals on PS4, blowing up consoles across the country. But nobody's going to talk about that.
Whoop-de-doo.
Nobody's going to snitch on NetEase for making consoles blow up.
Whoop-de-doo.
It's all right. So when we get back into the actual release date of the States, well, just globally, it globally launched November 14, 2025, which is why when you look at Steam, they currently have the 5th most played game in the world when it comes to Steam. And then more specifically, they also have been beating their 24-hour peak, as with their global launch, you would expect that to happen. But that also is a testament to the longevity, because of course it did come out in December 2024 in China only. So now that it came out globally, it is currently sitting around 193,000 as far as the worldwide peak. I assume it may get higher, especially since it just recently launched, and everybody is basically giving a glowing review. Well, not everybody, but most people are saying it's a solid game. Some people are coming out saying it's atrocious, which we're going to get to that in a second. As far as a review and sales roundup, right now we're specifically focusing on sales, as when it comes to where the winds meet. And when they first came out in general, they had 2 million players in the first 24 hours as far as globally. And we're talking about all the platforms that is on, because if you don't know, it is currently on Steam, Epic, Microsoft Store official launcher. And the reason why I'm saying that is because people who have Xbox can still technically get the game through Steam, I believe. But when it comes to console specifically, PS5 has a timed console exclusive for at least 6 months. So once again, Xbox is out of the loop, which you already know my sentiments as far as Xbox in the landscape of this whole year. It's just been a whole nightmare scenario as far as the console war, to the point where they wanted to switch to the PC console hybrid, and guess what? Steam beat them to it.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Steam saw that Xbox was marketing expeditiously, saying that they was going to put out a PC console hybrid, and they said to themselves, ladies and gentlemen, let me just let you know, and let me just beat Xbox to the punch. We already have a PC console hybrid coming.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So now I don't know where Xbox is going to land. But as far as where the winds meet and where that specific game landed, it's PC and then PS5. And then, of course, when it comes to mobile, it's in select regions. And as far as the global launch, it's to be decided. So we don't know yet. But when it comes to the combat, well, we're going to get to that in a second. I wanted to specifically stay on the sales, but I had to say what consoles it was on after getting the overall numbers. So 2 million players in the first 24 hours. And of course, like I just talked about, the Steam peak is around 193,000. And I would assume it may rise because a lot of people are enjoying this game. And it's the top 5 most played game on Steam. Like I just said, top 7 bestseller out the gate. And of course, when it comes to China performance, pre-global, it was already a very popular game, which I think only expedited the process for it to come out globally. As when it came to China specifically, there was 15 million plus Chinese players and 34 million mobile revenue in the first month. So shout out to China for definitely supporting where winds meet, because guess what? I think they sped up the process for this game to come out globally. So clap it up for all the gamers out there actually supporting games that they say is high quality. Because you already know in the landscape of gaming, a lot of people are saying gaming's dead. And I'm thinking in the year of 2025, this may have been one of the better years for quality that I've seen in quite some time. I mean, every single game that comes out seems to be polished, which definitely wasn't the case 2 years ago. We was thinking that nobody knew how to develop games because every game kept breaking. I mean, going from Cyberpunk to going to, what was it? I don't think it was Concord. It was one of the games I don't even think made, it was maybe Concord. I don't know. A lot of different optimization issues happen a lot. I mean, with Star Wars, I mean, this is a lot of high quality development studios that was just putting out buggy messes, which is why when it comes to this specific year, I'm glad that all the games are running well. I mean, Lord knows how terrible Wukong ran for a lot of different gamers out there. So anyways, with that being said, you're probably wondering to yourself, I thought Where Winds Meet was free to play. Well, you're correct. And as far as it being free to play, the way it makes its money is definitely through monetization, such as cosmetics. And some people are saying it may have certain gotcha elements, but technically it's not pay to win, right? They may entice you to buy certain things because it may look shiny or whatever. You know how people fall into the NetEase trap of buying microtransactions that look good. But when it comes to the pay to win aspects, it's non-existent as far as this specific game. A lot of people are coming out saying that the microtransactions are fair as far as it only being cosmetic and not really affecting the gameplay too much. So with that being said, the iOS is also topping the charts across multiple regions. So when it comes to the mobile version of the game and the console and PC version of the game, everybody is playing this specific game and is topping charts all over as far as mobile and console and PC considered. But interestingly enough, I looked at PlayStation and I did not see it in the top 10 as far as most played games. And if PlayStation has a 6-month exclusivity to where wins meet, you would think it behooves the PlayStation users to support a game as high quality as this, as it just came out and it's free to play. You would think that at least it would top the charts out the gate. Like, you're looking at the PC numbers is phenomenal as far as it being the 5th most played game on Steam. And you look at PlayStation and it's nowhere to be found in the top 10.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So that's one of the things I wanted to get out there, because of course, if it's free to play, a high quality game, I would assume, especially in this economy, why not try it out? See if you like it for yourself. So speaking of liking it for yourself, let me describe it a little bit for you to see if you want to dive into it, because of course, this is a free to play open world. It's a wuxia, what in the world? Action adventure RPG. Now, when it comes to the developers is Everstone Studio, of course, NetEase owned, and they debuted this game after 5 years in development. So safe to say they spent a lot of time cultivating and optimizing this game under the, what was the engine? Under the proprietary Messiah engine. So when it comes to the setting, this specific game is set in the 10th century of China, 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. And it has a mix of historical authenticity, and of course there's a lot of different supernatural elements that a lot of people have fell in love with as far as the gameplay loop. Now, you're playing as a young sword master navigating warning, sex, imperial intrigue, and mythical powers. And the main thing with the setting is that it emphasizes a lot of freedom as far as exploration, and you can live non-violent lifestyles. I wonder how that playthrough goes. So it seems like you get a lot of choice in this specific game. I haven't played it. I've played a lot of games out this year, but this one of the games that flew way under my radar until it came out, and I realized the amount of people that was singing this high praises. So I was like, let me get a review and sales roundup out there for the masses who also don't know that there's a high quality free to play game that just came out. So everything you're seeing right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, but everything you're seeing right now as far as the gameplay, this entire game is free to play. So if that doesn't entice you, I don't know what will. As when you come into the combat, there's 12 plus weapon types. Drop a bomb for versatility. There's swords, there's spears, parasols, fists, etc. And then when you come to the, there's 40 plus martial mystic arts, includes Tai Chi, Toad Style, Lion's Roar, and Iron Body. So the people who do martial arts, hopefully that made sense for you. But as far as for me, and I think most people out there, we don't know what those mean. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to look that up. But if you're really into martial arts, hopefully that excited you. But let's just say there's 40 plus martial mystic arts, and there's 12 plus weapon types. And then when it comes to the transversal, you can wall run, you can mid-air dash, multi-directional leaps, and of course, when it comes to the progression, is gated by breakthrough challenges. So skill trees are unlocked through sectors, encounters, and crafting. And when it comes to the non-combat lifestyles, this is the most interesting portion to me, because it's very unique. Like, as far as gamers out there, you know, I'm not knocking you if you want to play a non-violent type of playthrough. But let's just say, as far as being a doctor or a merchant compared to being an assassin or a hunter, I'm just going to go out on a limb that most people are not going to choose the doctor and the merchant, which, you know, at least Where Winds Meet gave you that option to have a non-violent lifestyle and basically patch up people virtually if that's, you know, up your alley. So there's also multiplayer. So there's seamless 4-player co-op for story plus side activities, and the MMO system unlock after level 10. So there's PvP as far as 1v1, 3v3, 10v3, 10v3, 10v10, and 30v30. Goodness gracious. And then, of course, you already know Where the Winds Meet had to have a Battle Royale mode.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I look at the state of gaming and I wonder what comes across these developers' mind whenever they're making a phenomenal game and they say to themselves, you know what this game needs? A Battle Royale mode.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Hey, I'm not gonna knock it because it is free to play and it does seem like they're giving a lot as far as quality for free. So I'm not gonna knock it. I'm gonna let the people enjoy what they enjoy, as it gives you a plethora of options in a free to play game. So who can ever, you know, combat that with negativity? So, you know, I'm not gonna be the one to do it. So anyways, as far as the world, there's dynamic weather as far as full day / night cycles. There's major cities like Kaifeng, I think that's how you say it. Multiple reports from players say that the character creator is very deep and you have a lot of different outfits, dyes, mounts as far as horses and mythical variants. Now, I know a lot of people who have 9-to-5s out there are probably wondering, how long is this specific game? Well, I'm glad you asked.
You guys.
This specific game is 30 hours as far as the main story, and includes the launch includes 2 story chapters, and the main plus side missions is 100 to 130 hours plus hours, and then for completion, goodness gracious, there's 150 plus hours including the end game.
Shepard.
Now I know what y'all saying. That's a lot of hours, but at the end of the day, Where the Winds Meet definitely wanted to give you a bang for your buck type of offering. And let's just say that is essentially Where Winds Meet, because there's a lot of different games that came out that I don't think had a lot of shine. You know, shout out to Outer Worlds too, but I think a lot of people are diving into the free-to-play exploration and the multiple options that this specific game gives you, whether compared to paying $70 for Outer Worlds 2. And let's just say it may not be the highest difference in discrepancy and quality. So why not play the free to play over the $70 option? So anyways, when you look at Where Winds Meet as a review standpoint, now we're going to dive into the actual review roundup of this specific game, as starting off with IGN, because they gave this game the lowest score I've seen with a 6 out of 10.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
IGN looked at the Where Winds Meet and they basically said it was too much wind. Now, for the gamers out there, you understood that reference. But if you don't, then you can throw your tomatoes. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? So IGN gave it a 6 out of 10, saying Where Winds Meet has a great understanding of what makes, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's W-U-X-I-A. How in the world do y'all pronounce that? Y'all got to let me know in the comments. I ain't going to lie to you. It's wuxia? I don't know how to say that. Such a compelling subgenre of fantasy fiction, bleeding into the vibrancy of his characters and the flair of his combat. But, and this is where the but comes.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Its attempt to shove so many things into one game only ensures that none of those elements reach the full potential.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
IGN trying to keep it more 8 more than 92, because a lot of these other publications are giving it really high scores. And of course, I'm leading towards majority, because usually I feel like it's in the middle as far as the consensus is this overwhelmingly positive, and then you have that one score that's just a 6 out of 10, which doesn't mean it's the worst game. It's just IGN didn't really think it maximized its potential. I think it's in the middle as far as a solid game, but I haven't played it myself, so only y'all be able to judge that. But of course, this is a review roundup, so getting back into them, Games Radar gave this a 7 out of 10, saying strong combat and a world of full character was enough to keep me enjoying Where the Winds Meet. They say it's goofier than open world games, and often willingly so. So it seems like there's a lot of comedy throughout this game. Game Rant gave it a 7 out of 10, same score as Games Radar, saying Where Winds Meet offers a little something for everyone, but the RPG struggles under the weight of its own grandeur. Now, as a free-to-play game, you know how I was bringing up earlier how I had all these things and a battle royale, and maybe that was a lot. I thought I was hating for a minute, so I was like, you know what? Since it's free to play, let me not go too hard on it. But it seems like that's what these other publications are also saying. As Gaming Bolt gave it the highest score that I've seen, as far as a 9 out of 10. And what they said Where Winds Meet, its epic journey to the east provides a solid free-to-play adventure well worth checking out. Those into fast and flashy RPGs complete with the combat to match shouldn't hesitate to let the wind carry the legend. So anyways, that's basically it as far as the major publications giving this the different variety of scores and what they said about their personal playthroughs. Because of course, at the end of the day, this is a sales and review roundup. I just want to give you the consensus of how people are enjoying Where the Winds Meet. And of course, I had to glaze NetEase as they are running rampant in the gaming community. And of course, I've talked about them multiple times. And one of the things I talked about them in, kind of a negative light is what happened back on March 13, 2025. When I talked about how Marvel Rivals laid off its entire Seattle team despite the success of Marvel Rivals, which was insane, right? And I wanted to bring that up because once again, a corporation making all this money, hopefully they don't lay off a sector of the Where Winds Meet development team just because the game is out, because they'll do that. They'll pay you a certain amount, the game comes out and it's all the success in the world, and instead of giving you bonuses for all the hours you slaved on this specific game, they cut you because they don't need you anymore as far as post development, which I don't think is fair as far as the overall landscape of things. Like looking at the post development, maybe it makes sense to not have this many people on the post development. But as far as the success of the game in the NBA, when you make it to the All NBA or when you make it to the All-Star game, there's certain bonuses in your salary. I think certain development companies like a NetEase that's made billions of dollars should maybe give more bonuses to its workers when their game comes out successfully globally. But that's just me. So anyways, with that being said, that's basically all I have about Where Winds Meet. When it comes to NetEase definitely having more of a footprint in the gaming industry, this is just another accomplishment under its belt. And I do believe NetEase is going to have another game at some point, because now they have Where Winds Meet, now they have Marvel Rivals. It's only a matter of time before they jump into another popular game mode and make it free to play. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Where Winds Meet? Have you tried it since it's free to play? And if you have tried it, out of the plethora of options that Everstone Studio gives you as far as this particular game, what was your favorite thing that you did in Where Winds Meet? Now, of course, the #1 board game franchise of all time has to be Monopoly.
But then, I was like, damn.
To the point where people have had heated discussions with family members or close friends during a Monopoly game. And of course, the culture of Monopoly brings out some of the most heated discussions on where to purchase your land.
You guys.
But with that being said, safe to say for this particular segment, we're getting into Monopoly Go, as far as the free-to-play mobile adaptation of Monopoly. As if you don't know, it is the #1 board franchise of all time, and getting with the times, pun intended. Safe to say a mobile game was on the horizon way before we even, it's definitely on the horizon, right? So as far as the mobile game, it came out April 11, 2023, but then you look at Monopoly in general, and it's been around since the 30s. No, not 2030. We ain't talking about the future, obviously. The 1935, yes, ladies and gentlemen, when I wasn't even a wee little lad, when my pops wasn't even a wee little lad, when my
Shepherd.
All right, y'all get the point, right? Monopoly is a pretty old franchise. Safe to say, the ultimate equity of Monopoly in the gaming space is undisputable. As over time, since it's been around since 90 plus years, it's kind of hard to pinpoint, how big is Monopoly technically? But As far as estimates, safe to say, when you look at revenue exceeding 20 billion, yes, ladies and gentlemen, with a B, 20 billion, including 5 billion from the game we're about to get into today, which is the 2023 mobile hit Monopoly Go. So when it comes to Monopoly Go, safe to say, a lot of people are thoroughly enjoying the game, but that's not where I wanted to start. The main thing about Review and Sales Roundup over here in Notorious Mass Effect is we have to be an efficient and effective pocket watcher.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, when it comes to sales for Monopoly Go, the mobile version of Monopoly, 49 million iOS downloads at launch, not in a week, at launch. 100 million downloads in 7 months. 150 plus million downloads as far as the lifetime user base. Now, of course, when you start to convert that into revenue, the game is the fastest ever casual mobile game to $1 billion. Safe to say this game is making a mammoth amount of revenue off of their mobile version of Monopoly. So when it comes to 10 months, they surpassed 2 billion. In 15 months, they surpassed 3 billion. And as of right now, currently, it's still rising to the top. But it has a lifetime revenue estimate to be above $5 billion. So it's safe to say a lot of people are playing this particular game. And globally, it's always the top 5, top 10 most played mobile game in the world. So nobody's surprised that a 90-plus year franchise such as Monopoly put out a mobile version in 2023. And now it's one of the best and most played mobile games in gaming history. So who's surprised by that, right? So as far as Monopoly goes specifically, you're probably wondering what's the difference between the actual board game and Monopoly Go. Well, of course, it's on your phone. All right, my fault.
Shepard.
No, I said my fault. You know what I'm saying? I try to be Captain Obvious. So anyways, getting into the actual core gameplay. The main loop is rolling the dice, as you already know, to move around the theme boards. And you earn money, buy properties, build houses / hotels, and collect rent. This is sounding familiar to any and every Monopoly player out there. So basically, this is just a mobile version of that. Each board contains 5 landmarks, completing all unlocks the next board. And you have infinite progression. Of course, there's no true ending of Monopoly. You just keep playing it, and you have bragging rights over your family members or your significant others. Now, when it comes to the unique mechanics of the mobile game, safe to say they have a shutdown version where it's to destroy opponents' buildings for cash. They have a bank heist version, which is to steal from opponents. And then you have block, which is defend your board. That sounds like a fire game mode. And then when it comes to social systems, safe to say anybody who has an iOS or Android could play with you on Monopoly Go, as I believe it's crossplay. Don't quote me on that. I do believe it's crossplay though. But when it comes to the multiplayer version, if you have friend codes, sticker trading, and co-op events and leaderboards, visiting boards, and then of course, when it comes to the sticker albums offering mega rewards, including like wild stickers. Now, I don't know what in the world the stickers got to do for the gameplay loop, but maybe for connoisseurs of Monopoly Go, that's what they log in day after day for. So, a part of the live events in the mobile game, you have daily quick wins. It sounded like 2K. You have treasure hunts, you have tournaments, you have partner events, you have milestone events, and you're probably wondering, how in the world does Monopoly Go even make its money if it's a free-to-play game? Well, you can buy dice, which equals the core energy currency, which is slow regen or purchase / ads. And then, of course, you have events that require large dice consumption, and that basically creates the pressure and urgency for spending, right? A lot of people are saying that it's not a gacha game by any stretch of the imagination, but of course, if you just want to slow down certain ads or just have an ad-free game, I think you have to pay for that. So now, when you look at the other game modes, as far as Monopoly Go being endless, in totality, the game should take you about 1 to 5 hours as far as early boards, because there's multiple boards in the mobile game. And then the reach board takes you about 10 to 20 hours, but 10 to 20 boards takes you weeks to months to complete one full sticker album, which is what they're calling these, is 20 to 50 plus hours across multiple weeks. So safe to say, even if you was playing by yourself, you could still get 50 plus hours out of a free to play mobile game, which is always a W in my bit in my book, as far as actually having a mobile game that's free to play and you're getting immense content where you can play multiple different game modes. So now, when you look at the review roundups of this specific game, a lot of people are praising Monopoly Go to the moon and back. As Game Rant, actually, we don't have a lot of, I guess since it's such a, it came out 2023, but basically a lot of people are saying that it's giving heavy nostalgia, smooth play, but of course they criticize the pay to win, like I just talked about earlier, and the heavy monetization and the dice scarcity. So that's the main thing a lot of people are saying that is a downside to playing this specific game. You may get caught in the gameplay loop to where you want to actually buy dice, which once again, as far as dice specifically, it equals core energy currency. So if you was wanting to buy the microtransactions of this game, safe to say this game definitely rewards you for it. And it has a gambling loop as far as the RNG exploitation, which is not the greatest. But of course, I think if you're only playing Monopoly Go to play against other people, I don't think that's a problem. I think when it comes to the single player aspect, that's when it starts to get into the monetization problem as far as exploitation and RNG. So with that being said, now when we're talking about the developers of this game, this was acquired recently by Savvy Game Group's a Saudi PIF, which, what does that mean? Let me see. PIF. Let me see. Because I actually don't know what that means. It means, paid in full? What in the world? A Saudi paid in full? Isn't that a movie? I'll probably sound very ignorant right now. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, public investment fund. There we go. I knew it wasn't. I was like, hold up now. Is this a drug movie? No, I'm just playing. So a Saudi, I literally had the definition. Why did I take it out? Yeah, Saudi public investment fund. So I ain't gonna lie to you. Saudi's been very heavy into a lot of the investment into gaming. Like if you don't know, EA just sold for $55 billion to Jared Kushner and Saudi investors, and I covered that back on October 8th of this particular year. So when you look at Saudi buying up and investing in a lot of gaming IPs, safe to say, I'm not gonna say it's a monopoly because obviously if it's just different Saudi investors, then you can't really say it's a monopoly. But as far as Saudi in totality, they're making an interesting influence via the money. Let's just leave it like that. So now, when you look at the developers that are known for Marvel Strike Force and other type of Monopoly Go hits, which, shout out to Marvel for, giving yours truly a bag for Marvel Strike Force. Not too crazy. Definitely a dream come true because I'm a huge superhero fan, so it wasn't even a second thought for me to take that. So that was fantastic. And the game was pretty solid. I got to play as Spider-Man. So anyways, back to Monopoly. But that is the same developers who develop and is known for Marvel Strike Force. So now as you look at Marvel Go being reportedly taking 7 years to develop, safe to say why it came out with such immense success and engagement. Because it's not just a money grab off of the 90-year IP. They basically wanted to make a mobile successor that was just as good as the original board game, which is Monopoly. So when it takes 7 years to develop, when Hasbro and Scopely have been in partnership since 2015, when you look at Scopely recently acquiring Niantic's titles, such as in Pokemon Go for $3.5 billion, there's a lot of money just being thrown around. And then when Monopoly comes out, you come to realize why they throw around this amount of money to acquire these IPs, as Monopoly Go ended up being the fastest mobile casual game ever to hit 1 billion in what was it, a month? In 7 months, excuse me. 1 billion in 7 months. The fastest casual mobile game ever, mind you. So that's a huge accomplishment. Like, as far as me putting more respect on mobile gamers, Monopoly Go is why we take mobile gaming so serious. The revenue that mobile games generate is actually asinine when you start to look at it in the totality of gaming revenue. Mobile gamers, I think, at some point in time, this may be a hot take, Well, I guess Balatro was a nominee for Game of the Year last year, but at some point in time, mobile games have to start really speaking up about their favorite or what they deem as the best mobile games to insist that is nominated for the Game Awards. Because if you're a mobile gamer out there, and a good amount of y'all take up a big portion of the gaming industry pie, safe to say you should have more influence on different awards that goes to certain games, whether it's an Expedition, whether it's a Elden Ring. The Elden Ring of mobile gaming, which, some would say it was Balatro. Some would say it was Marvel Snap at some point in time, but I think y'all really need to start highlighting these games even more and demanding that they get more praise, because y'all, from a revenue aspect, really take up a majority of the pie when it comes to gaming revenue. So in the gaming industry, let's just say mobile games is very underrated. Let me just put it like that. As far as how influential it is on the overall marketing strategies of whether it's people buying or acquiring whole development groups for 3.5. Like I just said earlier, as far as Scopely acquiring Niantic's titles, such as that included Pokemon Go for 3.5 billion. They throw around money like this because mobile gamers really put up the revenue and support to the point where people throw around billions of dollars to acquire that development studio. So for avid Monopoly Go players, I want you to know there is a festive pumpkin token event happening from November 25th. So, November 25th to November 30th. So it's for 5 days, and you can unlock all 4 partnerships with 4 different friends, and your grand rewards for playing the pumpkin event is a festive pumpkin token, 5,000 dice. Why are they saying pumpkin? Like, what in the world? Are we in Thanksgiving? Am I tripping? That seems like an October type event. Like pumpkin, isn't that associated with? Maybe I'm ignorant. Whatever. You get a festive pumpkin token, 5,000 dice, a wild sticker. Man, they must love these stickers. And then sticker packs, including 4-star packs. And then how they get tokens is through natural gameplay events and tournaments, quick wins, free store gifts, 100 free tokens at the event start, and each wheel spin costs 20 tokens. So if you're a huge, avid Monopoly Go player, just know the Harvest event is happening as we speak, basically. And it ends November 30th of this year. So that being said, that's basically all I had to say about the Monopoly Go mobile game. At the end of the day, when I really cover the entire gaming industry, there's certain sectors and pockets of supporters for different things, whether it's mobile gaming, whether it's Souls-like gamers, whether it's ball and gun gamers. And I love that how the platform brings everybody together as far as just celebrating games as a whole, which is why I put more immense respect on the mobile side of my game reviews, to where I ended up now, covering Monopoly Go, which objectively speaking is the fastest casual mobile game to reach 1 billion. So the fastest casual mobile game ever to reach $1 billion, which currently is at $5 billion in 2 years. So it should tell you how much revenue they're actually generating. But Monopoly Go is essentially one of the greatest gaming IPs of all time. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Monopoly Go, the mobile version? And at the end of the day, have you ever tried the mobile version of Monopoly? And if you haven't, will you be giving it a try? Now, before we get into one of the many Zelda games, but currently it's the latest as far as Hyrule Warriors, the Age of Imprisonment. Before we get into that, ladies and gentlemen, let me take you down memory lane. As of course, I talk about Mario all the time, to the point where he has the utmost respect from me. And if you haven't heard me glaze Mario to no other extent than to let y'all know that he's the savior of gaming, right? That's why he's on my banner as far as the major gaming IPs that's notoriously affecting the masses. But safe to say, Zelda, quiet as kept, is still up there as far as some of the most influential video game characters known to man. As when you look at Mario, unequivocally, he's just the breadwinner over at Nintendo with over almost 900 million, because it's 893 million as far as IP, right? Pokemon, 489 million. Wii series, 221 million. Okay, shout out to Wii. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the iconic Wii series. And then, of course, you got the one and only Zelda at number 4 as far as Nintendo IP lifetime sales. And Zelda has accumulated $172 million. So with over 20 plus installments in the Zelda franchise, safe to say, I don't think there's too many where you don't play as Link. And that's specifically what this game is. The story, for those who's wondering, is Zelda during her encounter with Ganondorf and using a secret stone to be transported to the past. So with this specific story, Link is nowhere to be found. Actually, because I don't want to spoil anything, but I don't know anything about the story. So I'm just saying, I don't know if he's going to be in the story. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But specifically with the Legend of Zelda, the Legend of Zelda franchise, with the most successful game being Breath of the Wild back in 2017, to the point where some people will call it the best installment of the franchise. Now, safe to say, me, as a person who's never played Zelda, like once again, as far as over here, we do review and sales roundups as far as the masses and what their opinions are and the sales, objectively speaking, of this specific game that we usually talk about as far as the gaming industry. This one specifically, Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. But talking about the totality of the franchise, Breath of the Wild back in 2017 is, objectively speaking, the best-selling Zelda game of all time. And some would say it redefined the open world type of genre. But then, of course, you had the Tears of Kingdom in 2023 that was the fastest selling. It wasn't the best selling, but it was the fastest selling with 10 million in 3 days. So fastest Zelda launch ever. Safe to say, Zelda is as hot as it's ever been. And they've been around since what, the 80s? So longevity is not a question for the Zelda franchise. So them taking a distinct pivot to focusing on Zelda when we usually play as Link, I think is an interesting change that a lot of people are going to enjoy. And of course, as we'll get into later, the reviews reflect that as far as people enjoying the change of pace for this particular storyline. So getting more into the story, you have Zelda aligning with people like King Rauru, I think that's how you say it, Queen Sonia, and ancient sages. I think it's sages. So anyways, the main thing I was want to get at is people who don't know about this game entirely. I wanted to break it down to them. So simply speaking, this is more of a hack and slash game developed by Koei Tecmo, which is a AAA games studio, published under, of course, the one and only Nintendo. And then the platform is interesting because if you have a Switch, guess what? I have bad news for you. This is a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive. So if you just have the original Switch, guess what? It's not playable. Sad day in history, I know.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But as far as Nintendo Switch 2 keeping up with its exclusives, whether it's Mario Kart World, whether it's Donkey Kong Bonanza, I think even Kirby Air Riders is on Nintendo exclusively, I believe, but don't quote me on that. But anyways, Zelda is now a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive with Hyrule Warriors of Age of Imprisonment. And quiet as kept, a lot of people aren't even talking about this game. And I understand why, as it's not the biggest launch for a specific game. Like, it just released, I think, around November 6th of this year, which is this month, right? But the main thing I wanted to let you know is that it doesn't debut with the type of numbers that a Mario, Donkey Kong, or even a Pokemon did, right? Even though it's in the Nintendo all-time life IP sales, right? Zelda Warriors Hyrule is currently the 6th most played game on the Switch 2 platform, and the total copies is 90,000, but right now it's garnering 17,000 every single week, which is interesting because you look at Pokemon, you look at a lot of other games, usually the debut is around 80 to 90,000. So now to already be dropping to 17,000 as far as week after week is very interesting, and I don't know how well, objectively speaking, how well this is going to perform from an engagement factor, because I haven't seen anybody talking about this game. So anyways, getting back into the specific game. So it's a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive. This is fully canon and is a prequel to Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So if you was one to explore the happenings before the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, well, now you know where it's going to be, and the immense lore of Zelda. So looking at the combat, you're switching up to 3 units mid-battle, emphasis on combos, perfect dodges, weak points, things of that nature, usually what you find in an RPG. But the main thing with this specific Kingdom-inspired system is that you have elemental fusions such as fire, ice, lightning combos, and then you have zonai, I think it's zonai devices with battery-style energy, which is cannons, fans, and stabilizers, etc. But the new mechanic implemented into this game is the sync gauge, which fills simultaneously with allies and triggers sync strikes such as Zelda plus Raru light beam combo attack. So Raru, I ain't gonna lie, that's a hard name to say for me. You know, as a little kid growing up trying to say R's, it's funny because my name, you know what I'm saying, but I don't know. But anyways, as far as trying to pronounce the R's, let's just say this is a tongue twister for me to say Raru. So anyways, as far as the additional features, you have the Sky Islands and Depth Battle included, local co-op, so a lot of people will be pleased to know that you can play this with somebody else. You can either do split screen or switch to game share up to 2 players with 1 copy. So the amiibo is one of the main things that Zelda, I think, benefits from as far as the toy sales and things of that nature, because of course a lot of people love the overall collectathon that comes with Nintendo IPs. So with that being said, the time to beat, which, you know, a lot of people out there probably wondering, because they're probably thinking of this game or not, because it's not really talked about at all. I think I'm the first one I've even seen talk about this game in depth. So, and obviously as far as other publications, they talk about every game specifically, but you already know the new wave of media is more personality driven than corporations, which, you know, I'm not mad at. So anyways, for this specific game, the main story will run you about 18 hours, but hold up now. If you want to play side content, it will take you 40 plus hours. And then of course the game has post-game challenges. So you can get as much as you want for the dollar amount, because I don't know if I have the actual dollar amount on here. I should have the, yeah, as far as how much it costs, may have to do some Mickey research right quick, because I would assume the price point, especially what Switch 2 has been going through, hopefully it's not through the roof. So let me check it right quick. Gotta do some Mickey research right quick, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so we finally have the price. So as far as the game, it's essentially let me see. So they're telling me Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't know how much the Hyrule game is. I would assume it's $70. Let me see. I think when it comes to Hyrule, this game's not talked about at the slightest, so it's kind of hard to find a price point. Because is anybody paying for this game? Like, they probably want it for free, right? But obviously Nintendo's like, they don't care if you want it for free. So they're saying $70 for the base game. So let me see. Okay. Hyrule Legend of Zelda. Because we don't do fake news over here. I don't want to tell y'all a price point and y'all be like, hold up now. Why'd you tell me it was this amount when it's not? So let me see. Hyrule Edition. Let me see. GameStop. Yeah, GameStop. I know they got it. All right, they're showing me the Nintendo Switch. Man, they do not want this game to sell. There's no way I type in the whole game price point and the game doesn't just pop up for me to buy. Usually that's the easiest site to get to. Oh, you want to purchase something? Here it is right here. So yeah, they don't want you to buy this game. They're not even showing me the actual price. This is actually crazy. This is actually imprisonment. I may take this out honestly because it's taking me way too long to find this. I think when it comes to actual games and the price point, usually I always have it up, and I usually have it at the top. So to not have it is actually interesting. It is $70. Okay, yeah, $70. So safe to say, Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment is $70 for the digital version, and the physical version is also $70. Which, you know, hey, you already know the physical version. So anyways, thank you for sitting with me and sticking with me with that whole Mickey research. So The game's $70. Back to what I was saying. I think when it comes to overall gameplay loop, a lot of people will say that $70 for 40 plus hours of content, if it's done right, is enough to justify the price. Now, when it comes to the actual performance, a lot of people, and this is where we're going to get to the review roundup of the section of the review. Section of the review and sales roundup. We're going to get to the review portion, as IGN gave this game an 8 out of 10, saying, quote, best Hyrule Warriors action yet, but the story is disappointing.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
And the RPG site gave this a 10 out of 10. Hold up now. Okay. RPG site said, quote, best Hyrule Warriors yet among best Zelda games. Oh, that's a high praise. Nintendo Life gave 9 out of 10, saying, quote, stunning Musou? I don't know how to say that. Worthy of Zelda canon. GameSpot gave it a 7 out of 10, saying high point for spin-offs, but the story is weaker. So it's safe to say a lot of people enjoy different aspects of the Zelda universe. And even though this is not blowing people's expectations out of the water, even though RPG and Nintendo gave it like a 9, Nintendo Life gave it a 9 out of 10. RPG site gave it a 10 out of 10. So that's interesting. But it seems like it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's just not one of the greatest Zelda stories that you're going to run into. So going to it with that mindset, or not, if you're a huge Zelda fan, maybe you'd be like, any Zelda story is enough for me, which is how I feel with Spider-Man. So, I'm still mad about Insomniac not giving any DLC for Spider-Man 2, but it's okay though. When it comes to the perception from the masses, the canon debate is a real one, even though I've already said that it's fully canon. So, as far as conspiracy theories out there that's saying, oh, it may not be canon, because you never know. They can always retcon it or whatever. This is technically canon, came from the developers' mouths themselves. And basically, when it comes to Zelda and Link, pun intended, they're trying to link the two together. They're trying to ship the two together. And they've always been like close friends. That's what they've said. When it comes to family-oriented games, I will say, I'm not going to say it's weird to ship people, because, that's a normal thing. But to ship people to the extent that Nintendo players do Link and Zelda and Mario and Peach, they are just forever in the friend zone. Somebody got to let the Nintendo fangirls know that Mario and Link is forever in the friend zone.
You guys.
So with that being said, a lot of people just go ongoing debate about the whole, oh, they're ambiguous or whatever, just working together. So, a lot of people want them to be romantically involved in a kids game, which, there's nothing wrong with romantically involved if they keep it PG. But as far as a kids game, they probably don't even want to hint towards a lot of the gooner bait that NetEase is just full on displaying, right? So that being said, as far as free updates and post-launch support, they did confirm that 2 future free updates is planned, and the first patch added bug fixes and new shortcut feature, free bonuses with K or Calamity save data, which is the High Guard Sword and High Guard's Claymore. So if you play the game, you probably know what that is. I have no idea what that is, but I was just letting you know the upcoming data, the upcoming launch support for people who are already playing the game. So, simply put, this is the first ever fully canon Zelda game. No Link in sight. Zelda is the sole main protagonist. Now, when it comes to post-credit scenes, I'm not going to spoil it, but there are post-credit scenes. So you already know what the canon implements. The post-credit scene should also tell you where the future of the franchise is going to go. And then when you come to the overall sales, week 1 after this game came out, it sold 73,000. And as I just talked about, it's currently the 6th most played game on Nintendo Switch 2. Its total is 90,000, but right now it kind of slowed down as far as out the gate. It had 70,000 week 1. Now week after week is doing around 17,000. So, and it's dropping tremendously. So we don't know how long of a lifespan this particular game has, but we do know for right now it is technically in the top 6 of Nintendo. And as far as Nintendo gamers out there, I try to cover at least one specific Nintendo game for the fan base, and let's just say it was either this or covering Momotaro Electric Railway 2, which is technically the first most played game on Switch, but it just came out, so that's kind of cheating. So I didn't want to cover that. So here we are with Hyrule Warriors, Age of Imprisonment. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What is your favorite Zelda game of all time? And do you believe Zelda franchise is one of the greatest IPs in Nintendo history? And if not, who is your favorite? And you can't say Mario. Now, come on now. And you can't say Pokemon. What is your favorite Nintendo IP of all time? Time to get into one of the biggest games Wait, hold on now. I think we're still talking about Call of Duty, but at the end of the day, when you look at the numbers, unfortunately, sometimes the grass isn't greener on the other side.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Because you're probably wondering, what do you mean by that? Well, at the end of the day, this is one of the first times that Call of Duty put out Black Ops back to back, as far as Black Ops 7, as far as Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7. And safe to say that the reason they did that was pretty logical. Like, if I was at the board and I was thinking to myself, what franchise should we continue out of Call of Duty? Keep in mind, Black Ops 6 did phenomenal from a sales standpoint. And of course, a lot of people were saying that it was the biggest COD ever. Because when Activision kept coming out with all type of statistics, which, interestingly enough, they're not doing right now for Black Ops 7. It was basically saying that this is the biggest COD ever. The sales are through the roof. And safe to say, I may or may not have all the sales in front of me just to let you know exactly how big Black Ops 6 was. Because, of course, the continuation from Black Ops 6 to Black Ops 7 for the first time ever, as far as consecutive Black Ops releases, I don't think Call of Duty fans saw that coming, especially the way that they release and switch it up as far as different publishers, different developers as far as future releases. So anyways, getting into the comparison of Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7, before we dive deep into the catastrophe that is Black Ops 7 release, let's talk about its success that it had just last year, which why I say the grass is not always greener on the other side. Because of course, when you look at Black Ops 6, 300,000 out the gate concurrent player count when it first dropped on Steam, right? Compared to Black Ops 7, 84 to 88,000 concurrent when it first came out. That's a 70% drop as far as the specific Black Ops 6 release on Steam and the Black Ops 7 release on Steam. So now we got to switch our attention to Steam pre-orders, because of course, I have to bring up this game when talking about Black Ops 7. And I know what you're thinking. Why do we have to talk about Battlefield 6 in a Black Ops 7 review and sales roundup? Well, that is because, according to insiders, Black Ops 6 debuted as the best-selling game of 2025 year to date as far as the content, right? Black Ops 6 is currently one of the best-selling games of 2025. Now, I'm no mathematician, but usually people pick between Battlefield and Call of Duty whenever they're going head-to-head, because Battlefield doesn't release every single year like Call of Duty does. It seems as if their first ever consecutive release of Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 met with Battlefield 6's release was a recipe for disaster, because they was probably thinking they was going to have the same type of numbers of Black Ops 6 as far as the Steam pre-order numbers being around as far as the concurrent count being around 300,000 for Black Ops 6, but they failed to consider that the competition in 2025 as far as the gaming industry is the highest that it's been in quite some time. So, saying all that is the lead up to this. The Steam pre-orders for Black Ops 7 was 200,000. But then you look at Battlefield 6, and the pre-orders for Battlefield 6 just on Steam was 1 million. And of course, going back to my insider sources as far as people coming out talking about Battlefield 6, they basically said Battlefield 6 produced the highest single month U.S. physical and digital full game track dollar sales in the total in 3 years. And they said the last title to generate a larger full game track dollar sales sales total in a single month was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, October 2022.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So now that we objectively know that Battlefield 6 launch was one of the best-selling games in general, especially it being compared to Modern Warfare 2, we know the type of mammoth that Black Ops 7 was going up against, which makes the logical decision to try to consistently put out the Black Ops series a fail, because now you're going up something that's definitely taking away all of the sales from your particular game, because at the end of the day, it is on Game Pass. So some people may play devil's advocate and say, well, Black Ops 7 is on Game Pass. Why is it not selling as much as Battlefield as far as the Xbox platform? Which, interestingly enough, if you actually look at it, Call of Duty is the sixth most played game on Xbox. And Battlefield is nowhere in the top 10 as far as Xbox currently. When you look at PlayStation, Call of Duty is the most played game on PlayStation. And it says Call of Duty because it has all the franchises in one. I don't know how it works from a technical aspect, but somehow they're able just to keep the name Call of Duty. So anyways, it's the most played game on PlayStation. And then you look at Steam. Now this is where it gets interesting, because of course Battlefield 6 is currently higher than Call of Duty. But when you look at Call of Duty, it's nowhere to be found on the top 15 of Steam. And currently a lot of people are using Steam numbers to talk about how bad of a launch Black Ops 7 is, as the 24-hour peak was 70,000 for Black Ops 7. You would think when it came out, it would be at least, if not around Black Ops 6 as far as 300,000, maybe around 100 to 200. 70,000 as far as out the gate is very bad, because it's only down from here, right? But as far as looking at the console sales, that's why I say that, because when you look at Battlefield 6, it's the sixth most played game on PlayStation, and it's nowhere to be found as far as the top paid games, as far as top 10 on Xbox. So keeping that in mind, I don't think Steam numbers are everything, but that's what a lot of people are targeting as far as talking about how Black Ops 7 is not performing as well. But let's get back into the comparison of Black Ops 6 to Black Ops 7, because when you look at the Steam sales, it makes sense why people are saying that, as it is down 70% as far as the concurrent player counts on Steam. And then, of course, when you look at the UK physical sales, it's down 61% from versus Black Ops 7. But Battlefield 7 is, Battlefield 7, Black Ops 7 is still number one in the UK charts as far as the launch week. So I'm not thinking it's doing terrible. It's just being compared to such a mammoth of a game that's doing successful, and the most successful it's ever done as far as Battlefield franchise, that it makes Call of Duty look worse than it's actually doing in the grand scheme of things, if that makes sense. So consoles, I think Call of Duty will consistently be fine. Steam, which a lot of people are going to Steam numbers, which is why I laid it out like I did. A lot of people are saying that Black Ops has lost its way and it's basically fell off. I don't think it's fell off by any stretch of the imagination, but compared to Battlefield 6, it didn't have the greater numbers out the gate. Now, with that out the way, because of course we like to do review and sales roundups, right? So diving into the sales is what I wanted to start off with. But of course, I wanted to also get into the reviews, as that is where it gets very tricky for Black Ops fans, as it seems like from a player perspective, a lot of people are saying that the multiplayer map issue was solved with Black Ops 7, but you don't hear that too often. You hear a lot of people talking about how the campaign is one of the worst Call of Duty campaigns of all time, if not the worst, right? So when people focus on the campaign, when, in my opinion, people play Black Ops for the multiplayer, it's very interesting how so much backlash is going viral for the campaign, but nobody's talking about how they technically fixed the multiplayer maps, as far as a lot of people wanted more of the 3-lane simplistic maps instead of whatever they gave us in Black Ops 6. Literally, that was the only complaint, because everybody loved Black Ops 6. It was just the maps. And it seems like they fixed that in Black Ops 7, but is everybody talking about it? Of course not, because they want to focus on campaign, which makes sense. As one of the weird things about the campaign is that you cannot pause the game. Now, I know that's a weird complaint, right? But think about it. If you're a single player playing in a campaign, you would think to yourself, obviously I'd be able to pause the game because I'm the only one on this server, right? But to go along with that, not only can you not pause the game, there's no checkpoints, and a lot of people are not enjoying the campaign from the hallucination heavy missions, because of course we're going back to Mason. No, not the Mason as far as Alex Mason. We're going to David Mason. And when you look at David Mason and the other characters you get to play as far as Mike Harper, Leilani, Eric Samuels, Troy Marshall, and the antagonist being the one and only Raul Menendez, safe to say that people was thinking that, oh, Black Ops campaign has to be consistently good, because personally, I like the Black Ops 6 campaign, but the Black Ops 7 campaign seems like it's one of the worst of all time. I don't know where in the world it went wrong. So a lot of people are labeling the campaign as bad and one of the worst of all time. And then, of course, when you look at the zombies, it seems like, as far as from player feedback, it seems like a lot of people are enjoying the multiplayer and zombies aspect. But a lot of people are focusing so much on the bad campaign that is overshadowing, and then combining that with the fact that Battlefield 6 is having such a resurgence, it's just making Black Ops 7 seem like it's one of the worst ever, which I don't think that's deserved as far as how much they give you, as far as an offering, especially if you're a Game Pass user, which goes to my other point. Game Pass rose by 50%. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, that is not consumer friendly. Why in the world is Game Pass 50% increased? Well, I'm glad you asked. From a logical decision, I'm never going to advocate for a corporation, but I will let you in on this little detail, this little fact, and then let you know, let you do of it what you will. But Xbox was trying to go the consumer friendly route, right? And basically, you was able to get Black Ops 6 on Game Pass. But when Bloomberg came out and reported that Xbox basically lost over $300 million in Call of Duty sales, they looked at their consumer-friendly practices and they basically just said,
Whoop de doo.
Every time consumers wonder why 50% increase happened for the Game Pass, Xbox looks at this Bloomberg report and now they're saying,
Whoop de doo.
Every time you want some consumer-friendly prices, they're going to say to themselves,
Whoop de doo.
Because guess what? Back when they had consumer-friendly prices, they lost $300 million across both console and PC platforms. And according to insider sources, Microsoft CFO Amy Hood requested that Xbox explore alternative strategies to boost its profitability, which is literally corporate jargon for stop burning money for consumer-friendly practices. Now, as a consumer, I'm not going to advocate for raising prices. I'm not even going to speak on me seeing the logical outcome to raising the prices. I'm just going to say you gave it to us one way, and the year after you raised it by 50%. And as a consumer, as a soldier of the consumer army, I cannot agree with that.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So all logic out the window, because I'm a part of the consumer army and I'm letting Call of Duty know. And I'm letting Xbox know that 50% increase as far as the Game Pass is probably why the numbers are far below Black Ops 6, more specifically 70% as far as the Steam player count, 70% below Black Ops 6. So anyways, getting back into Black Ops 7, the main thing you need to know is that it has a fully 4-player co-op campaign, right? And that also leads into the negative reviews because, of course, if it's co-op first, as far as how they want you to play it, if you play single player, I heard it's more monotonous and it's harder to take down certain enemies because it's made for co-op or up to 4 players. And it's one of Call of Duty's first ever. I don't know why they don't make this huge shift, but yeah, actually that makes no sense to me. Keeping up with the single player mantra as far as the campaign would seem like an easy no-brainer, but they wanted to switch it up, go with the 4-player co-op, and now they're getting labeled the worst campaign of all time. So I'm pretty sure, 99% sure they're going to go back to single player campaigns in the future. And then when you look at certain gameplay loops, it's more of the same as far as Call of Duty. I don't think Call of Duty is capable of putting out just a bad shooter as far as how it feels, how the gameplay loop feels, how the overall game modes run. So from that aspect, I will say it's quiet as kept, but the multiplayer in Zombies seem to be pretty solid, and a lot of people don't have anything to say about the multiplayer and Zombies. They just would want to focus on the campaign. But the Black Ops 6 Omni movement is back as far as the any direction sprint and dive. They did add wall running plus wall jumping. I have played Black Ops 7 as far as the beta, and let's just say I think you can only wall run on certain specific walls, which, you know, from a gameplay aspect, you would think you'd be able, if you see a wall, you can run on it. But it's just like specific walls that you can only like wall run on from like a specific map perspective. Because when you're playing the game, you just can't run on any wall, if that makes sense. Like, it has to be map specific for the walls you run on, which is kind of weird. In my opinion, it's just kind of weird. So, it definitely is more vertically inconsistent as far as the past games, right? So multiplayer has 16 maps, 6v6, 2 maps is 20v20. I was like, hold up now. They're trying to steal Battlefield's whole flow? Well, hey, Battlefield already did it, so I guess, you know, it's going to be hard for them to catch up with that one. But when it comes to Zombies, it's basically a return to form, as the overall Zombies loop is back to round-based. And, of course, when it comes to round-based, okay, I'm about to say, I thought I had it. Yeah, round-based Dark Ether. I think that's what it's called. The maps are Essence, Salvage. Oh, no. The returning aspect of Zombies is Essence, Salvage, Pack-a-Punch, Augments, and Gobblegums. And then it's the largest Zombies map ever. So, hopefully that entices you. But, you know, for me, I don't really play Zombies for the large maps. I like the Easter eggs. I like the actual story that went into the releases of the zombie maps. But I think they went away from that ever since... It was a Black Ops 4 that came out that did like zombies and brought back all the old maps. I think they stopped doing the whole continuation of the zombie storyline. So they did say that the Dead Ops Arcade 4 is included. So do with that what you will. But at the end of the day, I really wanted to dive into the sales. So now that we've done that, let's get into the review roundup of Black Ops 7. As when you look at IGN, giving this game a 6 out of 10, they basically said Call of Duty Black Ops 7 campaign is a wild run, thanks to the scope of his ambition, but the big swings it takes don't always land, leaving it an uneven step down from last year. Eurogamer gave it a 3 out of 5, saying it's a shift away from single player. It leaves Call of Duty with its most lopsided and homogenous entry in decades. I don't even know what that means. I ain't gonna cap to you. Though what it does offer is consistently good fun when accepted on its own terms. Game Rant gave it an 8 out of 10, and you'd be surprised. A lot of these scores is giving it high, like pretty high scores. I see a lot of 8, 9s out of 10, and it's the few 7 or lower scores out of 10 that I really was reading off. But getting into the higher scores, Game Rant gave it an 8 out of 10, saying Call of Duty Black Ops 7 robust multiplayer and zombies offerings make up for the weakness of its co-op campaign. And then, of course, Screen Rant gave it an 8 out of 10, saying the biggest Black Ops ever, packed with content and fun, but with a weak campaign and a few aspects that need refinement. So as you can tell, a lot of people are basically talking about the multiplayer and zombies in the same way that I am, and they're also pointing out the campaign has been lackluster, just like I just did. So that's basically the consensus as far as Black Ops 7. At the end of the day, you will have to play it for yourself to see if you enjoy it, because of course, with this being free to play for people who are on the Game Pass, which, you know, free to play is a stretch. You know, you do have to pay for Game Pass, so I'm not even gonna say it's free to play. But with this game being on the Xbox Game Pass, if you already have that, then I think at least try it out. But of course, with games like Battlefield 6, with games like Ready or Not, with games like Arc Raiders, I mean, it's just so many games that you could play besides Call of Duty, and it just met such competition that it ended up being one of the worst received Call of Duties of all time. And I don't think it's his own fault, except from the campaign, because the multiplayer and zombies seems fine, but from the campaign aspect, it really got under people's skin, and that's seemingly the only thing people talk about. So with that being said, once again, this game was developed by Treyarch Raven Software, and it's out on PS4, PS5, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PC, And yeah, it's not on the Switch. Y'all was waiting for that, right? Y'all was waiting for that Switch version. I know y'all was waiting for it. All the gamers out there was like, man, it's not coming to the Switch. Gosh darn it. Nah, just play. So anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Black Ops 7 as far as its horrendous perception currently? And do you think it's justified, or do you believe that Black Ops 7 isn't getting a fair shake?
You pussies don't know though. You hear me? Y'all don't know that boy in trouble. Y'all don't know that boy in trouble. Y'all don't know that boy in trouble. But I do, nigga. I do, nigga. And y'all think I'm crazy. I'm the fool. Okay, watch how this shit pan out. And we gonna really see who really the fucking fool. And we really gonna see who really the fucking one. Pussy wipe that spit off your face, bitch.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was unfortunately the response to NBA YoungBoy's track Zero IQ. And who you just heard, that was NLE Chopper. Now, I know you're probably saying to yourself, NLE Chopper, I ain't heard of him since, but that's not the point. The main thing I was trying to get across in that lengthy, it wasn't even a soliloquy because he had a beat in the background. But basically, NLE Chopper thought it was a good idea to come on camera and say, y'all don't know that boy in trouble. And he repeated that like at least 50 trillion times, right? NBA YoungBoy does have a response technically called Zero IQ that a lot of people are saying it's very solid as far as NBA YoungBoy responding to NLE Chopper in the Zero IQ freestyle saying, quote, respond to him, he ain't never ran nothing down. I said no. And he went on to say, better watch your tone, because I got some bodies under my belt.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, sometimes when I cover other genres and I dive back into hip hop, it's very apparent that the ignorance is really over 9,000 as far as the levels, right? So whenever I'm responding to different diss tracks, safe to say, Drake and Kendrick really spoiled us, man. They really spoiled us because this back and forth between NLE Chopper and NBA YoungBoy has been some of the worst competition I've seen in the hip hop space in quite some time.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So more details about NBA YoungBoy's track Zero IQ. It's very interesting how he's basically just talking about my career been jumping out the gym and I'm riding around with the M. I'll kill you. I'll flash you. You ain't gonna play with me like them. Okay. So earlier, NLE Chopper had a track targeted. It was targeted for NBA YoungBoy, and it was titled KO. It's safe to say it was not a KO. It was literally one of those tracks where you watch it for the video. I thought, hold up now, was this an Ice Spice video?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Because, of course, as far as the video aspect, I'm not going to lie. Whoever put that together as far as NLE Chopper's track KO music video, whoever put that overall video together, they deserve some type of award. Because it seems like the opposite of when people talk about how producers be carrying rappers. Well, I guess it's the same thing in this light. But engineers be carrying rappers as far as sound. The video for NLE Chopper's track KO is phenomenal. Literally one of the best music videos I've seen in a minute. Like the choreography, the overall message. It's just that the overall message and what it was pertaining to wasn't high enough quality to make people care about the back and forth between NLE Chopper and NBA YoungBoy. NLE Chopper is talking about how YoungBoy is poisoning the youth, being a negative role model, and guess what the youth is saying?
What they do?
Every time NLE Chopper goes on a Malcolm X, Martin Luther King type rant, the youth says,
what they do?
Every time NLE comes out and tells us that YoungBoy is a poison in our community and what he's doing is not helping our up and coming children. Guess what they say?
Whoop-de-doo.
Basically, what I'm trying to let y'all know is NBA YoungBoy has his fan base. It's safe to say they are not going to be deterred by NLE Choppa coming out and putting out a diss track towards NBA YoungBoy. Now, when people say YoungBoy technically responded to NLE Choppa with zero IQ freestyle, I'm not calling it a response until he says his name directly. Choppa literally had a whole NBA YoungBoy type actor in his music video. If YoungBoy says a line that could be attributed to anybody he has problems with and he doesn't name Choppa, I am not saying that's a response to this track. But of course, this is what people was wanting as far as coverage, as far as a breakdown of NBA YoungBoy's track Zero IQ Freestyle. Because a lot of them are saying that that's the aggressive rebuttal to NLE Choppa's track KO. And all I have to tell y'all is we have to have some sort of standard in hip hop because this ain't it.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So with that being said, that's essentially my coverage of the NBA YoungBoy track, Zero IQ Freestyle. At the end of the day, it's very on the nose because these two gentlemen engaging in this back and forth seemingly have zero IQ. Now, that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about NBA YoungBoy's track Zero IQ Freestyle? Reportedly a diss towards NLE Choppa. Do you care about this diss? And if you do, I'll be interested to know what makes you care about this NLE Choppa and NBA YoungBoy back and forth.
Back here at home, Grammy-nominated rapper Rod Wave, he was arrested in Atlanta on Friday on drug and weapons charges. Police say the rapper, whose real name is Rodarius Green, he was taken into custody just hours after being nominated for his very first Grammy Award. This isn't Green's first run-in with the law. He was also arrested last May in Atlanta on 13 charges, including aggravated assault. We've reached out to Atlanta police to get more information about this latest arrest.
Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to Rodarius Wave, safe to say that they are always watching. And of course, when it comes to hip hop, they are specifically always watching. So Rodarius Wave being nominated for the Grammys, so you're probably thinking to yourself, hold on now, I didn't see any Rod Wave songs on the R&B or rap nominee list. Well, safe to say, it's from Sinners. And of course, if you don't know, the specific track was literally self-titled Sinners by the one and only Rod Wave, which should show you how monumental not only Ryan Coogler, who is the director of the movie, is when it comes to a movie, but also from the soundtrack, he really knows how to pick them, as having Rod Wave be the person who's basically singing the self-titled track after the movie. And then, of course, to connect that with the Black Panther movie, where he had Kendrick and SZA, safe to say, Ryan Coogler definitely has his finger on the pulse when it comes to the culture. But you know who also has their finger on the pulse?
Whoop-de-doo.
You know who also has their finger on the pulse?
Whoop-de-doo.
The police authorities. So safe to say, when Rod Wave was arrested, this happened November 7th, not on N7 day. Hold on now. And of course, the location was Atlanta, Georgia, and he was arrested for 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance, possession of a Schedule 2 substance, possession of a Schedule 5 substance. I don't know what all these schedules mean. I don't know if this is class or whatnot, but I don't know if this is high school or college. What in the world? What's up with all these schedules? Possession of a firearm. Oh, there we go. Speaking my language. Or knife during commission/attempted commission of a felony reckless driving. So it's safe to say they picked him up on some very interesting charges. And then, of course, he does already have a pattern, like they said earlier. He has more than a dozen charges as far as back in May of this year with aggravated assault plus battery. And when it comes to Rod Wave, when it comes to a lot of particular artists, I'm not going to say in hip hop, because I don't want to just generalize it, but Playboi Carti, NBA YoungBoy, in Rod Wave. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a very interesting type of coverage that we've seen from them, even though they have these certain charges, right? Allegedly. So now, when you look at the acceptance because of how talented they are musically, a lot of people overlook some of the skeletons in the closet that have been ousted by the police authorities. So the reason why I say that is because Rod Wave was released on $8,000 bond, and of course, $8,000 bond. And of course, when it comes to that bond, it's not like the other charges just went away, right? If this is his third arrest in Fulton County as far as this year, safe to say that his lawyers coming out and saying, oh, these charges have no truth, quote unquote. At some point, I would love to see a world where the hip hop lawyers tell the truth.
What they do?
But of course, that's never going to happen. As you already seen, what happens when lawyers get involved as far as certain hip hop cases, they're very easy to finagle a lot of things to make it in the artist's favor. And I'm not saying they did anything criminal. All I'm saying is where there's smoke, there's fire. So basically, with Rod Wave going through this tumultuous time, I might add, it's very much still a time to celebrate, as getting nominated for a Grammy is no easy feat. For Rod Wave, it may seem easy because he's such a phenomenal impact of the masses when it comes to the musical landscape. But even though he was he was nominated for Best Written for a Song for Visual Media as far as Sinners, you still have to recognize that since post-bond release, he's going to be fighting these charges. And of course, their Grammys are going to look at this and maybe, just maybe, they may hold it against Sinners as far as the actual best song written for visual media because of how he's perceived currently as far as being arrested. And you come to realize there's 2 tracks from Sinners. So I always like to tie it back into music because of course, I don't like to just focus on drama because it's not what the platform is made off of. I basically talk about music. And with that being said, as far as the musical offerings of Rod Wave, I can see them going with the other track that's nominated in the same category as far as I Lied to You. That's also from Sinners. But realistically speaking, best song written for visual media should go to Golden from K-Pop Demon Hunters. Best soundtrack ever. As far as engagement, I don't know about quality, it's subjective, but as far as engagement, best, most successful soundtrack ever, which I literally covered. September 23rd, 2025, titled K-Pop Demon Hunters, Netflix's most successful soundtrack ever, which is really the most successful soundtrack, just period. Not Netflix, every platform, it's just period. So, getting back in the Rod Wave, there's really nothing too much to talk about. I just wanted to highlight how he is currently not on the charts. He does have an offering though. So he came out with a single. I'm not saying that he's on pace to flop or anything like that because he's selling out stadiums. He's having such a phenomenal year when it came to his past tour. So he's probably already earning he's probably recouping off of that. And then of course he is going back and forth with Grizzly. So another lawsuit. Goodness gracious. This man cannot seem to get out of to be a law-abiding citizen.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So this one, I am on Rod Wave's side though, because apparently he's going at the corporation that helped him with his tour because he cut his tour short because they wasn't able to do their end. But now that they are claiming that he wasn't doing his end, now they're trying to sue him. So the only offering he's really given us is voicemail with T Grizzly, but of course he just gave us Leavin' that came out October 13th, and it is nowhere on the charts. I think that's very peculiar for an artist of Rod Wave's stature. And of course, when you look at Rod Wave, he's under Sony / Alamo Records. That's the subsidiary. So the key thing to take out of this is that I think Rod Wave is in an interesting point of his career. Whether he's going to let it make him or break him is to be seen. But it does seem like the single aspect of Rod Wave currently with his track Leavin' is leaving a lot of people underwhelmed because it's currently not performing like we used to Rod Wave songs performing. But if he keeps touring and selling out his tours, I think people will come back and he'll get his numbers up to where it used to be. But the main thing I wanted to let you know is just a little update on Rod Wave as far as him being arrested multiple times throughout this year, and of course what he's been up to. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think of Rod Wave's current situation as far as him steady running into the law? And also, do you believe that Rod Wave tour would be successful with no hiccups as far as his Redemption Experience tour that's starting December 7th in LA? Getting into the overview of episode 155, which of course is titled, I said it's titled, as I look for my scene transition, 2025 Grammy and the Game Awards nominations revealed. So when it comes to that, you know, shout out to the masses in general, because y'all earn, or y'all deserve, the highest award for supporting the Notorious Mass Effect. You know, I say that with all sincerity because, of course, you already know I don't have no physical award to give y'all.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But at the end of the day, I really enjoy each and every one of y'all who come in and day out, night in and night out, week after week, month after month, year after.
Shepherd.
All right, y'all get the point, right? I appreciate the support. So when it comes to episode 155, just know the quality, I believe, is getting to a point where I feel like we really are deep diving into the gaming and music industry. So if you stay this long, I do want to give y'all a little inclination on what's going to happen in the future. So safe to say, your boy was invited to a good amount of events for the year of 2026. Yes, sir. Yeah. So as far as the vlog element, I would definitely subscribe to Enemy Plus, as the New York vlog, the DreamCon vlog, and the Sandbox VR vlog is what you can come to expect in the foreseeable future. So with that being said, that's what I wanted to say. And of course, let's get into the overview of episode 155. As you already know that we had to start off with, You already know that we had to start off with Summer Walker, as her album, Finally Over It, came out. And I'm not going to lie to you, the numbers were not great. And there's a reason why I stopped covering it, because I didn't want her fan base, you know, one of the labels that I try to effectively avoid is being a woman hater. Because at the end of the day, I enjoy a lot of the women artists that, of course, in today's age, begin a lot of scrutiny, whether it's Megan Thee Stallion, whether it's Glorilla, whether it's, Sexy Red. I don't really care for Sexy Red, but at the end of the day, I like a lot of women artists who put out high quality music. Summer Walker, I definitely feel like she had a good amount of high quality tracks from her album, but obviously it wasn't enough, as everybody came out and said that this is not up to snuff compared to her previous albums. And the sales reflected that, as she went from 166,000 with her second installment of the Over It trilogy to Finally Over It, which is the third installment, all the features in the world, and it only sold 77,000 in its first week.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Sad day for Summer Walker fans out there. But of course, we transition from the Summer Walker coverage into, of course, Drake explaining the Iceman rollout, basically saying that I've been dying for a challenge.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Now, I don't know about y'all, but it seemed like he got a pretty good challenge in this year and last year. But you know me as a Drake fan, you know, Drake's my #1 artist. I'm not going to say it, but y'all know the type of challenge that was being given to him and how that played out. So we talk about his rollout for Iceman in a very rare interview, as far as him and Complex doing something and announcing different tidbits to why he went with the live stream rollout for his upcoming album, Iceman, which, you know, a lot of people been asking, where is the album?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Safe to say, a lot of people are saying it is okay that you have your dope on you, because we want to hear it, right? And seems like we're not going to be getting in the Iceman album for the foreseeable future. I know, sad day in history.
You guys.
But I do believe Aubrey Graham is completely scared. He's horrified of the biggest gangster in the industry, which is T Swift. So anyways, with that being said, we don't know when Iceman's coming out. I would expect 2026, but at this point, man, we don't know, man. He got scared off the release date. Ain't no telling. Because I believe the biggest fear for a person like Aubrey Graham is putting out Iceman, which I believe is going to do well. It's going to be one of the more successful albums in the past few years. I think it's that amount of hype because people want to hear if Drake's going to give it up like he should, as far as talking about the results of the battle. Now, Kendrick already did that with GNX, which is why I said during my Grammys coverage that he's going to get a lot of awards. But Drake, on the other hand, him talking about it on his album is going to sell tremendously better. I mean, he streams way more than Kendrick. He just has a bigger fan base, objectively speaking. So now, Drake's side of the story still needs to be told on Iceman. That's why I believe it's going to be one of the more listened to and sought after albums. But of course, Drake, I believe, is very he understands the fact that Taylor Swift could put out any type of vinyl and is back up on the charts as far as number one. Because Taylor Swift currently has the third most played album in the world, and I think it will go to number one. Right now, there's only 2 albums above it. Stray Kids Do It, Wicked for Good soundtrack above her because they just debuted with phenomenal numbers, I might add. So Taylor Swift currently has the third most played album in the world. Remind you, it's December 2nd, 2025. If you look at Taylor Swift, safe to say The Life of a Showgirl came out October 3rd of this year. So now when you're looking at in the grand scheme of things, if Taylor Swift puts out a vinyl, what's stopping her from going back to the 100 to 200,000 a week, right? Nothing. Basically, if Taylor Swift puts out a Just Cause I Feel Like It, What You Gonna Do About It vinyl, the sales are gonna skyrocket. I think that's what Drake is looking out for, and I think he doesn't understand that Taylor Swift can put out that vinyl whenever. You're gonna have to give us at least a 3 to 4 day notice before you put out Iceman. So you're not gonna dodge the fact that Taylor Swift could put out a vinyl just to spite you for number one, right? So that's why I think he's waiting it out. And I don't think we're going to get Iceman because of that. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, right? I thought it was coming out. I thought Drake wasn't scared of the numbers that Taylor Swift could do with a vinyl, but I guess so, because we don't know when that album's coming at this point. So with that being said, then we went from the Drake coverage into NF, as my clips of NF, promoting my NF segment went semi-viral as far as people enjoying it, as far as the way I was giving it up, talking about how NF was one of the best rappers I've heard in quite some time. I think a lot of people resonated with that. And of course, you don't hear a lot of black hip hop covers even saying that, because who gives NF his kudos being black in the coverage of my hip hop, and my coverage of the hip hop industry? You look at the totality of covers, you're not going to get too many people giving NF his credit because he's white. I mean, you just have to blatantly say it. He's white in a black man's sport. So NF is not going to get his credit like I believe he deserves. And I think a lot of people is resonating with my clip talking about how NF may be the greatest rapper of all time when it comes from a non-explicit standpoint. So anyways, then we transitioned from that and got into Lil Uzi, as he is technically independent. But of course, can't forget that this man is under Roc Nation Distribution.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now I'm gonna let y'all do with that information what you will, but I believe that deep dive was pretty on the nose as far as me talking about Uzi and Roc Nation's collaborative efforts for the foreseeable future. So that being said, then we dived into the industry news and got into the cover of the episode as we got into the Grammy 2026 nominations, got into the Game Awards 2025 nominations, and safe to say, that back-to-back showcases why Notorious Mass Effect is just a one-of-one. Just to pat myself on the back right quick. The deep dive, because I listen to it back. I listen to all this stuff back. Gotta watch film. As a person who played collegiate sports, I've realized the importance of watching yourself back. So anyways, with that being said, diving deep into the gaming nominations, plethora of genres, mind you. Diving deep into the Game Awards, plethora of, same thing, a plethora of genres, right? That we just talked about extensively, deep dive and knew the cultural equity of every single game and genre of music and gaming. I think just showcases the uniqueness of Notorious Mass Effect, which, I think is why we are one of the more sought after podcasts in the world. Let me just put it like that. So anyways, that coverage was probably I think a combined 4 or 5 hours of Grammy and the Game Awards talk. So safe to say, it was pretty extensive. And then we got into Valve revealing the Steam Machine, which was a big announcement in itself, because now we have another hardware, technically is a console, because I'm not going to get into what I talked about with the Valve Steam Machine, because you go listen to it, but giving you the simple synopsis is that the Valve Steam Machine is basically a one set of is a set of hardware that a lot of game developers can optimize their game for and technically call it a PC console, right? So now a lot of pre-builds in PC, you can have a lot of different parts, whether it's the RAM, the CPU, the GPU. The Valve Steam Machine is technically still PC, but it's a set piece of hardware, sort of like a console, and I think it's going to do phenomenal on the market. So we just got to see how that plans out, because they still haven't told us the price point, which I'm getting a little, at this point, man, I'm getting a little worried about. We haven't heard the price point at all, and it's supposed to come like, I think, early 2026. But anyways, with that being said, then we got into the gaming side of things. You know, we covered Dispatch being one of my favorite games of the year, and surprisingly so, because I didn't even know it was coming out until like, I think it was like a month before, I believe. But after it was on my radar, as you saw, Polo Man came out to play. Y'all really supported that to the moon and back. I really appreciate the support from my podcast and from my YouTube, which is why I put the whole Dispatch gameplay on my YouTube, because of the support. So y'all enjoyed Polo Man coming out. He may come out again. You know, hey, the world may never know. So with that being said, transition from Dispatch to Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is definitely one of the dark horses as far as it being a lot of people's game of the year, specifically because it rejuvenized the looter shooter, just the extraction shooter type of gameplay loop. It definitely rejuvenized that specific fan base. So then, of course, I threw in a little Invincible versus closed alpha gameplay, as you already know, over at Notorious Mass Effect Plus Edition, which is NME Plus. This is basically a shortened version, but of course, at the end of the day, I did want to give you a little short clip of me playing the game. So the full clip is out on Notorious Mass Effect Plus, which if you go to my link tree in my bio, it's literally the link that says NME Plus. So if you go to it says Analytic Dreamz presents NME Plus, but same thing. So if you want to see the full Invincible versus closed alpha, and if you want to see the Marvel Token closed alpha gameplay with me playing it, yeah, go to my NME Plus, because that specific platform, that subscription, you also get the New York vlog, you get the Sandbox VR vlog, the DreamCon vlog. What else? The Trash Rapper that be coming at the beginning of my streams. You get musical offerings from him. And then, of course, me, being a little collegiate athlete, nothing too crazy. I get my fitness and health routine, as far as I'm calling the Biggest Loser Analytic Dreamz Edition. So we're doing a lot of fitness and wellness type of tips on that side of things. So I'm giving a lot of extra offering, which is why it's a subscription platform, because I already covered the entire gaming and music industry. So that's all additional for people who subscribe to that. So the Invincible versus closed alpha full footage is on the NME Plus platform. But I put the shortened version on there for people who's at least wanted to see what the game looked like. Where Winds Meet, that is the next game we dove into. I also have gameplay for that. And then we transitioned from that into Monopoly Go, the mobile game. Went from that to Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, one of the few games where it's literally Zelda that you're playing as. Most times you're playing as Link, but this Zelda game, you're actually getting to play as Zelda. So then we ended off the gaming portion with Call of Duty Black Ops 7. And then, of course, we have to end off the episode with a little drama, as everybody loves a little drama to keep the blood flowing, right? So NLE Chopper versus NBA Youngboy has given us some of the most horrendous quality as far as a back and forth that we've ever seen in the hip hop genre. So do of that what you will, but I broke it down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So with that being said, that's about it for the Notorious Mass Effect episode 155. That, of course, was titled 2025 Grammy and the Game Awards nominations revealed. Thanks for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect. And don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias. Click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you're currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.